Section 15 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 2, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 9, Franklin as a Statesman. The counsel retained by Franklin were John Dunning, a former Solicitor General and subsequently Lord Ashburton, and John Lee, who later became the Solicitor General under the administration of Charles James Fox. When the hearing did take place, it proved for every reason a memorable one. Edmund Burke could not recollect that so many privy councillors had ever attended a meeting of the council before. There were no less than 35 in attendance. The Lord President Gower presided. In the audience, among other persons, were the Archbishop of Canterbury, Lord North, the Prime Minister, Lord Shelburne, Edmund Burke, Joseph Priestley, Jeremy Bentham, Arthur Lee of Virginia, then a law student in London, who had been selected by the legislature of Massachusetts to act as its agent in the event of the absence or death of Franklin, Ralph Izard of South Carolina, who had borne Temple's challenge to Thomas Whately, and Dr. Edward Bancroft, who was afterwards at Paris with Franklin. The hearing was opened by the reading of the letter written by Franklin to Lord Dartmouth when transmitting the petition to him, the petition itself, the resolutions of the Massachusetts Assembly, and the letters upon which they were based. In Franklin's opinion, Dunning and Lee, in their pleas, acquitted themselves very handsomely. Dunning's points Burke thought were well and ably put. The appeal of the Massachusetts Assembly, Dunning argued, was to the wisdom and goodness of His Majesty. They were asking a favor, not demanding justice. As they had no impeachment to make, so they had no evidence to offer. Of similar tenor was the address of John Lee. The reply of Wedderburn was pointed and brilliant, and as rapid as if he had been summing up against an ordinary criminal at an ordinary assize. The letters could not have come to Dr. Franklin, he argued, by fair means. The writers did not give them to him, nor yet did the deceased correspondent, who from our intimacy would otherwise have told me of it. Nothing then will acquit Dr. Franklin of the charge of obtaining them by fraudulent or corrupt means for the most malignant of purposes, unless he stole them from the person who stole them. This argument is irrefragable. I hope my lords you will mark and brand the man for the honour of this country, of Europe, and of mankind. Private correspondence has hitherto been held sacred in times of the greatest party rage, not only in politics but religion. He has forfeited all the respect of societies and of men, the orator went on. Into what companies will he hereafter go with an unembarrassed face, or the honest intrepidity of virtue? Men will watch him with a jealous eye. They will hide their papers from him, and lock up their escritoire. He will henceforth esteem it a libel to be called a man of letters. Homo trium literarum. Trium literarum homo. A man of 3 letters was a fur or thief. But, continued Wedderburn, he not only took away the letters from one brother, but kept himself concealed till he nearly occasioned the murder of the other. It is impossible to read his account, expressive of the coolest and most deliberate malice, without horror. Amidst these tragical events of one person nearly murdered, of another answerable for the issue, of a worthy governor hurt in his dearest interests, the fate of America in suspense, here is a man who, with the utmost insensibility of remorse, stands up and avows himself the author of all. I can compare it only to Zanga in Dr. Young's Revenge. Know then 'twas I forged the letter, I disposed the picture, I hated, I despised, and I destroy. I ask, my lords, whether the revengeful temper attributed by poetic fiction only to the bloody African is not surpassed by the coolness and apathy of the wily American. More than one bystander has recorded the impressions left upon his mind by this savage Philippic. I was not more astonished, Jeremy Bentham tells us, at the brilliancy of his lightning, than astounded at the thunder that accompanied it. As he stood, the cushion lay on the council table before him. His station was between the seats of two of the members, on the side of the right hand of the Lord President. I would not for double the greatest fee the orator could on that occasion have received, but been in the place of that cushion, the ear was stunned at every blow. At the sallies of his sarcastic wit, Priestley declares all the members of the council, the president himself not excepted, frequently laughed outright. No person belonging to the council behaved with decent gravity, except Lord North, who, coming late, took his stand behind the chair opposite to me. Burke spoke of the attack on poor Dr. Franklin as beyond all bounds and decency, and the language used by Lord Shelburne in describing it to Lord Chatham was hardly, if any, less emphatic. The behaviour of the judges, he said, exceeded, as was agreed on all hands, that of any committee of elections. Dunning's rejoinder to Wedderburn was wholly ineffective. His voice, always thick, was from illness feebler and huskier than usual, even in his first address, and exhausted as he was by standing for 3 hours in a room in which no one was allowed to sit but the privy councillors themselves, who were supposed on such occasions to be the immediate representatives of the king, his second address was hardly audible. Lee was equally ineffective. Wedderburn's speech, therefore, which from a purely forensic point of view was really a masterpiece, was left to assert its full effect, to become the sensation of every club in London, and to win the plaudit of every bigoted or unreflecting Englishman. All men, Fox said, tossed up their hats and clapped their hands in boundless delight at it. What of Franklin during the malignant assault? The apartment in which the hearing took place was a small one. At one end was an open fireplace with a recess on each side of it. The council table stretched from a point near this fireplace to the other end of the room. The Lord President sat at its head, and the other councillors were ranged in seats down its sides. Such spectators as had been able to secure the high-prized privilege of being present remained standing throughout the session. In the chimney recess to the left of the president stood Franklin with Burke and Priestley nearby. The dialectical ability and skill which made his examination before the House of Commons so famous he now had no opportunity to display, and unfailing fortitude was all that he could oppose to the outrage for which he had been singled out. With that, however, his uncommon strength of character abundantly supplied him. The doctor was dressed in full dress suit of spotted Manchester velvet. Dr. Edward Bancroft wrote years afterwards to William Temple Franklin, and stood conspicuously erect, without the smallest movement of any part of his body. The muscles of his face had been previously composed so as to afford a placid, tranquil expression of countenance, and he did not suffer the slightest alteration of it to appear during the continuance of the speech, in which he was so harshly and improperly treated. In short, to quote the words which he employed concerning himself on another occasion, he kept his countenance as immovable as if his features had been made of wood. Alone in the recess on the left hand of the president stood Benjamin Franklin, is the account of Bentham, in such position as not to be visible from the situation of the president, remaining the whole time like a rock, in the same posture, his head resting on his left hand, and in that attitude abiding the pelting of the pitiless storm. Nothing but Jedburgh justice, of course, was to be expected from such a committee in such a case, represented by such an advocate. Its report, dated the same day as its sitting, and as likely as not drafted beforehand, found that the letters had been surreptitiously obtained and continued nothing reprehensible, that the petition was based on resolutions formed on false and erroneous allegations, and was groundless, vexatious, and scandalous, and calculated only for the seditious purpose of keeping up a spirit of clamor and discontent in the province, and that nothing had been laid before the committee which did or could, in their opinion, in any manner or in any degree, impeach the honor, integrity, or conduct of the governor or lieutenant governor. Wherefore the lords of the committee were humbly of the opinion that the petition ought to be dismissed. This recommendation was approved by the king, and an order was issued by him that the petition be dismissed as answering the character imputed to it by the committee. Nor did vengeance stop here. On the second day after the committee rose, Franklin was handed a communication from the Postmaster General, informing him in brief terms that the king had found it necessary to dismiss him from the office of Deputy Postmaster General in America. In reporting the manner in which he had been affronted by the Privy Council to his Massachusetts constituents, Franklin used language in keeping with the sober spirit in which he had striven from the beginning to bring about an understanding between England and her colonies. "What I feel on my own account," he said, "is half lost in what I feel for the public, when I see that all petitions and complaints of grievances are so odious to government that even the mere pipe which conveys them becomes obnoxious. I am at a loss to know how peace and union are to be maintained or restored between the different parts of the empire. Grievances cannot be redressed unless they are known, and they cannot be known but through complaints and petitions. If these are deemed affronts, and the messengers punished as offenders, who will henceforth send petitions, and who will deliver them? It has been thought a dangerous thing in any state to stop up the vent of griefs. Wise governments have therefore generally received petitions with some indulgence, even when but slightly founded. Those who think themselves injured by their rulers are sometimes, by a mild and prudent answer, convinced of their error. But where complaining is a crime, hope becomes despair." His fellow Americans were not so self-restrained. The American post office was shunned by its former patrons, and letters were delivered largely by private agencies. Effigies of Wedderburn and Hutchinson were carried about the streets of Philadelphia, and at night were burnt, we are told by Joseph Reed, with the usual ceremonies amidst the acclamations of the multitude. Nothing can exceed, the same narrator adds, the veneration in which Dr. Franklin is now held, but the detestation we have of his enemies. Wedderburn, who had complained in his speech of the attention paid by the press to the movements of Franklin as though he were a great diplomatic character, had more occasion than ever to sneer at his public prominence. Hutchinson was compelled to resign his office and to retire from execration in America to a slender pension and obscurity in England. Even in England, Horace Walpole stayed the pen, to which we are indebted for so many charming letters, long enough to write. Sarcastic Sawney Swoon, with spite and prate, on silent Franklin poured his venal hate. The calm philosopher, without reply, withdrew and gave his country liberty. Lord John Russell has said that it is impossible to justify the conduct of Franklin in the matter of the Hutchinson letters, and from time to time the same idea has been more or less hesitatingly advanced by others. Its justice, we confess, has never been apparent to us. That the letters did pass into the possession of Franklin under the circumstances stated by him, which certainly do not reflect in any manner upon his honor, can hardly be doubted, unless mere suspicion is to give the lie to a life of uniform integrity. The mode in which they were transmitted to America under the restrictions imposed by him was attended with so little regard to secrecy so far as his connection with them was concerned, that Dr. Cooper wrote to him, "I cannot, however, but admire your honest openness in this affair, and noble negligence of any inconveniences that might arise to yourself in this essential service to our injured country." It was not until the letters had been printed in America, contrary to his engagement with the gentleman who had handed them to him, that he expressed the wish to Dr. Cooper that the fact of his having sent them should be kept secret, and not then until his inclinations on the subject were pointedly sounded by Dr. Cooper. As soon as they threatened to cause bloodshed which he had a chance to avert, he made his connection with them public, and assumed the full responsibility for his act. Moreover, he truly said of the letters, when he assumed this responsibility in his communication to the public advertiser, "They were not of the nature of private letters between friends. They were written by public officers to persons in public stations on public affairs, and intended to procure public measures. They were therefore handed to other public persons who might be influenced by them to produce those measures." Little can be added to this convincing statement. If a political agent of England in Boston had, under the same circumstances, come into possession of letters from English officials in England to Cushing or Dr. Cooper, revealing a deliberate intent on the part of the writers to initiate measures aimed at the just prerogatives of the Crown or Parliament, who would have thought the worse of him if he had transmitted them to King or Parliament? Were letters designed to help along the introduction of a military force into Boston for the purpose of abridging the political liberties of its people, entitled to any higher degree of privacy? The accusation that Franklin had violated the confidence of private correspondence came with but poor grace, to say the least, from a government which made a practice of breaking the seals of letters, and of no letters oftener than those of Franklin entrusted to its care. Indeed, not only were the seals of Franklin's letters frequently broken and the letters read, but in some instances the letters were permanently retained by the English government. It was the fashion in England for a long time to ascribe the intense resentment felt by Franklin against England after war broke out between that country and the colonies to the indignity to which he was subjected by the Privy Council and his dismission from office. The statement is not supported by the facts. That these circumstances made a deep impression upon his mind is undeniable, but it was really not until he found himself in America in 1775 that he gave himself up to the conclusion that nothing was to be gained by his remaining longer in England. After his removal from office, he still counseled his correspondents in America to adhere to a policy of patience and self-restraint, and in a letter to Thomas Cushing and others, written only a few days after the hearing of the cockpit, he termed the destruction of the tea at Boston an unwarrantable destruction of private property and an act of violent injustice. To all the efforts of Lord Chatham and his high-minded associates after this hearing to bring about a reconciliation between England and America, he lent the full weight of his advice and experience. And when some of the members of the British ministry, after it, ashamed to deal with him directly, covertly opened up an interchange of proposals with him through David Barclay, Dr. Fothergill, and Lord Howe, in regard to the terms upon which a reconciliation might still be reached, he entered into the negotiations with a spirit singularly free from personal bitterness. There are few things more pathetic in the history of sundered ties than the account that Priestley has given us of the last days that Franklin spent in England in 1775. A great part of the day above mentioned that we spent together, Priestley tells us, he was looking over a number of American newspapers, directing me what to extract from them for the English ones, and in reading them he was frequently not able to proceed, for the tears literally running down his cheeks. These, however, were not womanish tears, but rather such iron tears as ran down Pluto's cheeks. Never was there a time after the heart of America was laid bare to Franklin by the remonstrance against the Stamp Act, when he was not unflinchingly prepared, if the painful necessity was forced upon him, to unite with his countrymen in defying the armed power of England. As the fateful issue of the protracted controversy approached nearer and nearer, his language became bolder and bolder. The eyes of all Christendom, he wrote to James Bowdoin a few days before he left England in 1775, are now upon us, and our honor as a people has become a matter of the utmost consequence to be taken care of. If we tamely give up our rights in this contest, a century to come will not restore us in the opinion of the world. We shall be stamped with the character of dastards, poltrons, and fools, and be despised and trampled upon, not by this haughty, insolent nation only, but by all mankind. Present inconveniences are therefore to be borne with fortitude, and better times expected. Informus haemus reducit Jupiter idem semo vet non si mala nunc et olim sic erit. When he reached the shores of his native land, it was to hear that while he was at sea the battles of Lexington and Concord had been fought, and that the veins of the two countries which he had striven so hard to keep closed were already open and running. From that day Franklin took his place with Washington, the Adamses, Jefferson, and Patrick Henry, as an inflexible champion of armed resistance to England. If he humored the more timid patriots who were disposed to make still further appeals to English generosity, it was not because he shared their fallacious hopes, but because he did not wish one column of the revolutionary movement to get too far in advance of the other. At this period of his life his reputation was already very great. The English Tories believed or affected to believe that he was the father of all the mischief responsible for the American crisis. The English Whigs leaned upon his advice and assistance as those of a man who had the welfare of the entire British Empire deeply at heart. How he was regarded at home is well illustrated in what General Nathanael Greene and Abigail Adams had to say of him when he subsequently visited Washington's headquarters during the siege of Boston as a member of the committee appointed by Congress to confer with Washington and delegates from the New England colonies as to the best plan for raising, maintaining, and disciplining the Continental Army. Recalling an occasion at this time when Franklin had been brought under his observation, Greene wrote, "During the whole evening I viewed that very great man with silent admiration. The language of Abigail Adams was not less intense. I had the pleasure of dining with Dr. Franklin," she said, "and of admiring him whose character from my infancy I had been taught to venerate. I found him social but not talkative, and when he spoke something useful dropped from his tongue. He was grave, yet pleasant and affable. You know I make some pretensions to physiognomy, and I thought I could read in his countenance the virtues of his heart, among which patriotism shone in its full lustre, and with that is blended every virtue of a Christian." Those were dramatic hours, when highly wrought feelings readily ran into hyperbole, nor had any Madame Helvetius come along yet with her "Hélas, Franklin!" and disordered skirts. The reputation which called forth these tributes brought Franklin at once to the very forefront of the American Revolution. When he arrived at Philadelphia, the morning after his arrival, he, Thomas Willing, and James Wilson were elected by the Assembly of Pennsylvania as additional deputies to the Continental Congress that was to meet in Philadelphia in a few days, and he was reelected to Congress at every succeeding election until his departure for France. By the first Congress he was appointed chairman of a committee to devise a postal system for America, and when this committee recommended the appointment of a postmaster general and various postal subordinates, and the establishment of a line of posts from Falmouth, now Portland, in Maine, to Savannah, with as many cross posts as the postmaster general might think fit, Franklin was elected by Congress the postmaster general for the first year. He was also appointed by Congress one of the members of a committee to draw up a declaration to be published by Washington when he took command of the American Army, but the paper drafted by him does not appear to have ever been presented by him to Congress. At any rate, it adds nothing to his literary reputation, and is disfigured by one of the unseasonable facetiae into which he had a way of wandering at times on grave occasions, after he found his feet again in the easy slippers of his old American environment. Franklin also made some wise suggestions to Congress with respect to the best method of preventing the depreciation of the paper money issued by it. His first suggestion was that the bills should bear interest. This suggestion was rejected. His next was that instead of the issuance of any more paper money, what had already been issued should be borrowed back upon interest. His last was that the interest should be paid in hard money, but both of the latter suggestions, though approved by Congress, were approved too late to accomplish their objects. After due tenderness had been exhibited by him to John Dickinson and the other members of Congress who still clung to the hope of a reconciliation with England, Franklin brought forward a plan for the permanent union and efficient government of the colonies. Under this plan, each colony was to retain its internal independence, but its external relations, especially as respected resistance to the measures of the English ministry, were committed to an annually elected Congress. The supreme executive authority of the Union was to be vested in a council of 12 to be elected by the Congress. Ireland, Canada, the West Indies, Bermuda, Nova Scotia, and Florida, as well as the 13 colonies within the present limits of the United States, were to be invited to join the Confederacy. The Union was to last until British oppression ceased and reparation was made to the colonies for the injuries inflicted upon them, which, of course, under the circumstances, meant until the Greek Kalends. The plan was referred to a committee, but it was never acted upon by the House, being too bold a project to suit the cautious scruples of John Dickinson and the other moderate members of the Continental Congress, who dreaded the effect of a project of union upon the mind of the king, while the petition of Congress to him was pending. Among other important committees upon which Franklin served when a member of the First Continental Congress was one to investigate the sources of saltpeter, another to treat with the Indians, another to look after the engraving and printing of the continental paper money, another to consider Lord North's conciliatory resolution, another on salt and lead, and still another to report a plan for regulating and protecting the commerce of the colonies. At the next session of the Congress he was equally active. Among the things in which we find him engaged at this session are the arrangement of a system of posts and expresses for the rapid transmission of dispatches, the establishment of a line of packets between America and Europe, an effort to promote the circulation of the continental money, and the preparation of instructions for the American generals. It was at this session of Congress, too, that Thomas Lynch of South Carolina, Benjamin Harrison of Virginia, and himself were appointed the committee to visit Washington's camp before Boston. Their journey to Boston consumed 13 days, and the conference, which followed with the American commander-in-chief and the delegates from the New England colonies, resulted in many judicious conclusions with regard to the organization of the American army and the conduct of the war, and moreover was an additional assurance to Washington and New England that in the military operations before Boston they could count upon the support of all America. It is obvious enough from writings found among the papers of Franklin in his handwriting that months before the Declaration of Independence was signed he was fully ready to renounce all allegiance to Great Britain. When the more conservative members of Congress so far yielded to their fears as to adopt, with the aid of some of the members from New England, a declaration that independence was not their aim, Franklin approved a plan then formed by Samuel Adams of bringing at least all the New England provinces together in a confederacy. "If you succeed," he said to Adams, "I will cast in my lot among you." This was 6 months before the adoption of the Declaration of Independence. Franklin also served with John Jay and Thomas Jefferson upon a committee to interview a mysterious foreigner who had repeatedly expressed a desire to make a confidential communication to Congress. The stranger, who possessed a military bearing and spoke with a French accent, assured the committee that His Most Christian Majesty the King of France had heard with pleasure of the exertions made by the American colonies in defense of their rights and privileges, wished them success, and would, when necessary, manifest in a more open manner his friendly sentiments towards them. But as often as he was asked by the committee for his authority for conveying such flattering assurances, he contented himself with drawing his hand across his throat and saying, "Gentlemen, I shall take care of my head." End of section 15. Section 16 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 2, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 10, Franklin as a Statesman. When the report of this committee was made to Congress, a motion on the strength of it to send envoys to France was defeated, but later a committee composed of Benjamin Harrison, John Dickinson, Thomas Johnson, John Jay, and Franklin was appointed to correspond secretly with friends in Great Britain, Ireland, and other parts of the world. The duties of this committee were mainly discharged by Franklin, who had, as we have seen, contracted many durable friendships abroad with men whose aid might mean much to America. To Charles W. F. Dumas, a native of Switzerland, residing at The Hague, he wrote, asked him to sound secretly the ambassadors of the different powers other than Great Britain, there for the purpose of ascertaining whether any of their courts were inclined to aid the colonies or to form alliances with them, to let the mercantile world know that America was prepared to pay very high prices for arms, gunpowder, and saltpeter, to send to America 2 engineer officers qualified to direct siege operations, construct forts and field works, and command artillery, and to receive and forward all letters that passed between the committee and its friends and agents abroad. A draft for £100 sterling accompanied the letter, together with an assurance from the committee that Dumas' services would be considered and honorably rewarded by Congress. A similar letter was sent to Arthur Lee in London, accompanied by a remittance of £200 as his compensation. By the same ship went a letter from Franklin to Don Gabriel de Bourbon of Spain, in which, after thanking the prince for the copy which he had sent him of the handsome Sallust, printed several years before at the royal press at Madrid, Franklin cleverly leads the attention of the prince on to the consideration of a rising state which seemed likely soon to act a part of some importance on the stage of human affairs, and to furnish materials for a future Sallust. This letter, in which literary sympathy, the hybrid courtesy of a Spanish hidalgo, and political address are mingled with the happiest effect, is a good example of what it meant to America to have such a man as Franklin as her world interpreter. These letters were all entrusted to the care of a special messenger, Thomas Story. Soon after he left America, Monsieur Penet, a merchant of Nantes, sailed for France with a contract from the Committee for furnishing arms, ammunition, and clothing to the American army, and various letters from Franklin to friends of his in France, including his devoted pupil, Dr. Dubourg. Subsequently, before a reply had been received to any of the letters written by Franklin on his behalf, the committee decided to send an agent to Paris duly empowered to treat with the French king. Silas Deane, a Yale graduate and a man who might have left an unblemished reputation as an American patriot behind him, if Arthur Lee had not hounded him out of France and America into England, was selected for this mission. He was selected, Adams is so unkind as to intimate, because he was a congressman who had lost his seat in Congress. For him, Franklin drew up a letter of instruction fixing the character that he was to assume, that of a merchant, when he reached France, mentioning the persons friendly to America with whom he was to establish a familiar intercourse, and prescribing the manner in which he was to approach Monsieur de Vergennes, the French minister, for the purpose of soliciting the friendship and assistance of France. Another important call was made upon the services of Franklin when, with Samuel Chase and Charles Carroll of Carrollton as his colleagues, he was appointed by Congress to visit Canada and to endeavor to rescue our affairs in that country from the lamentable condition of confusion and distress into which they had fallen. Quebec had been assaulted by Montgomery and Arnold, and had repelled the assault, Montgomery being killed and Arnold wounded in the attempt, and the American army was wasting away in the face of the intense cold, hunger, and the smallpox. For the continental paper money the Canadians had come to entertain a supreme contempt, and their attitude towards the Americans, with whom they had so often been at war in their earlier history, was in every respect that of distrust and aversion. With the committee went John Carroll, the brother of Charles Carroll of Carrollton, who had been educated for the priesthood in France and spoke its language with perfect fluency. It was thought at the time that for the commission to take with it to Catholic and French Canada such a companion was a masterly stroke of policy. The powers with which the commission were clothed were of a plenary description: to admit Canada into the union of the colonies when brought over to the American cause by the appeals of the commissioners, and to admit it with a republican form of government, to settle disputes between the civil and military authorities in Canada, and to exercise an extraordinary degree of authority in one form or another with respect to the military forces of America there. They were even to take steps to establish a newspaper in Canada to help along the American propaganda. Of all the episodes in the life of Franklin, this is the one upon which the reader dwells with the least satisfaction. He was entirely too old for the fatigues and hardships of the long April journey of 500 miles from Philadelphia to New York, and up the Hudson and over Lakes George and Champlain, and across the country at the head of Lake Champlain to Montreal. The distance between Philadelphia and New York was covered by the party in 2 days. The journey up the Hudson to Albany was made in a sloop engaged for them by Lord Stirling, and from Albany to the country seat of General Philip Schuyler at Saratoga, 32 miles from Albany, they were conveyed over deep roads in a large country wagon furnished by the general. Here it was that Franklin, debilitated by the exposure and shocks to which his frame had been subjected, began to apprehend that he had undertaken a fatigue which at his time of life might prove too much for him, and sat down to write to some of his friends by way of farewell. After a few days' rest at Saratoga, the party, preceded by General Schuyler, went forward to Lake George. Though it was the middle of April, the lakes of that country were still covered with ice, and the roads with 6 inches of snow. After 2 days and a half of further travel, the southern end of the lake was reached. So encumbered with ice was it that the bateau, equipped with an awning for a cabin, with which General Schuyler had provided the party, took about 36 hours to traverse the 36 miles between the southern extremity of the lake and its northern. Then came the portage over the neck of land between Lake George and Lake Champlain, and the re-embarkation after a delay of 5 days on the waters of the latter lake. The portage was effected by placing the bateau on wheels and yoking it up to a string of oxen. 3 days and a half more brought the party to St. John's, near the head of Lake Champlain. After a strenuous struggle with baffling ice and headwinds, another day's journey in calèche brought them to Montreal, where they were received by Arnold and a concourse of officers and citizens, and saluted with military honors. It is enough to say that the commissioners found American credit in Canada sunk to the lowest point. Even the express sent by them from St. John's to tell Arnold of their arrival at that point was held at a ferry for the ferriage charge, until a friend who was passing changed an American paper dollar for him into silver. Nor would the calèche have come of the commissioners if this friend had not engaged to pay the hire. Military defeat, violated contracts, discredited paper money, and the anticipated coming of a British force overhung like a bank of nimbus cloud the entire horizon of American hopes in Canada. The commissioners could not borrow money either upon the public or upon their own private credit. In a letter to Congress after they had been in Canada a week, they declared that if money could not be had to support the American army in Canada with honor, so as to be respected instead of being hated by the people, it was their firm and unanimous opinion that it would be better to immediately withdraw it. With his usual public spirit, Franklin advanced on the credit of Congress to Arnold and other servants of Congress £353 in gold out of his own pocket, a loan which proved of great service in procuring provisions for the American army at a time of dire necessity. 2 days after the letter of the commissioners to Congress was written, news came to Montreal that a British fleet full of troops had reached Quebec and landed a force which had routed the small American army there. The decision was at once reached that there was nothing for the American forces to do but to retire to St. John's and to prepare to resist at that point the advance of the British. This decision was acted upon at once, and the next morning Franklin, attended by John Carroll, set out on his return to Philadelphia, leaving his fellow commissioners to oversee the retreat to St. John's and the establishment of defensive works at that point. With the assistance of General Schuyler, he and his companion passed safely down the lakes to Albany, and from Albany, after they had again enjoyed the general's hospitality, they were conveyed by his chariot to New York. Here Franklin wrote to his fellow commissioners that he grew daily more feeble, and thought that he could hardly have got along so far but for Mr. Carroll's friendly assistance and tender care of him. Some symptoms of the gout, he further said, had appeared, which made him believe that his indisposition had been a smothered fit of that disorder which his constitution wanted strength to form completely. But with the reappearance of his old malady came back the wit, which indeed seems to have languished but little at any time under the rigors of his arduous mission. After congratulating Samuel Chase and Charles Carroll upon the recent capture of a British prize loaded with 75 tons of gunpowder and 1,000 carbines with bayonets, he further wrote, "The German auxiliaries are certainly coming. It is our business to prevent their returning." In the early part of June, Franklin was again in Philadelphia after an absence of about 10 weeks. A little later, the Declaration of Independence was reported to Congress by the committee, consisting of Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Robert R. Livingston, Roger Sherman, and himself, which had been elected by Congress to draft it, and after a debate, during which John Adams won only less reputation in defending than Jefferson in writing it, was adopted and given to the world, whose political opinions it was to influence so profoundly. Owing to a serious attack of the gout, Franklin had no hand in its preparation beyond suggesting a few verbal alterations. His part, however, in the adoption of the Articles of Confederation was more active. To the plan of allowing the 13 states to vote on all questions by states, and of giving to each state, without reference to population or wealth, a single vote, he was strongly opposed, so much so that he even thought at one time of counseling Pennsylvania not to enter into the Union if the plan was adopted. He hotly declared that a confederation upon such iniquitous terms would not last long, but we know from what Jefferson tells us that he also had his humorous fling at it. At the time of the union of England and Scotland, he said, the Duke of Argyle was most violently opposed to that measure, and among other things predicted that as the whale had swallowed Jonah, so Scotland would be swallowed by England. However, added Franklin, when Lord Bute came into the government, he soon brought into its administration so many of his countrymen that it was found in event that Jonah had swallowed the whale. About the same time, Franklin, Jefferson, and John Adams were appointed a committee by Congress to hit upon a device for the seal of the Confederacy. No more congenial task could possibly have been set for Franklin, whose ingenuity always revelled in conceits of this kind. A device based upon the drowning of Pharaoh, and accompanied by the motto, "Rebellion to tyrants is obedience to God," was suggested by him, and was made by the committee, together with the eye of Providence in a radiant triangle, the motto E pluribus unum, and other elaborate features, a part of its recommendation. As soon as Franklin was safely out of the country in France, Congress, perhaps not forgetting his story of John Thompson, the hatter, rejected as too redundant the entire complicated design, except the E pluribus unum and the eye of Providence. In the summer of 1776, Franklin also endeavored to carry out in another form his idea of preventing the Hessians from returning to their own country by assisting in distributing among them tobacco wrapped in copies of an address offering in the name of Congress a tract of land to every soldier who should desert the British service. Congress could not see why, if these hirelings were to be sold, they should not do the selling themselves instead of their princes. It was in the summer of 1776, too, that Franklin, John Adams, and Edward Rutledge of South Carolina were elected a committee by Congress to call upon Lord Howe at Staten Island for the purpose of ascertaining whether he had any authority to negotiate a treaty of peace, and if so, of learning what that authority was, and of receiving such propositions as he should think fit to make. Lord Howe was at the time the admiral of the King's naval forces in America, and joint commissioner with his brother General William Howe to grant pardons to such of the American rebels as should be ready to renew their allegiance to the King. On his arrival in July 1776 at Sandy Hook, he had taken steps to distribute throughout the colonies a declaration explaining the nature of the commission committed to his brother and himself. At the same time he had written a letter to Franklin indicating his earnest desire to be instrumental in restoring peace between England and America. The same carrier delivered a copy of the declaration to Congress and the letter to Franklin. Both the declaration and the letter were given rude rebuffs. Congress ordered the declaration to be inserted in the newspapers so that, as it said, the few who still remained, suspended by a hope founded either in the justice or moderation of their late king, might now at length be convinced that the valor alone of their country was to save its liberties. Franklin, after obtaining the permission of Congress, sent a reply to Lord Howe's letter by the hand of Colonel Palfrey of the American Army. It is one of the best letters that he ever wrote, and told Lord Howe such blunt truths, and gave him such candid advice, that after reading it with surprise repeatedly flitting over his face, Lord Howe remarked to Colonel Palfrey, with a gentleness as honorable to his amiable character as to that of Franklin, that his old friend had expressed himself very warmly. Then subsequently had followed the disaster on Long Island and the arrival of General Sullivan on parole at Philadelphia with a verbal message from Lord Howe to Congress stating that he would like to confer with some of its members as private individuals, though he could not yet treat with Congress itself. The result was the appointment of the committee to call upon him at Staten Island. The conference between the committee and Lord Howe took place at a house on that island and came to nothing. The committee had no authority to do anything except to receive proposals from Lord Howe, who really had no seasonable proposition to make, and Lord Howe had no authority to do anything except to grant pardons to persons who were not conscious of having committed any offense. When he stated in polite terms that he could not confer with the members of the committee as a committee of Congress, but only as gentlemen of great ability and influence in the colonies, Adams declared in his emphatic way that he was willing to consider himself for a few moments in any character which would be agreeable to his lordship except that of a British subject. Mr. Adams gravely observed, Lord Howe is a decided character. All three of the commissioners, one by one, made it clear to Lord Howe that the colonies were irrevocably committed to independence. There was therefore nothing for him to do except to say in the end, "I'm sorry, gentlemen, that you have had the trouble of coming so far to so little purpose." Minutes of this interesting conference were jotted down by Henry Strachey, Lord Howe's secretary, and he has recorded two highly characteristic utterances of Franklin on the occasion. Such, Lord Howe declared, were his feelings towards America on account of the honor conferred upon his family by its recognition of the services rendered to it by his eldest brother, Viscount Howe, that if America should fall he would feel and lament it like the loss of a brother. Franklin's answer to this generous outburst is thus recorded by Strachey. Dr. Franklin, with an easy air, a collected countenance, a bow, a smile, and all that naivete which sometimes appeared in his conversation and often in his writings. My lord, we will use our utmost endeavors to save your lordship that mortification. Later, when Lord Howe assured Franklin that it was the commerce, the strength, the men of America rather than her money that Great Britain wanted, Franklin, ever alive to the military advantage possessed by the colonies and the amazing capacity for reproduction of their people, replied, "Ay, my lord, we have in America a pretty considerable manufactory of men." Strachey supposed that he meant to convey by this remark the impression that the American army was a large one, but Lord Howe knew Franklin's turn of mind better, and penciled on the margin of Strachey's manuscript, "No, their increasing population." Lord Howe seems to have borne himself on this occasion in every respect like a gallant gentleman. When the three members of Congress reached the shore opposite to Staten Island, after the journey from Philadelphia which Adams had made on horseback, and Franklin and Rutledge in chairs, they found a barge from them, awaiting them with an officer in it as a hostage for their safe return from the island. Adams suggested that the hostage should be dispensed with, and his colleagues, he tells us in his grandiose way, exulted in the proposition and agreed to it instantly. The fact was communicated to the officer, who bowed his assent and re-embarked with the Americans. When Lord Howe saw the barge approaching the beach of the island, he walked down to meet it, and the Hessian regiment which attended him was drawn up in two lines facing each other. Upon seeing that the officer whom he had sent over to the Jersey shore had returned, Lord Howe exclaimed, "Gentlemen, you make me a very high compliment, and you may depend upon it, I will consider it as the most sacred of things." When the party landed, he shook hands very cordially with Franklin, and after being introduced to Adams and Rutledge, conducted the three between the two files of Hessians to the house where the conference was to take place, all four chatting pleasantly together as they walked along. Adams, who was far too intense an American not to hate savagely a Hessian, fresh from the cattle pen of his prince, described these soldiers as looking fierce as 10 furies, and making all the grimaces and gestures and motions of their muskets with bayonets fixed, which I suppose military etiquette requires, but which we neither understood nor regarded. The house which was to be the scene of the conference was dilapidated and dirty from military use, but the apartment into which the Americans were ushered had been hung with moss and branches by Lord Howe with such refinement of taste that Adams subsequently pronounced it not only wholesome but romantically elegant. After reaching it, the whole party, including the colonel of the Hessian regiment, sat down to a collation of good claret, good bread, cold ham, tongues, and mutton. When the repast was over, the colonel withdrew, the table was cleared, and the fruitless conference began. Nor was the activity of Franklin after his return from England limited to his duties as a member of Congress. If he fell asleep at times when questions were under discussion by that body, it might well have been because he had no other time to sleep. Shortly after his return, he was elected chairman of the Pennsylvania Committee of Safety, which was charged with the duty of arming and defending the province, and of issuing bills of credit to defray the expense. In this office he proved quite as fertile in expedients as he had done at the time of the association years before. In the course of a year the Delaware was effectively protected by forts and batteries, and by a marine chevaux de frise planned by Franklin himself, so much so that when a British fleet attempted several years later to ascend the river, its progress was blocked for 2 months. Other features of the defensive plans adopted by the committee were row galleys, fully armed and manned, of which Josiah Quincy spoke in a letter to Washington as Dr. Franklin's row galleys. In the morning at 6, Franklin wrote to Priestley, "I am at the Committee of Safety appointed by the Assembly to put the province in a state of defense, which committee holds till near 9, when I am at the Congress, and that sits till after 4 in the afternoon. Both these bodies proceed with the greatest unanimity, and their meetings are well attended. It will scarce be credited in Britain that men can be as diligent with us from zeal for the public good as with you for thousands per annum. Such is the difference between uncorrupted new states and corrupted old ones." To the period when the Committee of Safety was holding its sessions belongs a story which William Temple Franklin tells of his grandfather. Some of the more intolerant Pennsylvanians asked the committee to call upon the Episcopal clergy to refrain from prayers for the king. "The measure," said Franklin, who always preserved his sense of proportion, "is quite unnecessary, for the Episcopal clergy, to my certain knowledge, have been constantly praying these 20 years that God would give to the king and his council wisdom." And we all know that not the least notice has ever been taken of that prayer. While a member of Congress and the Committee of Safety, Franklin was also elected a member of the Pennsylvania Assembly. But as the members of that body were still required before taking their seats to pledge their allegiance to the king, he was unwilling to actually take his seat. The Assembly was under the dominion of John Dickinson, the leader of the proprietary party, and was very reluctant to break finally with the Crown. Nevertheless, it re-elected Franklin to Congress, though he alone of the 9 delegates elected from Pennsylvania to that body was unhesitatingly in favor of independence. This position of isolation he was not condemned to occupy long. At a subsequent election, the party in Pennsylvania, which shared Franklin's views, obtained the upper hand, followed the lead of Congress in repudiating all authority derived from the king, and declared the proprietary government dissolved. For a time there was no government of any kind in Pennsylvania for even the most elementary needs of society. The result, however, was an impressive illustration of the fact that all government is by no means on paper, for at a later period of his life Franklin told Sir Samuel Romilly that while this anarchical condition lasted, order was perfectly preserved in every part of Pennsylvania, and that no man who should have attempted to take advantage of the situation for the purpose of evading the payment of a debt could have endured the contempt with which he would have been visited. The first step towards the restoration of civil government was taken by the Committee of Safety. It advised the people of Pennsylvania to elect delegates to a conference. They responded by doing so, and the delegates met at Philadelphia, sat 5 days, renounced allegiance to the king, took an oath of obedience to Congress, and issued a call to the people to elect delegates to meet in convention and to form a constitution. At the election which ensued, Franklin was one of the 8 delegates elected from Philadelphia, and when the convention met, he was unanimously chosen its president. On account of his duties as a member of Congress, his attendance upon the sessions of the convention was irregular, but it was regular enough to exert a marked influence over the proceedings of the body. In one respect, that is, in the adoption of a singular legislative chamber, the Constitution framed by the convention bore the unmistakable impress of his peculiar political ideas. A few weeks after the Declaration of Independence was adopted, Franklin received a long letter from Dubourg, addressed to "My dear master," which justified at least the inference that Vergennes leaned towards the cause of the colonies. Encouraged by this letter, Congress elected 3 envoys to represent America in France: Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, and Silas Deane. Deane was already in France. Jefferson was compelled by the ill health of his wife to decline, and Arthur Lee, then in London, was elected in his stead. After a voyage of 30 days in the Reprisal, commanded by Captain Wicks, a small war vessel in the service of Congress, Franklin reached Quiberon Bay. Thence he proceeded by land to Nantes, and from Nantes to Paris. After his arrival at Paris, he lodged at the Hôtel d'Hambourg in the Rue de l'Université until he found a home in the house at Passy, placed at his disposal by M. Donatien, Larrey du Charmont. For a time he courted retirement, but as France was drawn more and more closely into concert with the American rebels, his activity became more and more open until the surrender of Burgoyne at Saratoga induced that country to abandon the policy of connivance and secret assistance which it had pursued behind the screen supplied by the commercial adventures of Caron de Beaumarchais even before Franklin landed in Europe, and to enter into the Treaty of Alliance with the United States, which made Adams, Lee, and himself our fully acknowledged representatives at the French court. The circumstances under which the news of Burgoyne's capitulation was communicated to Franklin and his colleagues constitute one of the most thrilling moments in history. The messenger who conveyed it was Jonathan Loring Austin, a young New Englander and the secretary of the Massachusetts Board of War, and he was sent in a swift vessel for the very purpose by the state of Massachusetts. Whatever in thy wise providence thou seest best to do with the young man, we beseech thee most fervently at all events to preserve the packet, is the tactless petition that Dr. Cooper is said to have addressed to heaven on the Sunday before Austin sailed. The rumor of his coming preceded his arrival at Passy, and when his chaise was heard in the court of the Hôtel de Chaumont, Dean Arthur and William Lee, Ralph Izard, Dr. Bancroft, Beaumarchais, and Franklin went out to meet him. "Sir," said Franklin, "is Philadelphia taken?" "Yes, sir," replied Austin. At this Franklin clasped his hands and turned as if to go back into the house. "But, sir," said Austin, "I have greater news than that. General Burgoyne and his whole army are prisoners of war." The night of American adversity was now for the first time lit up by a real augury of dawn, and the treaties of amity and commerce and alliance between France and the United States in the existing state of French feeling followed almost as a matter of course. When weak from his long voyage, Franklin started out on the journey from the sea shore to Paris, which led him at one point through the forest haunts of a bloodthirsty gang of robbers. He was 70 years of age, yet he could truly declare some 10 years later to George Whately, "Had I gone at 70, it would have cut off 12 of the most active years of my life, employed too in matters of the greatest importance." These were indeed years of precious service to his country, and of a fame for himself as resplendent as any in modern history which lacks the luster of military glory. What Washington was to America in the field, Franklin was to her in the foreign relations, upon which it may well be doubted whether the success of her arms did not at times depend. To obtain material aid in the form of money and munitions of war, soldiers and fleets from the one powerful country in Europe which manifested a disposition to side actively with America, was the cardinal object of American policy after the outbreak of the Revolution, and rarely has any man ever been more richly qualified for the accomplishment of any object than was Franklin for the accomplishment of this. In the first place, his liberal and sympathetic nature, with its unrivaled capacity for assimilating foreign usages and habits of thought and feeling, slid without the slightest friction into every recess of his French environment. This was a fact of supreme importance in the case of a people so distinctive in point of race and temperament, and so irredeemably wedded to their own national prepossessions and prejudices as the French. Doubtless Franklin was too wise a man not to have courted French favor in a social sense to some extent as a matter of political policy. Then, too, there is every reason to know that he was sincerely grateful to France for the benefits which she showered upon his country and himself. But it was mainly the spell of La Belle France herself, with her cordial appeal to his delight in existence, which finally produced the state of mutual affection that enabled him to say with truth that he loved the French and that they loved him. What this meant to our cause we can easily divine when we remember how wholly some of the colleagues of Franklin failed to recommend themselves to the goodwill of the people, whose goodwill it was of the utmost concern to America that they should conciliate or to abstain from untimely dissensions. The exact reverse of what Franklin said of himself might be said of them. They disliked the French people, and the French people disliked them. More than once it required all the management of Franklin to placate feelings that had aroused in Vergennes the French minister by lack of tact or good judgment. On one occasion, after being lectured by Adams on the subject of the American paper money held by citizens of France, Vergennes wrote to Franklin that nothing could be less analogous than the language of Adams to the alliance subsisting between His Majesty and the United States. In the same letter he asked Franklin to lay the whole correspondence between Adams and himself before Congress, adding that His Majesty flattered himself that that assembly, inspired with principles different from those which Mr. Adams had discovered, would convince His Majesty that they knew how to prize those marks of favor which the King had constantly shown to the United States. No choice was left to Franklin except to comply with the request, and to do what he could to satisfy Vergennes that the sentiments of Congress and of Americans generally were very different from those of Adams. But unfortunately, before the correspondence between Adams and Vergennes could reach Congress, Adams had again, by his officious conduct in another particular, elicited a sharp rebuke from Vergennes. This correspondence to Vergennes requested Franklin to lay before Congress, which Franklin did with comments not more severe than the occasion called for, but which the pride of Adams, already deeply infected with the jealousy of Franklin, which he shared with Arthur Lee so far as his manlier and wholesomer nature allowed, never fully forgave. He, Vergennes, said of Adams in a letter to La Luzerne, possesses a rigidity, a pedantry, an arrogance, and a vanity which render him unfit to treat political questions. After peace was restored between Great Britain and the United States, the strictures of Adams upon Vergennes and France became so imprudent and outspoken that Franklin wrote to Robert Morris, "I hope the ravings of a certain mischievous madman here against France and his ministers, which I hear of every day, will not be regarded in America so as to diminish in the least the happy union that has hitherto subsisted between the two nations, and which is indeed the solid foundation of our present importance in Europe." 4 months later, Franklin, to use his own words, hazarded a mortal enmity by making this communication to Robert R. Livingston. I ought not, however, to conceal from you that one of my colleagues is of a very different opinion from me in these matters. He thinks the French minister one of the greatest enemies of our country, that he would have straitened our boundaries to prevent the growth of our people, contracted our fishery to obstruct the increase of our seamen, and detained the royalists among us to keep us divided, that he privately opposes all our negotiations with foreign courts, and afforded us during the war the assistance we received only to keep it alive, that we might be so much the more weakened by it, that to think of gratitude to France is the greatest of follies, that to be influenced by it would ruin us. He makes no secret of his having these opinions, expressed them publicly, sometimes in presence of English ministers, and speaks of hundreds of instances which he could produce in proof of them. All this Franklin believed to be as imaginary as I know his fancies to be, that Count de V and myself are continually plotting against him and employing the news writers of Europe to depreciate his character, etc. But as Shakespeare says, trifles light as air, etc. I'm persuaded, however, that he means well for his country, is always an honest man, often a wise one, but sometimes and in some things absolutely out of his senses. A clever and just flash of characterization, but for the usual inability of Franklin to refer abnormal conduct to anything short of dementia. In the latter part of the same year, Franklin again had occasion to write to Robert Morris. My apprehension that the union between France and our states might be diminished by accounts from hence was occasioned by the extravagant and violent language held here by a public person in public company, which had that tendency, and it was natural for me to think his letters might hold the same language in which I was right, for I have since had letters from Boston informing me of it. Luckily here, and I hope there, it is imputed to the true cause, a disorder in the brain, which, though not constant, has its fits too frequent. Apart from more general consideration, as Franklin was at the very time that Adams was holding this kind of discourse, soliciting more money from Vergennes for the United States, it was natural enough that he should fear the tendency of such ungrateful and provoking language to chill the liberality of the French minister. It is agreeable, however, to recollect that in the succeeding year the able, upright, and patriotic statesman, who had to such conspicuous degree the defects of his virtues, was so far restored to reason, that Franklin could write to William Temple Franklin that he had walked to Auteuil on Saturday to dine with Mr. A., etc., with whom he went on comfortably. As to how far Arthur Lee succeeded in ingratiating himself with Vergennes, the correspondence of that minister with the French minister in America enables us to judge without difficulty. In one letter he wrote that he had too good an opinion of the intelligence and wisdom of the members of Congress and of all true patriots to suppose that they would allow themselves to be led astray by the representations of a man, Lee, whose character they ought to know. As to Dr. Franklin, he continued, his conduct leaves nothing for Congress to desire. It is as zealous and patriotic as it is wise and circumspect, and you may affirm with assurance on all occasions where you think proper that the method he pursues is much more efficacious than it would be if he were to assume a tone of importunity in multiplying his demands, and above all in supporting them by menaces to which we should neither give credence nor value, and which would only tend to render him personally disagreeable. The writer might as well have added, as is Arthur Lee. In another letter, Vergennes stated that the 4 millions more that France had decided to grant Dr. Franklin would convince Congress that they had no occasion to employ the false policy of Mr. Izard and Mr. Lee to procure succors. For very different reasons, even Jay, with his admirable character, did not achieve any success in dealing with the French people beyond the kind of success which the French themselves damn with the phrase succès d'estime. The complaint that M. Grand made of him when he was in Spain, that he always appeared very much buttoned up, was hardly less applicable to him when he was transferred to Paris as one of our peace commissioners. Mr. J. diarizes Adams likes Frenchmen as little as Mr. Lee and Mr. Izard did. He says they are not a moral people. They know not what it is. He don't like any Frenchman. The Marquis de Lafayette is clever, but he is a Frenchman. End of section 16. Section 17 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 2, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 11, Franklin as a Statesman. John Laurens, too, when he came over to Paris to solicit money for the American army, beau sabreur as he was, handled the French as awkwardly as the rest. He was indefatigable while he stayed. Franklin wrote to William Carmichael and took true pains, but he brusqued the ministers too much. And I found after he was gone that he had thereby given more offence than I could have imagined. The truth is that until the watchful detachment of Adams and Jay from their foreign environment became of some service to the United States in helping to assure to them the full fruits of their victory in the final shuffle of diplomacy over the Treaty of Peace, Franklin, after the return of Silas Deane to America, was the only one of our diplomatic representatives who can be said to have earned his salt in France. The rest, so far from promoting the objects of the French mission, did much to jeopard its success. The United States could well have afforded to keep them all at home and to pay them double the amount of the salaries which were wasted upon them abroad. They either could not rise above the limitations and prejudices of foreigners in dealing with the people peculiarly tenacious of their own national views and characteristics, or were too lacking in diplomatic instinct and savoir-faire to hold their own grating idiosyncrasies of temper and disposition in check when it was of the highest importance to their country that they should do so. Or they were so restive under the preeminence of Franklin as to be unable to control the envy and ill feeling which harassed his peace and tended to discredit the cause in which they were engaged. Congress did not do many wise things in regard to our interests in France during the Revolution, but undoubtedly it did one when it finally brought the discord of its envoys in that country to an end by declining to accept the resignation of Franklin and appointing him the sole ambassador of the United States at Paris. Under no circumstances does his success in obtaining succor for America from France stand out so clearly as when contrasted with the futile missions of Arthur Lee, William Lee, Ralph Izard, Francis Dana, and John Jay to other courts than that of France. So far from obtaining any material aid for the United States from the countries to which they were accredited and should never have been sent, they had to fall back upon Franklin himself for their own subsistence, though it is only fair to them to say that some of them were allowed by these countries too little freedom of approach to make an impression of any kind upon them, good or otherwise. For the bad feeling entertained by Adams, Lee, and Izard towards Franklin, there is no valid reason for holding Franklin responsible. It is plain that he did not lack the inclination to be on friendly terms with Adams, and there is no evidence that he in any way provoked the malice which he suffered at the hands of Arthur Lee, or the passionate animosity which he excited in Ralph Izard. As late as 1780, after the return of Adams to Europe as a peace commissioner, Franklin wrote to William Carmichael that Adams and himself lived on good terms with each other, though the former, he added, had never communicated anything of his business to him, and he had made no inquiries of him. If Franklin did not live on good terms with Arthur Lee, it was because no one, unless it were Adams or Ralph Izard, when drawn to Lee by common jealousy of Franklin, could live on good terms with a man whose character was so hopelessly soured and perverted by suspicion and spleen. It was doubtless with entire truth that Franklin, in a letter to William Carmichael, in which he termed Lee the most malicious enemy that he ever had, declared that there was not the smallest cause for his enmity. It had been inspired in England, as it had been revived in France, simply by the brooding desire of Lee to displace Franklin. In 1771 he made it plain in a letter from England to Samuel Adams that Franklin, in his opinion, was not too good to be the instrument of Lord Hillsborough's treachery in pretending that all designs against the charter of Massachusetts had been laid aside. the possession of a profitable office at will, the having a son in a high post at pleasure, the grand purpose of his residence here being to effect a change in the government of Pennsylvania, for which administration must be cultivated and courted, Lee wrote, are circumstances which, joined with the temporizing conduct he has always held in American affairs, preclude every rational hope that in an open contest between an oppressive administration and a free people, Dr. Franklin can be a faithful advocate for the latter. In another letter he has intimated a suspicion that Dr. Franklin had been bribed to betray his trust. The motive for such communications is made clear enough by still another letter that he sent over to Boston, stating that, while Dr. Franklin frequently assured him that he would sail for Philadelphia in a few weeks, he believed he would not quit them till he was gathered to his fathers. The insidious calumnies that Lee sowed in Massachusetts when he was coveting Franklin's agency for that colony were only too effective for a time in creating, even in the minds of such men as Samuel Adams, John Adams, and Josiah Quincy, an impression unfavorable to Franklin's fidelity to the American cause. How little based on any real misgivings as to the character of the man whose place he craved were the innuendos and accusations of Lee from his statement at the time of the Privy Council outrage that Franklin bore the assaults of Wedderburn with a firmness and equanimity which conscious integrity can inspire. In a letter to Lord Shelburne in 1776, he even spoke of Franklin as our pater patriae. In France, the same sense of having a young man's revenue withered out by tedious expectation led to similar misrepresentations and intrigue. This time the object was to bring about the transfer of Franklin from France, where the jealousy of Lee was incessantly inflamed by his great reputation and influence, to some other post, and the appointment of Lee himself as his successor. If the change had not been such as to foreshadow utter ruin to American interests in France, the letters that Arthur Lee wrote to his brother Richard Henry Lee in the prosecution of these aims would be little less than ludicrous. My idea of adapting characters and places is this, he said in one letter. Dr. F. to Vienna as the first, most respectable and quiet. Mr. Dean to Holland. France remains the center of political activity, and here, therefore, I should choose to be employed. There was but one way, he said in another letter to his brother, of bringing to an end the neglect, dissipation, and private schemes which he saw in every department of the American mission at Paris, and that was the plan he had before suggested of appointing the Doctor Honoré Causa to Vienna, Mr. Dean to Holland, and Mr. Jennings to Madrid, and of leaving him, Lee, at Paris. To Samuel Adams he wrote that he had been at the several courts of Spain, Vienna, and Berlin, and found that of France to be the great wheel that moved them all. He would therefore be much obliged to Adams for remembering that he should prefer being at the court of France. Lee was a man of considerable ability, though his incurable defects of disposition and temper almost wholly deprived him of the profitable use of it, and he was from first to last, when in Europe, loyal to the American cause. But if there ever was a person born under the malignant sign Scorpio, it was he. He was more peevish, cross, and splenetic than dog distract or monkey sick. In the course of his suspicious, jealous, and quarrelsome life, he appears to have inflicted a venomous sting upon almost every human being that ever crossed the path of his inordinate and intriguing ambition. In the monopoly of intelligence and public virtue that he arrogated to himself, he was not unlike the French woman who was credited by Franklin with the assertion that she met with nobody but herself that was always in the right. With a few exceptions, no prominent American in France, when he was in that country, escaped his insidious defamation. Silas Deane was the accomplice of Beaumarchais in his effort to make the United States pay for free gifts of the French king. Franklin was a cunning rogue, ever on the watch to line the pockets of his grandnephew, Jonathan Williams. Indeed, Lee did not scruple to term him the father of corruption. Every day gave him fresh reasons for suspecting William Carmichael. John Paul Jones was merely the captain of a cruising job of Chaumont and Dr. Franklin, and so on with the other contemporaries whose character he did his best to tarnish with the breath of calumny, ever actuated as he was by the sinister backward-spelling disposition which never gives to truth and virtue that which simpleness and merit purchaseth. What both Lee and Adams could not forgive in Franklin was the fact that though there were 3 American envoys at Paris, the French ministry and people would have it that there was only one, le digne Franklin, le plus grand philosophe du siècle, l'honneur de l'Amérique et de l'humanité. The wounded sense of self-importance awakened by this fact assumed in Adams, except in his more extravagant moments, no worse form than that of quickened self-assertion, or the charge that Franklin was grown too inert from years and physical infirmities to conduct the routine business of the mission with the proper degree of order and system, or was too susceptible to social and academic flattery to keep a vigilant eye upon the more selfish side of French policy. But in the case of Lee, lacerated vanity not only led him along finally to the conclusion that Dean and Franklin were both rascals, but early convinced him that all their transactions, even the simplest where he was concerned, were shaped by a desire to slight or affront him, or to deprive him of his just privileges and standing as one of the commissioners. He had hardly been in France a year before his perverse pen was lecturing and scolding Franklin as if he were one of the most arbitrary and inconsiderate of men, instead of one of the most reasonable and considerate. At first Franklin did not reply to such letters, but his failure to reply simply supplied Lee with another excuse for scolding. At last Lee, after taxing him with tardiness in settling the accounts of the commissioners, and with keeping him in the dark about the mission on which Monsieur Girard had been sent to America, expressed the hope that he would not treat this letter from him, as he had many others, with the indignity of not answering it. "It is true," said Franklin, "that I have omitted answering some of your letters, particularly your angry ones, in which you, with very magisterial airs, schooled and documented me as if I had been one of your domestics. I saw in the strongest light the importance of our living in decent civility towards each other, while our great affairs were depending here. I saw your jealous, suspicious, malignant, and quarrelsome temper, which was daily manifesting itself against Mr. Dean and almost every other person you had any concern with. I therefore passed your affronts in silence, did not answer, but burnt your angry letters, and received you when I next saw you with the same civility as if you had never wrote them." These words are taken from a letter in which Franklin replied in detail to all the grievances vented in Lee's letter. On the day before he had written a curter reply, which gives us a good idea of what his anger was at flood tide. "It is true," this reply began, "I've omitted answering some of your letters. I do not like to answer angry letters. I hate disputes. I'm old, cannot have long to live, have much to do, and no time for altercation. If I've often received and borne your magisterial snubbings and rebukes without reply, ascribe it to the right causes, my concern for the honor and success of our mission, which would be hurt by our quarreling, my love of peace, my respect for your good qualities, and my pity of your sick mind, which is forever tormenting itself with its jealousies, suspicions, and fancies that others mean you ill, wrong you, or fail in respect for you. If you do not cure yourself of this temper, it will end in insanity, of which it is the symptomatic forerunner, as I have seen in several instances. God preserve you from so terrible an evil, and for his sake pray suffer me to live in quiet." The petition was not heeded, cut off by his impracticable temper and the disesteem of the French ministry from any participation in the more important transactions of the mission. The industrious malice of Lee found employment in accusations of peculation against the other agents of the United States in France, and in petty refinements over proper methods of keeping the accounts and papers of the commissioners. Everything that he touched threw out thorns and exuded acrid juices. Franklin might well have said of him what he said of his brother William Lee, that he was not only a disputatious but a very artful man. He pursued Dean with such plausible misrepresentations when the latter sought justice at the hands of Congress that the unhappy man was finally hurried to use Franklin's phrase into joining his friend Arnold. How he harried Jonathan Williams we have already seen. So well understood was his litigious, malevolent temper that when the state of Virginia desired to purchase arms and military stores in France, several merchants refused to have any dealings with him, and one firm dealt with him only to be involved in the usual web of fine-spun suspicion and controversy. "I hope, however," wrote Franklin to Patrick Henry, at the time governor of Virginia, who had solicited Franklin's assistance in the matter, "that you will at length be provided with what you want, which I think you might have been long since if the affair had not been in hands which men of honor and candor here are generally averse to dealing with, as not caring to hazard quarrels and abuses in the settlement of their accounts." He dared not meddle, he said, with the dispute in which Lee was engaged, being charged by the Congress to endeavor at maintaining a good understanding with their other servants, which was indeed a hard task with some of them, he declared. As his acquaintance with Lee and his brother William Lee extended, Franklin became more and more wary in dealing with them. This was illustrated in his attitude towards the papers of Thomas Morris, the brother of Robert Morris and the commercial agent of the United States at Nantes. When this gentleman, who, according to one of his contemporaries, turned out the greatest drunkard the world ever produced, had duly paid the forfeit of his bibulous life, William Lee, with the aid of an order from the French ministry, secured possession of all his papers, public and private, and when, on the eve of setting out for Germany, placed the trunk containing them sealed in the custody of Franklin. The key, Franklin told him, he would rather have in the keeping of Arthur Lee. A correspondence followed between Franklin and John Ross, who had obtained an order from Congress for the delivery of the trunk to him. If it had been Pandora's box, Franklin could not have undertaken the delivery of the papers in a more gingerly manner. "I'm glad," he wrote to Ross, "an order is come for delivering them to you, but as the dispute about them may hereafter be continued, and papers suspected to be embezzled by somebody, and as I have signed a terrible long receipt for the trunk, of which I have no copy, and only remember that it appeared to be constructed with all the circumspection of the writer's motto, non incautus futuri, and that it filled a half sheet so full there was scarce room for the names of the 4 evidences he required to witness it. I beg you will not expect me to send it to you at Nantes, but appoint who you please to receive it for you here. For I think I must deliver it before witnesses, who may certify the state of the seals, nothing being more likely than that seals on a trunk may rub off in the carriage on so long a journey, and then I should be exposed to the artful suggestions of some who do not love me, and whom I conceive to be of very malignant dispositions." Afterwards, when Arthur Lee informed Franklin that unless he was furnished with money by him, he would have to give up the thought of proceeding to Spain, Franklin replied dryly, "As I cannot furnish the expense, and there is not, in my opinion, any likelihood at present of your being received at that court, I think your resolution of returning forthwith to America is both wise and honest." And even when he supposed that he was finally rid of the gadfly, which had annoyed him so long, and that Lee was off for America with his poisoned inkwell and busy pen, Franklin took pains that he should not have everything his own way, though 1,000 leagues distant. "There are some Americans returning hence," he wrote to Samuel Cooper, "with whom our people should be upon their guard, as carrying with them a spirit of enmity to this country. Not being liked here themselves, they dislike the people for the same reason. Indeed, they ought to dislike all that know them." 3 days later he wrote to Joseph Reed of Pennsylvania a letter in which, after denying a false statement made about the writer by Lee, he said, "He proposes, I understand, to settle in your government. I caution you to beware of him, for in sowing suspicious and jealousies and creating misunderstandings and quarrels among friends in malice, subtlety, and indefatigable industry, he has, I think, no equal." A few days later he wrote to William Carmichael, "Messieurs Lee and Izard are gone to Lorient in order to embark in the alliance together, but they did not travel together from hence. No soul regrets their departure. They separately came to take leave of me, very respectfully offering their services to carry any dispatches, etc." But gone the gadfly was not yet. After Lee reached Lorient, the officers and men of the alliance refused to weigh anchor until certain claims of theirs to wages and prize money were complied with, and while John Paul Jones, their captain, was away at Paris, engaged in an effort to hasten the payment of the prize money, Captain Peter Lundaeus, acting under the advice of Arthur Lee and Commodore Gillan, took possession of the ship and sailed off for America. As soon as the news of the mutiny came to Franklin, he suspected that Arthur Lee was at the bottom of it. "I have no doubt," he wrote to Samuel Wharton in regard to Landaeus, "that your suspicion of his adviser is well founded. That genius must either find or make a quarrel wherever he is. The only excuse for him that his conduct will admit of is his being at times out of his senses. This I always allow, and am persuaded that if some of the many enemies he provokes do not kill him sooner, he will die in a madhouse." The sequel of this high-handed proceeding afforded Franklin another opportunity to question Lee's mental soundness. The alliance was not long out before Landaeus exhibited such flightiness that its passengers deposed him and placed the ship in command of its first lieutenant. Commenting on the incident, Franklin wrote to Samuel Cooper, "Dr. Lee's accusation of Captain Landaeus for insanity was probably well founded, as in my opinion would have been the same accusation, for it had been brought by Landaeus against Lee, for though neither of them are permanently mad, they are both so at times, and the insanity of the latter is the most mischievous." How truly high-handed the rape of the alliance was will be realized when the reader is told that at the time Landaeus had been deprived of the captaincy of the alliance upon the charge of gross misconduct in the glorious engagement between the Serapis and the Bon Homme Richard, and was looking forward to a court-martial in America upon specifications involving a capital offence, that he had abandoned the ship, and that Jones, who had won imperishable honour and renown in the conflict between the Serapis and the Bon Homme Richard, had been placed in command of her by Franklin, and had been in command of her for 8 months, and that Franklin had in a letter to Landaeus sternly refused to restore her to him. Of William Lee, Franklin had, as we have just seen, very much the same opinion that he had of Arthur Lee. When he talked to Franklin of nominating Jonathan Williams, his grandnephew, and Mr. Lord in the place of Thomas Morris, and himself as the commercial agents of the United States at Nantes, Franklin wrote to Williams, "I question whether there be flesh enough upon the bone for two to pick. I doubt its being worth your while to accept of it. I did not thank him for mentioning you, because I do not wish to be much obliged to him, and less to be a little obliged." Not long after this, Franklin had less cause to think well of William Lee than ever, upon representations being made by Ralph Izard and him to the three commissioners, Arthur Lee, Deane, and Franklin, that though they had been appointed ministers to the courts of Berlin, Vienna, and Florence by Congress, no provision for their expenses had reached them. The three commissioners asked what sums they would require. William Lee replied that he could not exactly compute in advance what he would need, but that if he was empowered to draw upon the banker of the commissioners, he would certainly only draw from time to time for such sums as were absolutely necessary, and that it was therefore a matter of little importance at what amount the credit was fixed. It would, however, look handsome and confidential, he said, if the sum were 2,000 louis. Thereupon Franklin tells us the commissioners did frankly but unwarily give the orders. Soon afterwards Deane and Franklin were informed that William Lee and Izard had gone directly to the banker of the commissioners and drawn out the whole amount of the credit, and had deposited it to their own account exclusively. After that, even an order from Congress empowering William Lee and Izard to draw upon the commissioners for their expenses at foreign courts was unavailing to open Franklin's purse strings. Doubtless he wrote with calm irony to the Committee on Foreign Affairs at home. Congress, when it passed its resolution, intended to supply the commissioners with funds for meeting the drafts of William Lee and Izard, and to make things still worse for the disappointed beneficiaries of the resolution, he further said, "I could have no intention to stress them, because I must know it is out of my power, as their private fortunes and credit will enable them at all times to pay for their own expenses." Arthur Lee had taken good care to protect himself against any such afterclaps. In a formal letter to him, refusing to accede to his suggestion that no orders should be drawn upon the banker of the commissioners unless signed by all three of the commissioners, Franklin told him flatly that he did not choose to be obliged to ask Mr. Lee's consent whenever he might have occasion to draw for his subsistence, as that assent could not be expected from any necessity of a reciprocal compliance on Mr. Franklin's part. Mr. Lee, having secured his subsistence by taking into his own disposition 185,000 livres, and his brother by a deception on the commissioners 48,000. Ralph Izard of South Carolina was very closely linked with Arthur Lee in Franklin's mind. Though appointed by Congress commissioner to the court of the Grand Duke of Tuscany at Florence, this court refused to receive him for fear of offending England, and he remained in Paris during the entire period of his appointment. In a letter to James Lovell, Franklin stated that he had made it a constant rule to answer no angry, affronting, or abusive letters, of which he had received many, and long ones, from Mr. Lee and Mr. Izard. The hostility of Izard to Franklin, due in the main to the same causes as Arthur Lee's, was whetted partly by the fact that he was not consulted when the treaty of alliance was entered into between the American commissioners and France, and partly by the fact that Franklin refused to honor some of his pecuniary applications. In a letter from Passy to Francis Hopkinson, Franklin, as we have seen, said that he deserved Izard's enmity because he might have avoided it by paying him a compliment which he neglected. But elsewhere in his correspondence he rests this enmity upon substantially the same grounds as that of Arthur Lee. When Izard assailed him because he had not conferred with him in relation to the Treaty of Alliance, Franklin replied that he would give his letter a full answer when he had the honor of seeing him. But he said, "I must submit to remain some days under the opinion you appear to have formed not only of my poor understanding in the general interests of America, but of my defects in sincerity, politeness, and attention to your instructions." It is doubtful whether a letter in which, in reply to an application for money, he reminded Izard of the latter's own pecuniary independence was ever sent, but part of it is too pointed not to bear quotation. After dwelling upon the many calls upon the funds in the hands of the commissioners, it goes on in these words: "In this situation of our affairs, we hope you will not insist on our giving you a farther credit with our banker, with whom we are daily in danger of having no farther credit ourselves. It is not a year since you received from us the sum of 2,000 guineas, which you thought necessary on account of your being to set out immediately for Florence. You have not incurred the expense of that journey. You are a gentleman of fortune. You did not come to France with any dependence on being maintained here with your family at the expense of the United States in the time of their distress, and without rendering them the equivalent service they expected." Izard seems to have had the kind of temper that heats as readily as iron, but cools off as slowly as a foot-brick wrapped up in flannels. Speaking of the indignity to which Franklin had been subjected in his sight before the Privy Council, he said, "When Dr. Franklin was so unmercifully bespattered by Wedderburn, I sat upon thorns, and had it been me that was so grossly insulted, I should instantly have repelled the attack in defiance of every consequence. It is not unlikely that he would have been as good as his word, so prompt was the second who had borne the challenge from Temple to Whately to give free play to his irascible and imperious nature. But Graydon is our authority for the statement, too, that as long as 4 years after Izard had returned in the alliance from France to the United States, the name of Franklin could not be mentioned in his presence without hurrying him into a state of excitement. Altogether, our readers will agree with us, we are sure, in thinking that few things in our national history are calculated to leave a more painful impression upon the mind than the conduct of some of the men who were supposed to represent the United States abroad, while Franklin, in spite of the jarring discords of which he was the innocent author, was manfully struggling with the responsibilities which belonged in part to others, but never really rested upon any but his own old shoulders, as he termed them. By character and temperament, in some instances, they were conspicuously unfitted for the delicate tasks of diplomacy, and were too raw and rigidly set in their personal and national prejudices, besides ever to succeed in repressing their dislike for the French. There can be no doubt, Jay aside, that they would have quarrelled with each other as rancorously as they did with Franklin, but for the cohesion created by their common jealousy of him. How indefensible their attitude towards him was becomes all the more apparent when we recollect that rarely has any man ever been endowed with a mind of nature better fitted to disarm malice than those of Franklin. It is a hard judgment not to be formed without due allowance for the extent of to which the testimony of history is always suborned by the glamour of a great reputation, but it is nevertheless, we believe, only a just judgment to declare that Franklin spoke the simple truth when he wrote to William Carmichael, "Lee and Izard are open and so far honorable enemies. The Adams, if enemies, are more covered. I never did any of them the least injury, and can conceive no other source of their malice but envy." The excessive respect shown him in France by all ranks of people, he said in the same letter, and the little notice taken of them, was a mortifying circumstance, but it was what he could neither prevent nor remedy. End of section 17. Section 18 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 2, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 12, Franklin as a Statesman. The excessive respect, or justly deserved fame, as the biographer of Franklin might call it, was another thing which contributed to Franklin's brilliant success at the court of France. When he arrived in that country, he was no stranger there. His 2 previous visits to it had made him well acquainted with Turgot, Quesnay, Dupont de Nemours, the elder Mirabeau, Dubourg, and Morellet, and the other members of the group known as the physiocrats, whose speculative passion for agriculture was one of the active intellectual forces of the time. His literary and scientific attainments had likewise won him the favor of other famous Frenchmen. These are facts of no slight importance when we recall the extent to which the currents of French thought on the eve of the French Revolution were fed and directed by men of letters and philosophers. When Franklin found himself in France for the 3rd time, he was a member of the Royal Society at London and the Royal Academy of Sciences at Paris, and had been honored with academic degrees not only by Yale, Harvard, and William and Mary in his own country, but by Oxford in England and St. Andrews in Scotland. An edition of his scientific work had been translated into French by his friend Dubourg, and his Way to Wealth had been translated into the same language and distributed broadcast by bishops and curates among the members of their flocks as incentives to industry and frugality. It was in France, too, that Dalibard had verified the sublime hypothesis of Franklin by drawing down the lightning from the clouds. Moreover, before he left England at the end of his 2nd mission to that country, his activity and prominence in resisting the arbitrary measures of the British ministry had made his political influence and standing thoroughly familiar to the French cabinet, which had for many years kept a close watch upon every movement or event that portended a revolt of the American colonies. Along with these solid claims to the attention and respect of the French people were certain other circumstances that strongly tended to heighten the fame of Franklin. It was the era when the modern press was beginning to assert its newborn power, and the fur cap, one of the badges of the medieval printer, that he wore, was hardly necessary to remind the newspapers of that day, with all their facilities for rouging public reputation by artful and persistent publicity, that Franklin was first of all a printer. It was also the era when the idea of the universal brotherhood of men of all classes and races made an uncommonly strong appeal to democratic and humanitarian impulses. Such an age could readily enough regard a man like Franklin as a true citizen of the world, a veritable friend of man, and a torch-bearer of the new social and political freedom. It was also the era when it was the mode to indulge dreams of primitive beatitude and idyllic simplicity, and around no figure could such dreams more naturally gather than that of the venerable and celebrated man whose thin white hair worn straight, without wig or powder, plain dress and frank direct speech seemed to make him the ideal exemplar of a state of society devoid of monarch, aristocrat, or hierarch. That Franklin, when he came to Paris as the representative of a country which was not only at war with the hereditary enemy of France, but had fearlessly avowed general political sentiments that France herself was eager to avow, should, with his fame, simple manners, and social charm, have excited for a time the surpassing enthusiasm which he did, is not surprising. For what the French ardently admire, they usually festoon with fireworks and crown with flowers. But that this enthusiasm should have continued, so far as we can see, wholly unabated for 9 years, is a surprising thing indeed, when we recollect how inclined the fickle populace of every country is to beat in its hour of inevitable reaction the idol before which it has prostrated itself in its hour of infatuation. While in France, Franklin was not simply the mode, he was the rage. Learned men from every part of Europe thought a visit to Paris quite incomplete if it did not include a call upon him. Even the Emperor Joseph, a king by trade as he once termed himself, intrigued to meet him incognito. Among the many letters that he received from individuals, distinguished or obscure, who sought to flatter him or to draw upon his wisdom or treasured knowledge, was Robespierre, then a young advocate at Arras, who sent him a copy of his argument in defence of the lightning rod before the Council of Artois, and Marat, who, true enough to his future, was investigating the physical laws of heat and flame. In the letter to Franklin, by which the copy of his argument was accompanied, Robespierre spoke of Franklin as a man whose least merit is to be the most illustrious savant of the world. To have a Franklin stove in its fireplace, with a portrait of Franklin on the wall above it, grew to be a common feature of the home of the wealthier householder in Paris. His spectacles, his marten fur cap, his brown coat, his bamboo cane, became objects of general imitation. Canes and snuff-boxes were carried à la Franklin. Portraits, busts, and medallions of him were multiplied without stint. Among the busts were some in Sèvres china, set in blue stones with gold borders, and among the medallions were innumerable ones made of clay dug at Passy. "The clay medallion of me," Franklin wrote to Sarah Batch, "you say you gave to Mr. Hopkinson, was the first of the kind made in France. A variety of others have been made since, of different sizes, some to be set in the lids of snuff-boxes, and some so small as to be worn in rings, and the numbers sold are incredible. These, with the pictures, busts, and prints of which copies upon copies are spread everywhere, have made your father's face as well known as that of the moon, so that he durst not do anything that would oblige him to run away, as his phiz would discover him wherever he should venture to show it." It was computed that some 200 different kinds of representations of his face were turned out to be set in rings, watches, snuff-boxes, bracelets, looking-glasses, and other chattels. One print of him is said to have made the fortune of the engraver. Particularly striking is the testimony of John Adams to the fame of Franklin when in France, which is part of the remarkable letter published by him in the Boston Patriot on May the 11th, 1811, in answer to Franklin's strictures on his conduct in France. His reputation was more universal than that of Leibnitz or Newton, Frederick or Voltaire, and his character more beloved and esteemed than any or all of them. His name was familiar to government and people, to kings, courtiers, nobility, clergy, and philosophers, as well as plebeians, to such a degree that there was scarcely a peasant or a citizen, a valet de chambre, coachman or footman, or a lady's chambermaid, or a scullion in a kitchen, who was not familiar with it, and who did not consider him as a friend to humankind. When they spoke of him, they seemed to think he was to restore the golden age. To the pen of Adams we are also indebted for an account of the first public meeting between Voltaire and Franklin, which also testified with such dramatic éclat to the place occupied by Franklin in the hearts of the French people. This was at the hall of the Academy of Science in Paris. Voltaire and Franklin were both present, and there presently arose a general cry that Monsieur Voltaire and Monsieur Franklin should be introduced to each other. This was done, and they bowed and spoke to each other. This was no satisfaction. There must be something more. Neither of our philosophers seemed to divine what was wished or expected. They, however, took each other by the hand, but this was not enough. The clamor continued until the explanation came out. Il faut s'embrasser à la française. The two aged actors upon this great theatre of philosophy and frivolity then embraced each other by hugging one another in their arms and kissing each other's cheeks, and then the tumult subsided, and the cry immediately spread through the whole kingdom, and I suppose over all Europe, qu'il était charmant de voir embrasser Solon et Sophocle. A few weeks later Voltaire was dead, and in the fall of the same year his apotheosis was celebrated by the Lodge of Nine Sisters, a Freemasons' lodge in Paris. An account of this memorable occasion was subsequently published by the officers of the lodge, Madame Denis, the niece of Voltaire, and the Marchioness of Villette, whom he called his Belle et Bonne, and under whose roof he died, were present. After various addresses and strains of orchestral music, a clap of thunder was heard. Then the sepulchral pyramid disappeared. Great light succeeded the gloom which had prevailed till now. An agreeable symphony sounded in the place of the mournful music, and an immense picture of the apotheosis of Voltaire was disclosed. The picture represented Corneille, Racine, and Molière above Voltaire as he leaves his tomb. Truth and beneficence present him to them. Envy pulls at his shroud in the wish to hold him back, but is driven away by Minerva. Higher up may be seen Fame publishing the triumph of Voltaire. Crowns were then laid upon the heads of La Dixmerie, the orator, Gauget, the painter, and Franklin, who lifted them from their heads and laid them at the feet of Voltaire's image. Madame Campan, in her memoirs, mentions another occasion on which the most beautiful of 300 women was designated to place a crown of laurel on Franklin's head and to kiss him on each cheek. Add to all these evidences of popular admiration and affection the intimate footing maintained by Franklin in so many French homes, and we begin to understand how powerfully his public and social standing helped to swell the resistless tide of sympathy and enthusiasm which poured down all opposition to the French alliance. But far more than to his mere congeniality with the social spirit of the French people, or to his literary and scientific fame, or to his kinship with all the liberal tendencies of the 18th century in America and Europe, was the success of Franklin at the French court, due to those general attributes of mind and character which he brought to every exigency of his private or public life: his good sense, his good feeling, his perfect equipoise, his tact, his reasonableness, his kindly humour. It was these things which, above everything else, enabled him to surmount all the trying difficulties of his situation, and to give to the world the most imposing example of fruitful pecuniary solicitation that it has ever known. The firm hold that he obtained upon the esteem and goodwill of Vergennes, that just and good man, he terms him in one of his letters, was but the merited reward of personal qualities which invite, secure, and retain esteem and goodwill under all human conditions. Vergennes, who held the keys of the French money chest and directed the policies of France, respected, trusted, and liked Franklin, because Franklin, at any rate, duly recognized and acknowledged the generous motives which had in part inspired French intervention in the American contest, because he exhibited a considerate appreciation of the sacrifices which it cost France, still bleeding from her last struggle with Great Britain, to make such large and repeated loans to the United States, and because his tactful and discreet applications for pecuniary assistance for his country were never marked by disgusting importunity or thinly veiled menaces. How true this is we have already seen, and its truth is still further confirmed by the testimony of Franklin's successor Jefferson, who, when asked in Paris whether he replaced Franklin, was in the habit of replying, "No one can replace him, sir. I'm only his successor." After stating the circumstances, including his own association with Franklin at Paris, which had convinced him that the charge of subservience to France made against Franklin had not a shadow of foundation, Jefferson pays this impressive tribute to him. He possessed the confidence of that government in the highest degree, insomuch that it may truly be said that they were more under his influence than he under theirs. The fact is that his temper was so amiable and conciliatory, his conduct so rational, never urging impossibilities or even things unreasonably inconvenient to them, in short, so moderate and attentive to their difficulties as well as our own, that what his enemies called subserviency, I saw was only that reasonable disposition which, sensible that advantages are not at all to be on one side, yielding what is just and liberal, is the more certain of obtaining liberality and justice. Mutual confidence produces, of course, mutual influence, and this was all which subsisted between Dr. Franklin and the government of France. To Jefferson we are also indebted for the statement that when he was in France there appeared to him more respect and veneration attached to the character of Franklin than to that of any other person in the same country, foreign or native. The volume of multifarious tasks performed by Franklin in France was immense. The most valuable service rendered by him to the United States was in obtaining from the French king the pecuniary aids which helped Congress to defray the expenses of the Revolutionary War. It has been truly said that he, and not Robert Morris, was the real financier of the Revolution. Until the triumph of the patriot cause was assured, he was the only one of the American envoys in Europe whose pecuniary solicitations met with any material success. Sometimes even such sums as were obtained by others outside of France were more attributable to his indirect influence than to their own direct efforts. No matter upon whom Congress might recklessly draw drafts, they were certain to come around to the aged negotiator who appeared to be able to secure money from France even when France had no money for herself. He might be told that a loan which he had just procured from Vergennes was positively the last that France could make, and yet when he was compelled by desperation at home to give another reluctant rub to his magic lamp, there always stood the French servitor with his chest of gold. The aggregate amount of the loans and gifts made by France to the United States was on February 21, 1783, little short of 43 millions of francs. It was these loans and gifts, transformed into munitions of war and military supplies, which again and again infused reviving life into the fainting bosom of his country, and enabled her soldiers to turn an undaunted face to her foes. How a man of Franklin's years could have borne up under such frightful anxieties as those imposed upon him by the pecuniary demands of Congress and her other foreign envoys, to say nothing of additional burdens, it is difficult to understand. In the second year after his arrival in France, when drafts began to pour in on him from Congress, he reminded it that the envoys had not undertaken to do more than to honor its bills for interest on certain specified sums, and this reminder was frequently repeated. It might as well have been syllabled to the winds. Though most of the limited cargoes of tobacco and other products remitted by Congress as a basis of credit fell into the hands of the ever-watchful British cruisers, almost every ship brought over bills upon the envoys or large orders for clothing, arms, and ammunition. At one time they had noticed that bills for interest had been drawn on them to the amount of $2.5 million, when they did not have a fifth of that sum on deposit with their banker. In a letter to the Committee on Foreign Affairs in 1779, Franklin, who was really our sole envoy for the purpose of paying such bills, enumerates the great quantities of clothing, arms, ammunition, and naval stores which the envoys had sent over to America, the heavy drafts paid by them that Congress had drawn in favor of officers returning to France, or of other persons, the outlays of the envoys for the benefit of American prisoners, the amounts advanced by them to other agents of the United States, the freight charges paid by them, and the sums expended by them in fitting out Captain Conyngham and the Raleigh, Alfred, Boston, Providence, Alliance, Ranger, and other frigates. And now, he concluded, the drafts of the treasurer of the loans coming very fast upon me, the anxiety I have suffered, and the distress of mind lest I should not be able to pay them, has for a long time been very great indeed. This was but one of the earlier crises in the financial experience which led Franklin to say that his seemed to be the Gibeonite task of drawing water for all the congregation of Israel. The point of the observation becomes still more manifest when the reader is told that drafts were also frequently drawn on Franklin by the European agents of the Committee of Commerce of Congress, and that even the foreign agents of individual states of the Union, finding that no American abroad but he seemed to have any credit, applied to him for assistance in effecting loans for their principals. Indeed, one agent of the United States, a Mr. Bingham, did not scruple, without authority from Congress or any other source, to notify Franklin that the Dean and the General Gates had just arrived at Martinique and were in need of overhauling and provisions, and that he would have to draw upon him for the expense. This was too much even for Franklin's patience, and when Mr. Bingham's bills were returned, protested that gentlemen loudly complained that his credit had been effectually ruined. And as the necessities of Congress became greater and greater, it almost wholly ceased to recognize that there were any limitations upon its right to draw upon Franklin, or that there was even any reason why it should notify him that such drafts were drawn. It simply drew hit or miss. For pursuing this course in regard to him, there was at least the excuse that, no matter how freely it drew upon him, he somehow contrived to preserve the credit of Congress unstained. But Congress had no such excuse for drawing bills in this reckless manner, as it did too often upon John Jay, Henry Lawrence, or John Adams. It is a laughable fact that when some of its bills drawn upon Henry Lawrence reached Europe, the drawee, who had never arrived in Holland, the country to which he was accredited at all, was a prisoner in the Tower. As none of the other envoys upon whom Congress drew had any resource but to beg Franklin to pay the drafts, these drafts might as well have been drawn upon him in the first instance. No wonder that with this accumulation of responsibility upon his shoulders, Franklin should have written to John Jay in Spain in these terms: "But the little success that has attended your late applications for money mortified me exceedingly, and the storm of bills which I found coming upon us both has terrified and vexed me to such a degree that I have been deprived of sleep, and so much indisposed by continual anxiety as to be rendered almost incapable of writing." This very letter, however, bears witness to his remarkable aptitude for dunning without incurring its odious penalties. Overcoming his almost invincible reluctance, he said he had made another application to the French court for more money, and had been told to make himself easy, as he would be assisted with what was necessary. Indeed, so generous was its conduct on this occasion, that when Franklin, in part payment for the loans, proposed that Congress should provision the French army in America with produce demanded from the States, His Majesty declined the proposal, saying that to furnish his army with such a large quantity of provisions as it needed might straiten Congress. "You will not wonder at my loving this good prince," Franklin concluded. Amid all the cruel embarrassments of his situation, however, he never abated one jot of heart or hope, nor for one moment lost sight of the imperial future which he so clearly foresaw for the country that was adding 60,000 children to her numbers annually. In this same letter he let Jay know that in his opinion no amount of present distress should induce the United States to make the concessions to Spain that she was disposed to hold out as the price of her assistance. Poor as we are, his indomitable spirit declared, yet, as I know we shall be rich, I would rather agree with them to buy at a great price the whole of their right on the Mississippi than sell a drop of its waters. A neighbor might as well ask me to sell my street door. Loyal, too, to Congress he remained from first to last. The worst that he was willing to say in the letter to Thomas Rustin of its rash conduct in flooding the world with bills that for all it knew might never be paid was a quiet. That body is, as you suppose, not well skilled in financing. Less than 2 months after his letter to Jay, we find him again appealing to Vergennes for pecuniary aid with which to enable Congress to cooperate with the French forces in America. And a few weeks later, when the vitality of the American cause was at its lowest point, he again takes up on fresh calls from Congress the same tedious refrain. The letter written by him to Vergennes on this occasion is one of his supplicatory masterpieces. He lays before the French minister evidence that the spirit of the United States is unbroken, and that the recent success of the British in Carolina was chiefly due to the lack of the necessary means for furnishing, marching, and paying the expense of troops sufficient to defend that province. He tells him that Lafayette had written that it was impossible to conceive, without seeing it, the distress that the troops had suffered for want of clothing, and that Washington, too, had written to him that the situation of the United States made one of the two things essential to them, a peace or the most vigorous aid of their allies, particularly in the article of money. For the aid so necessary in the present conjuncture, he said, they could rely on France alone and the continuance of the king's goodness towards them. And then he concluded with these affecting but not altogether artless words. I'm grown old. I feel myself much enfeebled by my late long illness, and it is probable I shall not long have any more concern in these affairs. I therefore take this occasion to express my opinion to your Excellency that the present conjuncture is critical, that there is some danger lest the Congress should lose its influence over the people, if it is found unable to procure the aids that are wanted, and that the whole system of the new government in America may thereby be shaken, that if the English are suffered once to recover that country, such an opportunity of effectual separation as the present may not occur again in the course of ages, and that the possession of those fertile and extensive regions and that vast sea coast will afford them so broad a basis for future greatness by the rapid growth of their commerce and breed of seamen and soldiers, as will enable them to become the terror of Europe, and to exercise with impunity that insolence which is so natural to their nation, and which will increase enormously with the increase of their power. Hard upon the heels of this letter came a letter from John Adams, inquiring whether Franklin could furnish funds for paying bills to the amount of 10,000 pounds sterling, which had been drawn by Congress on Adams. Franklin replied by saying that he had not yet received a positive answer to his last appeal for aid to the French king, but that he had, however, two of the Christian graces, faith and hope, though his faith was only that of which the apostle speaks, the evidence of things not seen. In truth, he declared he did not see at that time how so many bills drawn at random on the ministers of Congress in France, Spain, and Holland were to be paid. But all bills drawn upon them by Congress should be accepted at any risk, and he would accordingly do his best, and if those endeavors failed, he was ready to break, run away, or go to prison with Adams, as it should please God. His endeavors were successful, so startlingly successful that Vergennes informed him that His Majesty, to give the States a signal proof of his friendship, had resolved to grant them the sum of 6 millions, not as a loan but as a free gift. But the announcement was accompanied by the significant statement that, as the supplies previously purchased in France by the United States were supposed to be of bad quality, the ministers would themselves take care of the purchase, with part of the gift of such articles as were urgently needed in America, and the balance remaining after these purchases was to be drawn from by General Washington upon Monsieur d'Arvelay, Garde du Trésor Royal. There was no room to dispute on this point. Franklin wrote to Samuel Huntington, every donor having the right of qualifying his gifts with such terms as he thinks proper, but the restrictions upon the gift would seem after all to have been waived. Shortly after the 6 millions was promised, Colonel Lawrence, who was supposed by Washington to be peculiarly competent to state the needs of the American army, arrived in France, and to him Franklin delegated the task of making purchases for Congress with part of the sum. Franklin was already supporting Adams, Dana, Jay, and Carmichael on the proceeds of his persuasive approaches to the French king, and at best the arrival of Lawrence would have meant little except another ministerial mouth to feed. Unfortunately, however, it signified much more to Franklin's peace. Before returning to America with 2 millions and a half of the 6 millions, Lawrence made such free use of the remainder that Franklin, unable to meet bills with which he was threatened, was compelled to write to Adams not to accept any more bills that were expected to be paid by him without notice to him, and to Jay that if the bills drawn upon him some months before could not be paid by him, they would have to go to protest. For Franklin said, it will not be in my power to help you, and I see that nothing will cure the Congress of this madness of drawing upon the pump at Aldgate, but such a proof that its well has a bottom. To make things worse, though Congress continued to draw bills upon Franklin after the gift of the 6 millions, it deprived him of the ability to use that fund by forbidding any portion of it to be used without its order. Franklin, by prompt action, did succeed in intercepting a part of the 6 million which Lawrence had taken to Holland, and which was about to follow him to America. Speaking of this in a letter to William Jackson, who had come over with Lawrence, and was very angry with Franklin for detaining the amount, Franklin wrote, I see that nobody cares how much I am distressed, provided they can carry their own points. I must therefore take what care I can of mine, theirs and mine being equally intended for the service of the public. It would have been well for Jackson if he had let the matter rest there, but he did not, and had the temerity to write to Franklin a saucy letter, to which he replied in these terms: These superior airs you give yourself, young gentlemen, of reproof to me, and reminding me of my duty, do not become you, whose special department and employ in public affairs, of which you are so vain, is but of yesterday, and would never have existed but by my concurrence, and would have ended in disgrace if I had not supported your enormous purchases by accepting your drafts. Discharging me with want of economy is particularly improper in you, when the only instance you know of it is in my having indiscreetly complied with your demand in advancing you 120 louis for the expense of your journey to Paris, and when the only instance I know of your economizing money is your sending me 3 expresses, one after another, on the same day, all the way from Holland to Paris, each with a letter saying the same thing to the same purpose. End of section 18. Section 19 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 2, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 13, Franklin as a Statesman. One of the transactions mentioned in this correspondence is a good illustration of the pecuniary afterclaps, to use Franklin's term, to which Franklin was frequently subjected. He had agreed to pay for goods for the United States to the amount of £15,000. Instead of the purchases amounting to £15,000, they amounted to £50,000, and he persistently refused to pay for them. Jackson then hurried express to him, urged that the goods were bought by order of Colonel Lawrence, that they were on shipboard, and that if Franklin did not pay for them, they would have to be relanded and returned or sold, which would be a disgrace, he insisted, to the United States. In the end, Franklin accepted the bills for the whole amount and applied to the French ministry for the money with which to pay for them. The application was a particularly disagreeable one to him, not only because all the physical calculations of the French government for the year had been completed, but because no part of the purchase price of the goods would be expended in France. At first the grant was absolutely refused, but at length Franklin obtained it and hoped that the difficulty was over. It was not. Afterwards the officers of the ship decided that she was overloaded, and the goods were transferred to two other ships, whose owners required Franklin to either buy the ships or to pay them a freight bill nearly equal to the value of the ships. This whole transaction was bad enough, but William Jackson at least had the grace to notify Franklin that the bills in this instance were about to descend upon him before their descent. This we know from a mildly reproachful letter written by Franklin to John Paul Jones, and Mr. Moylan was not kind enough to do when he drew upon Franklin for nearly 100,000 livres for supplies ordered by Jones for the Ariel. These are but typical instances of the financial complications in which Franklin was involved from time to time while he was drawing water for all the congregation of Israel. Long after their date, bills were still making his life miserable. "This serves chiefly to acquaint you," he wrote on one occasion to John Adams, "that I will endeavor to pay the bills that have been presented to you, drawn on Mr. Lawrence, but you terrify me by acquainting me that there are yet a great number behind. It is hard that I never had any information sent me of the sums drawn, a line of order to pay, nor a syllable of approbation for having paid any of the bills drawn on Mr. Lawrence, Mr. J., or yourself." To John J. about the same time he wrote, "The cursed bills, as you justly term them, do us infinite prejudice." In a letter to John Adams he speaks of the dreaded drafts. At times it looked as if the stream of French bounty was at last exhausted. With the million mentioned, he wrote to John Adams in substantially the same terms as he had written to Robert Morris 2 days before, "I can continue paying to the end of February, and then if I get no more, I must shut up shop." This was in January 1782, when France, in addition to assisting the United States with the fleet and army, had advanced great additional sums to them since the beginning of the preceding year. At this time, for very shame, Franklin could scarcely pluck up courage enough to make another pecuniary application to the French ministry. In giving in a letter to John J. his reasons for not holding out the hope of pecuniary relief to him, he said, "I had wearied this friendly and generous court with often repeated afterclap demands, occasioned by these unadvised as well as ill-advised, and therefore unexpected drafts, and was ashamed to show my face to the minister." In the same letter Franklin also said, "We have been assisted with near 20 millions since the beginning of last year, besides a fleet and army, and yet I am obliged to worry them with my solicitations for more, which makes us appear insatiable." But the most interesting passage in this letter is the following: "You mention my proposing to repay the sum you want in America. I had tried that last year. I drew a bill on Congress for a considerable sum to be advanced me here and paid in provisions for the French troops. My bill was not honored. Worst of all, when bills from Congress still showered upon him, after its promise that no more bills would be drawn on him subsequent to a fixed date, he began to suspect that the drawing was still going on, and that the bills were antedated. To no American was the heedless reliance of Congress upon the generosity of France more mortifying than to him. He repeatedly suggested the obligation of his own country to look more to self-help and less to the aid of her friendly and generous ally. And at times, in his characteristic way, he would demonstrate arithmetically how easy it would be for the United States to support the burden of the war themselves if they would only keep down the spirit of luxury and extravagance at home, and cease to buy so many foreign gewgaws and superfluities and so much tea. In my opinion, the surest way to obtain liberal aid from others is vigorously to help ourselves. He wrote to Robert R. Livingston. It is absurd, he said later in another letter to Robert Morris, their pretending to be lovers of liberty while they, the American people, grudge paying for the defense of it. He was generously prompt always also to ascribe any temporary interruption to the flow of French subsidy to the pressing necessities of France herself. Full, too, always he was of simple-hearted gratitude to France for the princely help that she had given to the American cause. No one knew better than he that this help originated partly in selfish policy and was continued partly because it had been extended too liberally already to be easily discontinued. Those who have begun to assist us, he shrewdly observed to Jay, when counseling him that every first favor obtained from Spain was temps de gagner, are more likely to continue than to decline. Every appeal that he ever made in his life to liberality in any form took the bias of self-interest duly into account. But he was merely true to his settled principle that human character is an amalgam of both unselfish and selfish motives, when realizing that the aid rendered by France to the United States originated partly in the glow of a generous enthusiasm for the cause of human liberty and fraternity. He wrote to Robert R. Livingston on August 12, 1782, a letter in which, after stating that the whole amount of the indebtedness then due by the United States to France amounted to 18 million livres, exclusive of the Holland loan guaranteed by the King of France, he said, in reading it, a statement of the account, "You will discover several fresh marks of the King's goodness towards us, amounting to the value of near 2 millions. These, added to the free gifts before made to us at different times, form an object of at least 12 millions, for which no returns but that of gratitude and friendship are expected. These, I hope, may be everlasting." In a subsequent letter to Vergennes, Franklin referred to the king as our friend and father, but naturally enough deep-seated gratitude found its most impressive utterance when the long and bloody war was at an end, the independence of the United States fully established, and Franklin ready, as he wrote to Robert R. Livingston, to say with old Simeon, "Now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace, for mine eyes have seen thy salvation." "May I beg the favor of you, sir," he wrote to Vergennes, when he was soon to leave France forever, "to express respectfully for me to his Majesty the deep sense I have of all the inestimable benefits his goodness has conferred on my country, a sentiment that it will be the business of the little remainder of life now left me to impress equally on the minds of all my countrymen. My sincere prayers are that God may shower down his blessings on the king, the queen, and their children, and all the royal family to the latest generations." It would be irksome to detail all the loans obtained by Franklin from the French king, and all the terrifying drafts drawn upon him, profuse from first to last as were the bills which he was called upon to pay. He appears to have met them all, with a few exceptions, whether drawn upon Adams, J. Lawrence, or himself. Nor when an extortioner attempted to perpetrate an outrage upon the United States did he fail to oppose him with a wit quite as keen as his, and with a spirit far more resolute. Such a skinflint seems to have been de Neufville, of Amsterdam, who offered on one occasion to borrow money for the United States, provided that their representatives hypothecated to his firm, in the name of the whole Congress of the 13 United States, as security for the loan, all the lands, cities, territories, and possessions of the said 13 states, present or prospective. After mercilessly analyzing in a letter to John Adams the unconscionable covenants by which this tremendous hypothecation was to be accompanied, Franklin ended with these observations: "By this time I fancy your Excellency is satisfied that I was wrong in supposing J. de Neufville as much a Jew as any in Jerusalem," a reference to what he had said in a former letter, since Jacob was not content with any purse cents, but took the whole of his brother Esau's birthright, and his posterity did the same by the Canaanites, and cut their throats into the bargain, which in my conscience I do not think M. J. de Neufville has the least inclination to do by us, while he can get anything by our being alive. The immediate occasion for this letter was the refusal of de Neufville to allow the goods which had bred trouble between Franklin and William Jackson to be delivered to the agents of the United States until a claim for damages that he had preferred against the United States was satisfied. "We have, you observe," Franklin had written in an earlier letter to John Adams, "our hands in the lion's mouth. But if Mr. N. is a lion, I am a bear, and I think I can hug and grip him till he lets go our hands." And he was as good as his word, and let de Neufville know that if we did not deliver the goods, the bills drawn by him on Franklin for the price, though accepted, would not be paid. A few days later, in another letter to Adams with respect to the same matter, Franklin said in regard to a proposal of settlement made by de Neufville: "I think that the less we have to do with that shark the better. His jaws are too strong, his teeth too many, and his appetite immensely voracious." Before the episode was ended, de Neufville was only too glad to dispatch his son to Paris to beseech the bear to relax his hug. There was still another reason why the arrival of bills from America should be feared by Franklin. They were drawn in 3 sets each, and there was constant danger, as the sets came in at different times, of the same bill being paid more than once. In fact, repeated efforts were fraudulently made to palm off duplicates and triplicates as firsts upon Franklin. To shut off frauds, the minutest inspection of the bills as they were presented for payment was indispensable, and for this task Franklin, Congress having wholly ignored his request for a secretary, had no one to help him but Temple and the French clerk at 50 louis a year. The task was rendered especially laborious by the fact that a host of the bills was drawn by Congress in very small amounts for the payment of interest abroad. Far less tedious, of course, but still burdensome enough, was the labor of copying the dispatches that left Franklin's hands. At one time the Atlantic was so alive with British cruisers that a dispatch on its way to Congress from France had almost as little chance of escape as a jettisoned dog in a shark-infested sea. Adams stated one of the letters in 1777 of our envoys in France, by whom we wrote early this summer, was taken on this coast, having sunk his dispatches. We hear that Hammond shared the same fate on your coast. Johnson, by whom we wrote in September, was taken going out of the Channel. And poor Captain Wicks of the Reprisal, who sailed at the same time and had duplicates, we just now hear foundered near Newfoundland, every man perishing but the cook. It was a batch of papers tossed into the ocean and snatched up by a nimble British sailor before they sank, that first apprised the British ministry of the treaty for an alliance hatching between Holland and the United States, and that Great Britain to declare war promptly against Holland. With such perilous conditions to face, Franklin's dispatches were sometimes copied as often as 7 times. Besides the copy retained by him and the copy sent to Congress, other copies were later sent to Congress by the next ships leaving France for the United States. Another most onerous function imposed upon Franklin until the appointment of Thomas Barclay, a merchant, as consul general to France, was that of purchasing supplies for Congress and fitting out ships. Special provision for this function should, of course, have been made by Congress so as to leave him free to give his attention to what he termed his political duties. But it was not until after he had repeatedly begged Congress to relieve him from it that Congress first appointed for that purpose Colonel Palfrey, who was lost at sea on his way over to France, and then Barclay. In the meantime, Franklin had suffered infinite annoyance in the performance of duties for which he had no time, and insisted that he had no knowledge or training. Writing to Jonathan Williams about the dispatch of certain goods to America, he said, "At this distance from the posts, and unacquainted as I am with such affairs, I know not what to advise about getting either that clothing or the small arms and powder at Lorient, or the cloth of Mr. Ross, transported to America, and yet everybody writes to me for orders, or advice, or opinion, or approbation, which is like calling upon a blind man to judge of colors." Writing later to Williams about the same matter when it had assumed a still more vexatious aspect, he peremptorily turned down a project laid before him by Williams, saying with an ebullition of impatience quite unlike the ordinary tenor of his even temper, "I've been too long in hot water, plagued almost to death with the passions, vagaries, and ill humours and madnesses of other people. I must have a little repose." Another office performed by Franklin, though no special commission for the purpose was ever issued to him by Congress, was that of a judge in admiralty. A large quantity of blank commissions for privateers having been sent to him by Congress shortly after his arrival in France, he delivered them to cruisers fitted out in the ports of France, and manned by smugglers who knew every creek and cove on the English coast, which they had so often visited by night, as well, to use a simile employed by one of Franklin's correspondents, as they knew the corners of their beds. The alarm and loss created by these privateers was no mean offset to the destructive efficiency of the British cruisers. One privateer, the Black Prince, took in the course of 3 months more than 30 sail. Such was the apprehension excited by the depredations of American privateers that the sea coasts of England were kept in a constant state of panic, and the premium rate on marine insurance was largely enhanced. As prizes were brought into French harbors, the papers seized in them were examined by Franklin for the purpose of passing upon their legality and their liability of the prizes to sail. It was also under the patronage of Franklin and Deane that the Reprisal, the first American ship to fire a gun or capture a prize in European waters, the Lexington, a sloop of war of 14 guns, fitted out by Congress and commanded by Captain Johnson, the Dolphin, a cutter of 10 guns purchased by our envoys from M. de Chaumont, and the Surprise, a cutter commanded by the doughty Captain Gustavus Coningham, inflicted such injury upon English commerce, including the capture of the Lisbon packet by Captain Wickes, that the French ministry was compelled to heed the remonstrances of Lord Stormont, the English minister, so far as to make a deceitful show, in one form or another, of vindicating the outraged neutrality of France. But when the flimsiest ruses were allowed by the French ministry to circumvent its interdiction of the abuse of its ports by American ships with prizes in tow, and Captain Cunningham and his crew, after passing a few days in luxury in a French prison, found means in some unaccountable manner to escape, just as 2 English men of war were coming over to ask that they be delivered to them as pirates, there was little fear anywhere along the French coast or in the breasts of our envoys that any sternly vigorous embargo was likely to be laid upon the privateering activities of the United States by anything except the naval energy of England itself. At this time Franklin was eager to retaliate the destruction and suffering wantonly inflicted upon some of the defenseless sea-coast towns of America by the British. He therefore advised Congress to put 3 frigates into the very best fighting trim, and to send them loaded with tobacco, as if they were common merchantmen, to Nantes or Bordeaux, but with instructions, when they reached the one or the other port, to make off suddenly for some unsuspecting British port, pounce upon the vessels in its harbor, levy contributions, burn, plunder, and get away before any harm could be done to them by a counterstroke. The burning or plundering of Liverpool or Glasgow, he said, would do us more essential service than 1,000,000 of treasure and much blood spent on the continent. It would raise our reputation to the highest pitch and lessen in the same degree that of the enemy. We are confident it is practicable and with very little danger. In a letter to Lafayette, too, Franklin stated that the coasts of England and Scotland were extremely open and defenceless, and that there were many rich towns in those countries near the sea, which 4,000 or 5,000 men landing unexpectedly might easily surprise and destroy, or exact from them a heavy contribution, taking a part in ready money and hostages for the rest. He even calculated in livres the amounts that might be demanded of Bristol, Bath, Liverpool, Lancaster, and other English towns. But the most eventful thing that Franklin ever did in relation to American activity on the sea was to invite John Paul Jones to take command of a fine frigate that the envoys had ordered from Holland, but had been compelled by the vigilance of Great Britain to turn over to France when but partially built. While at Brest, Jones received a confidential note from Franklin telling him that the king had asked the loan of him to the French navy for a while, and wished him to take command of the frigate. She is at present, he said, the property of the king, but as there is no war yet declared, you will have the commission and flag of the United States, and act under their orders and laws. The frigate, however, was far from being completed, and the thought of a stranger being placed in command of her was highly irritating to French naval officers with a mind to promotion. Chafing under the delay and uncertainty occasioned by these circumstances, Jones, whose remarkable literary facility, despite his lack of education, is at least one illustration of the truth of Dogberry's saying that reading and writing come by nature, wrote impatient appeals to the French minister, Franklin, the members of the royal family, and the king himself. Well, in this humor his eye happened to fall upon a maxim in one of Poor Richard's almanacs: "If you would have your business done, go; if not, send." He heeded the suggestion, proceeded to Versailles, and secured an order for the purchase of the 40-gun ship, which, in honor of his monitor, he called the Bonhomme Richard. What she did, old as she was, with her heroic commander and her medley crew of Americans, Irish, English, Scotch, French, Portuguese, Maltese, and Malay sailors, before she relaxed her dying clutch upon the Serapis, and sank immortalized by a splendid victory to the bottom of the ocean, there is no need for the biography of Franklin to tell. It is enough to say that for Franklin, Jones ever entertained a feeling little short of passionate reverence. The letter which I had the honor to receive from your Excellency today would make a coward brave, was his reply to one of Franklin's wise and humane letters of instruction. This letter is evidence enough that Franklin was not so incensed by the ruthless conduct at times of the British in America as to be lost to the clemency of his own abstract views about the proper limits of warfare. Although he said the English have wantonly burnt many defenseless towns in America, you are not to follow this example unless where a reasonable ransom is refused, in which case your own generous feelings, as well as this instruction, will induce you to give timely notice of your intention, that sick and ancient persons, women, and children may first be removed. The relief of American prisoners in England was another thing which continually taxed the attention of Franklin during the Revolutionary War. "I was sick and in prison, and ye visited me not," was a reproach that no one of them could justly address to him. His nature was a truly compassionate one, and in few respects does it show to greater advantage than in his unceasing efforts to secure the exchange of his unhappy countrymen confined at Portsmouth and Plymouth, or that, failing, to provide them with all the pecuniary succor in his power, in addition to that so generously extended to them by many kind hearts in England. In his friend David Hartley, a man whose peaceful and humane instincts even the vilest passions of war could not efface, He had an agent in a position to reach the ear of the English ministry for the purpose of promoting the exchange of prisoners. For different reasons, the task was a painfully slow one. In the beginning, all American prisoners were committed to prison upon the charge of high treason, a charge entirely inconsistent with the idea of exchange. Besides, England was reluctant to relinquish the advantage that she had until the Treaty of Alliance between France and America was consummated, in the fact that American ships had nowhere to confine their prisoners except under their own hatches. They tried to meet this difficulty by releasing English prisoners on parole, on their each promising that they would secure the release of an American prisoner, but the English Admiralty, after some hesitation, finally refused to surrender a single American prisoner in exchange for such paroled Englishmen. Commenting upon this fact along with another incident, Franklin wrote to James Lovell, "There is no gaining anything upon the barbarians by advances of civility or humanity." At last, however, several cartels were agreed upon, and he enjoyed the great happiness of seeing some 100 or so American captives brought over to France and released. He was still, however, to incur a great disappointment when, owing to the fear on the part of Holland of provoking English resentment, the 500 prisoners transferred to Holland by John Paul Jones after his engagement with the Serapis had to be exchanged for French instead of American prisoners. The French ministry promised to make this disappointment good by advancing to Franklin an equal number of English prisoners taken by French ships, but the English ministry promptly met this promise by refusing to exchange American prisoners for any English prisoners except such as had been captured by American ships. It was also a great disappointment to Franklin that he could not induce the English ministry to give its assent to a formal proposition from him that prisoners taken by either country should be immediately released upon the understanding that an equal number of prisoners held by the other should also be released. The high-minded conduct of Hartley, inspired in part by the hope that lenient treatment of American prisoners might help to reunite the two countries, was all the more admirable when contrasted with the harsh words in which Franklin sometimes in his letters to him inveighed against the English king, Parliament, and people. It is inconceivable that even Hartley would not have gradually wearied of well-doing if his perfect knowledge of Franklin's benevolent nature had not taught him how to make liberal allowances for his friend's occasional gusts of indignation. This indignation was usually visited upon the English king and ministry, but upon one occasion it was visited upon the English people as well. "It is now impossible," he wrote to Hartley, "to persuade our people, as I long endeavored, that the war was merely ministerial, and that the nation bore still a good will to us. The infinite number of addresses printed in your gazettes, all approving this conduct of your government toward us, and encouraging our destruction by every possible means, the great majority in Parliament constantly manifesting the same sentiments, and the popular public rejoicings on occasion of any news of the slaughter of an innocent and virtuous people, fighting only in defense of their just rights. These, together with the recommendation of the same measures by even your celebrated moralists and divines, in their writings and sermons that are cited, approved, and applauded in your great national assemblies, all join in convincing us that you are no longer the magnanimous and enlightened nation we once esteemed you, and that you are unfit and unworthy to govern us, and not being able to govern your own passions." Indeed, in this letter Franklin even told Hartley that if the resentment of the English people did not speedily fall on their ministry, the future inhabitants of America would detest the name of Englishman as much as the children in Holland did those of Alva and Spaniard. But scold as he might England and her rulers, he deeply appreciated the magnanimity of the good man who even took pains to see that sums placed in his hands by Franklin were duly applied to the relief of the prisoners for whose liberty he strove so disinterestedly. Referring in one of his letters to Hartley to 2 little bills of exchange that he had sent to him for this purpose, he said, "Permit me to repeat my thankful acknowledgments for the very humane and kind part you have acted in this affair. If I thought it necessary, I would pray God to bless you for it, but I know he will do it without my prayers." Correspondingly stern was the rebuke of Franklin for the heartless knave Thomas Digges, equal even to the theft of an obelisk placed upon the closed eyelids of a dead man as the price of his ferriage across the Styx, who drew upon Franklin in midwinter for £495 sterling for the relief of the American prisoners, and converted all but about £30 of the sum to his own personal use. "We have no name in our language," said Franklin in a letter to William Hodgson, "for such atrocious wickedness. If such a fellow is not damned, it is not worth while to keep a devil." End of section 19. Section 20 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 2, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 14, Franklin as a Statesman. Besides Hartley, to say nothing of this William Hodgson, a merchant who performed offices for Franklin similar to those of Hartley, there was another Englishman whose humanity with regard to American prisoners elicited the grateful acknowledgments of Franklin. This was Thomas Wren, a Presbyterian minister at Portsmouth, who was untiring in soliciting contributions from his Christian brethren in England, and applying the sums thus obtained by him, as well as the weekly allowances sent to him by Franklin, to the wants of American prisoners in Fortin Prison. "I think some public notice," Franklin wrote to Robert R. Livingston, "should be taken of this good man. I wish the Congress would enable me to make him a present, and that some of our universities would confer upon him the degree of doctor." The suggestion bore fruit. Congress sent Wren a vote of thanks, and the degree of Doctor in Divinity was conferred upon him by Princeton College. He, too, did not need the prayers of Franklin to receive the blessings reserved for the few rare spirits who can hear the voice of the God of mercy, even above the tumult of his battling children. There were many other engrossing claims of a public or quasi-public nature upon Franklin's attention in France. In the earlier stages of the Revolutionary War, he was fairly besieged by foreign officers eager to share in its peril and glory. Several of those recommended by him to Congress, such as Steuben, gave a good account of themselves in America, but the number of those who had no special title to his recommendation was so great that his ingenuity and sense of humor were severely strained to evade them or laugh them off. "You can have no conception," he wrote to a friend, "how I am harassed. All my friends are sought out and teased to tease me. Great officers of all ranks, in all departments, ladies great and small, besides professed solicitors, worry me from morning to night. The noise of every coach now that enters my court terrifies me. I am afraid to accept an invitation to dine abroad, being almost sure of meeting with some officer or officer's friend who, as soon as I am put in a good humour by a glass or two of champagne, begins his attack upon me. Luckily, I do not often in my sleep dream myself in these vexatious situations, or I should be afraid of what are now my only hours of comfort. If therefore you have the least remaining kindness for me, if you would not help to drive me out of France, for God's sake, my dear friend, let this your 23rd application be your last." The friend to whom this letter was written was a Frenchman, and the lecture that Franklin read to him in it on the easy-going habits of his countrymen in giving recommendations is also worthy of quotation. "Permit me to mention to you," he said, "that in my opinion the natural complaisance of this country often carries people too far in the article of recommendations. You give them with too much facility to persons of whose real characters you know nothing, and sometimes at the request of others of whom you know as little. Frequently, if a man has no useful talents, is good for nothing, and burdensome to his relations, or is indiscreet, profligate, and extravagant, they are glad to get rid of him by sending him to the other end of the world, and for that purpose scruple not to recommend him to those that they wish should recommend him to others, as un bon sujet, plein de mérite, etc., etc. In consequence of my crediting such recommendations, my own are out of credit, and I cannot advise anybody to have the least dependence on them. If after knowing this you persist in desiring my recommendation for this person, who is known neither to me nor to you, I will give it, though, as I said before, I ought to refuse it. The subject was one that repeatedly awakened his humorous instincts. You can have no conception of the arts and interests made use of to recommend and engage us to recommend very indifferent persons, he wrote to James Lovell. The importunity is boundless, the numbers we refuse incredible, which if you knew you would applaud us for, and on that account excuse the few we have been prevailed on to introduce to you. But as somebody says, poets lose half the praise they would have got, were it but known what they discreetly blot. The extent to which Silas Deane yielded to the solicitations of eager candidates abroad for military honor was one of the things that helped to destroy his standing with Congress. A second letter was written by Franklin to Lovell, in which he had a word of extenuation for Deane's weakness in this respect. I, who am upon the spot, he said, and know the infinite difficulty of resisting the powerful solicitations here of great men, who, if disobliged, might have it in their power to obstruct the supplies he was then obtaining, do not wonder that, being a stranger to the people and unacquainted with the language, he was at first prevailed on to make some such agreements, when all were recommended, as they always are, as officiers expérimentés, braves, comme lourd épée, plein de courage, de talent et de zèle pour notre cause, etc., etc., in short, mere Caesars, each of whom would have been an invaluable acquisition to America. Franklin even had the temerity to draft this jeu d'esprit to suit the character of the more extreme class of applications made to him for military employment, and it was actually used at times according to William Temple Franklin. The bearer of this, who is going to America, presses me to give him a letter of recommendation, though I know nothing of him, not even his name. This may seem extraordinary, but I assure you it is not uncommon here. Sometimes, indeed, one unknown person brings another, equally unknown, to recommend him, and sometimes they recommend one another. As to this gentleman, I must refer you to himself for his character and merits, with which he is certainly better acquainted than I can possibly be. I recommend him, however, to those civilities which every stranger of whom one knows no harm has a right to, and I request you would do him all the good offices and show him all the favour that, on further acquaintance, you shall find him to deserve. An ill-balanced man might have fretted himself into an angry outbreak or a state of physical decline under the exasperation of such importunities, but none of the petty annoyances of Franklin's position were too rough to withstand the smoothing effect of his unctuous humour. It was like the oil that he was in the habit of carrying around with him in the hollow joint of a bamboo cane during the period of his life when he was testing the tranquilizing effect of oil upon ruffled water. At times, however, the unreasonableness of some of the applicants was too much even for Rabelais in his easy chair. First, he wrote to a Monsieur Leth, "You desire to have means procured for you of taking a voyage to America avec sûreté, which is not possible, as the dangers of the sea subsist always, and at present there is the additional danger of being taken by the English. Then you desire that this may be sans trop grand dépense, which is not intelligible enough to be answered, because, not knowing your ability of bearing expenses, one cannot judge what may be trop grand. Lastly, you desire letters of address to the Congress and to General Washington, which is not reasonable to ask of one who knows no more of you than that your name is Lith and that you live at Bayreuth. Another applicant who thirsted for military renown was one Louis Guy Vanetti Pellion, ci-devant garde du corps de S.M. le roi de Sardigne, aujourd'hui contrôlé de la cour de Saint-Maur Sardite. I know how this gentleman wrote to accommodate myself to all climates, manners, circumstances, and times. I am passionately fond of travel. I love to see the great world, its armies and navies. Neither cards, nor wine, nor women have any influence over me, but a ship, an army, long voyages, all these are paradise to me. It was also Franklin's lot to receive many letters of inquiry about the New World from individuals in Europe who were thinking of migrating to America for peaceable purposes. What of its climate, its trade, its people, its laws? These were some of the questions relating to the new El Dorado, which these individuals wished answered. To all who questioned him about the opportunities held by America, when he did not simply refer the questioners to Crèvecoeur's letters from an American farmer, his answers were substantially the same. The emigrants to America would find a good climate, good air, good soil, good government, good laws, and liberty there, but no lotus land. One Reuben Harvey wrote to him from Cork that about 100 poor Irish tradesmen and husbandmen desired to settle in America. Franklin replied sententiously, "They will go to a country where people do not export their beef and linen to import claret, while the poor at home live on potatoes and wear rags. Indeed, America has not beef and linen sufficient for exportation, because every man there, even the poorest, eats beef and wears a shirt." Numerous letters came to him from authors inviting his literary criticism, or asking him to accord to them the honor of permitting them to dedicate their works to him. Aleman, the warden of the forests and waters of the island of Corsica, wished to know from him what canals there were in America. None, he replied, unless a short waterway cut, it was said, in a single night, across a loop formed by a long bend in Duck Creek, in the state of Delaware, could be called such. Projectors of all kinds solicited his views about their several projects, sane or crack-brained. Sheer beggars, as we have already seen, were likewise among his correspondents. One Labrouron de Randerath tells him that she has been advised by the doctors to take her husband to Aix, and as her justification for requesting a loan from Franklin for the purpose, she mentions that her husband and Franklin are both Masons, though members of different lodges. Another letter requests him to exercise his influence with the Minister of Marine in behalf of the writer, a sea captain who wishes to be discharged from the King's service. Dartmouth College, Brown University, Princeton College, and Dickinson College all appealed to him for his aid in their efforts to secure money or other gifts abroad. In a word, he was not only world famous, but paid fully all the minor as well as major penalties of world fame. How curdled by the animosities of the Revolutionary War was the milk of human kindness, even in such an amiable breast as that of Franklin, we have already had reason enough to know. His nature yielded slowly to the intense feelings aroused by the long conflict between Great Britain and her colonies, but it was equally slow to part with them when once inflamed. The most notable thing about his attitude towards Great Britain after the first diffusion of American blood at Lexington was the inexorable firmness with which he repelled all advances upon the part of England that fell short of the recognition of American independence. When the English ministry fully realized that Great Britain was not waging war against a few rebellious malcontents, but against the whole people in arms, overture after overture was informally made to Franklin by one English emissary or another, in the effort to dissolve the alliance between France and the United States, and to restore as far as possible the old connection between Great Britain and America. Among the first of these emissaries was Franklin's good friend James Hutton. Franklin received him with the most affectionate kindness, but a letter which he wrote to Hutton, after Hutton had returned to England, showed how entirely fruitless the journey of the latter had been. A peace, Franklin said, England might undoubtedly obtain by dropping all her pretensions to govern America, but if she did not, with the peace, recover the affections of the American people, it would be neither a lasting nor a profitable one. To recover the respect and affection of America, England must tread back the steps that she had taken and disgrace the American advisers and promoters of the war, with all those who had inflamed the nation against America by their malicious writings, and all the ministers and generals who had prosecuted the war with such inhumanity. A little generosity in the way of territorial concessions added to the counsels of necessity would have a happy effect. For instance, Franklin said, if England would have a real friendly as well as able ally in America and avoid all occasions of future discord, which would otherwise be continually arising along its American frontiers, it might throw in Canada, Nova Scotia, and the Floridas. Hutton was succeeded by William Pulteney, a member of Parliament. All of his propositions were predicated upon the continued dependence of America. Every proposition, Franklin let him know, which implied the voluntary return of America to dependence on Great Britain, was out of the question. The proper course for Great Britain, in his judgment, was to acknowledge the independence of the United States and to enter into such a treaty of peace, friendship, and commerce with them as France itself had formed. The concluding words of Franklin's letter were hardly necessary to convince Pulteney of the hopelessness of his task. May God at last, they ran, grant that wisdom to your national councils, which he seems long to have denied them, and which only sincere, just, and humane intentions can merit or expect. 10 days before this letter was written, the American envoys had been presented to the French king. Then followed David Hartley and Mr. George Hammond, the father of the George Hammond who many years afterwards became minister plenipotentiary from England to the United States. When they arrived at Paris, it was only to find that the treaty of alliance between France and the United States had already been signed, and to learn soon afterwards that one of its clauses obliged the United States to make common cause with France in case England declared war against her. How authentic were the credentials of the next emissary, it is impossible to say, but Franklin was entirely confident that he came over to France under the direct patronage of George III. The circumstances were these. One morning a lengthy letter was thrown into a window of Franklin's residence at Passy, written in English, dated at Brussels, and signed Charles de Weissenstein. The letter conjured Franklin in the name of the just and omniscient God, before whom all must soon appear, and by his hopes of future fame, to consider if some expedient could not be devised for ending the desolation of America and preventing the war imminent in Europe. It then declared that France would certainly at last betray America, and suggested a plan for the union of England and America. Under the plan, among other things, judges of the American courts were to be named by the king and to hold their offices for life, and were to bear titles either as peers of America or otherwise as should be decided by his Majesty. There were to be centennial sessions of Congress, or more frequent ones if his Majesty should think fit to call Congress together oftener, but all its proceedings were to be transmitted to the British Parliament, without whose consent no money was ever to be granted by Congress or any separate state of America to the Crown. The chief officers of the American civil list were to be named in the plan, and the compensation attached to them was to be paid by America. The naval and military forces of the Union were to be under the direction of His Majesty, but the British Parliament was to fix their extent and vote the sums necessary for their maintenance. It was also proposed by the letter that to protect Franklin, Washington, Adams, Hancock, and other leaders of the American Revolution from the personal enmity in England by which their talents might otherwise be kept down, they were to have offices or pensions for life at their option. The promise was also made that in case His Majesty or his successors should ever create American peers, then those persons or their descendants were to be among the first peers created, if they desired. Moreover, Mr. Washington was to have immediately a brevet of lieutenant general and all the honors and precedence incident thereto, but was not to assume or bear any command without a special warrant or letter of service for that purpose from the king. The writer further asked for a personal interview with Franklin for the purpose of discussing the details of the project, or he stated if that was not practicable, he would be in a certain part of the Cathedral of Notre Dame on a certain day at noon precisely, with a rose in his hat, to receive a written answer from Franklin, which he would transmit directly to the king himself. Franklin laid the letter before his colleagues, and it was agreed that it should be answered by him, and that both it and the answer should be laid before Vergennes, and that the answer should be sent or kept back as Vergennes believed best. The French minister decided that it best not be sent. At the hour fixed for the interview, however, an agent of the French police was on hand, and he reported that a gentleman, whose name he afterwards ascertained to be an Irish one by tracking him to his hotel, did appear at the appointed time, and finding no one to meet him, wandered about the cathedral, looking at the altars and pictures, but never losing sight of the place suggested for the tryst, and often returning to it and gazing anxiously about him, as if he expected some one. The scornful tone of the letter drafted by Franklin, which is not unlike one of these scolding speeches with which the Homeric heroes express their opinions of each other, leaves little room for doubt that he truly believed himself to be assailing no less a person than the bigoted king himself. After some savage thrusts which remind us of those aimed by Hamlet at Polonius behind the arras, he burst out into these exclamatory words: "This proposition of delivering ourselves bound and gagged, ready for hanging, without even a right to complain, and without a friend to be found afterwards among all mankind, you would have us embrace upon the faith of an Act of Parliament. Good God, an Act of your Parliament! This demonstrates that you do not yet know us, and that you fancy we do not know you. But it is not merely this flimsy faith that we are to act upon. You offer us hope, the hope of places, pensions, and peerages. These, judging from yourself, you think are motives irresistible. This offer to corrupt us, sir, is with me your credential, and convinces me that you are not a private volunteer in your application. It bears the stamp of British court character. It is even the signature of your king." The next bearer of the olive branch who came over to Paris came under very different auspices. This was William Jones, afterwards Sir William Jones, who was at the time affianced to Anna Maria Shipley. He did not come as the representative of the king or his ministers, but as the representative of the generous and patriotic Englishmen who had cherished the same dream of world-wide British unity as Franklin himself, and whose sacrifices in behalf of their fellow Englishmen in America should be almost as gratefully remembered by us as the Continental soldiers who perished at Monmouth or Camden. Draping his thoughts with academic terms, he submitted a paper to Dr. Franklin entitled "A Fragment from Polybius," in which England, France, the United States, and Franklin were given names borrowed from antiquity, and various suggestions are made for the settlement of the existing controversy between Great Britain and America. England becomes Athens, France Corea, America the islands, and Franklin Eleutherinium, and Jones himself is masked as an Athenian lawyer. This I know, observes the latter-day Athenian, and positively pronounce that while Athens is Athens, her proud but brave citizens will never expressly recognize the independence of the islands. Their resources are no doubt exhaustible, but will not be exhausted in the lives of us and of our children. In this resolution all parties agree. There should be, the writer suggested, a perfect coordination between Athens and the 13 United Islands, they considering her not as a parent whom they must obey, but as an elder sister whom they can not help loving, and to whom they shall give preeminence of honour and co-equality of power. Other suggestions were that the new constitutions of the islands should remain intact, but that on every occasion requiring acts for the general good, there should be an assembly of deputies from the Senate of Athens and the Congress of the islands, who should fairly adjust the whole business and settle the ratio of the contributions on both sides. That this committee should consist of 50 islanders and 50 Athenians, or of a smaller number chosen by them, and that if it was thought necessary and found convenient, a proportionate number of Athenian citizens should have seats and the power of debating and voting on questions of common concern in the great assembly of the islands, and a proportional number of islanders should sit with the like power in the assembly at Athens. Though it reminds the reader of the classical fictions to which the first parliamentary reporters were driven by press censorship, the paper drafted by Jones was little more than a mere literary exercise prompted by ingenuous enthusiasm, but we may be sure that it kindled in Franklin very different feelings from those aroused in him by the insidious appeal of Charles de Weissenstein. The shortcomings which Franklin is supposed by his enemies to have exhibited in France with respect to the duties of his post require but little attention. Apart from a lack of clerical neatness and system, such as might more justly be imputed as a serious reproach to a bookkeeper or clerk, they rest upon evidence easily perverted by enmity or jealousy. Adams had no little to say about Franklin's love of ease and tranquillity, the social and academic distractions to which he was subject, and the extent to which his time was consumed by curious visitors. It is a sufficient answer to all such disparagement to declare that he successfully dispatched an enormous amount of public business with but very little aid, and unflinchingly bore a load of responsibility only less weighty than that of Washington. The no spy such as obtained secret access to the papers of Silas Deane and Arthur Lee for the purposes of the British government ever abstracted any valuable information from his papers, and that his position in the polite and learned world, and the popular curiosity excited by his fame, were among the things which tended most effectually to recommend him to the favor of the French people and ministry. The effort was also made by John Adams to create the impression that Franklin was unduly subservient to the influence of France, and that, but for the superior firmness of John Jay and himself, the United States would not have concluded a peace with England on terms anything like so favorable as those actually obtained from her. In what respects Franklin can be truly said to have been servile to French influence, it is impossible to see. If by this is meant that he did not share the prejudices of Adams and Jay against the French people, did not harbor their keen distrust of the motives in the French ministry, and did not feel as free as they to ignore the proprieties arising from, out of the profound obligations of America to France, the reflection is just enough. Neither Adams nor Jay ever succeeded in making himself sufficiently acceptable to the French people or ministry, or obtained sufficient benefits from them for his countrymen to feel any sense of personal indebtedness to them, or to be inclined to show any unusual degree of consideration to them. This was true of Jay, if for no other reason, because his intercourse with them was but limited in point of time. Franklin, on the other hand, was the idol of the French people, and received from Vergennes as decisive proofs of confidence as one individual can confer upon another. No one could have been in a better position than he was to know that the French alliance was hardly more the fruit of selfish policy upon the part of the French ministry, or of a desire upon its part to avenge historic injuries, than of the generous sensibility of the French people to the liberal and democratic impulses which were hurrying them on to the fiercest outbreak of uncalculating enthusiasm that the world has ever seen. He had never entered the cabinet of the French minister to sue for pecuniary aid without coming away with a fresh cordial for the drooping energies of his people. That upright and able minister, he wrote to Samuel Huntington on one occasion, had never promised him anything which he did not punctually perform. No matter how dark were the thick clouds that enveloped the fate of his country, no matter how acute was the pecuniary distress of France herself, there was always another million at the bottom of the stocking of the French taxpayer for the land of freedom and opportunity. Franklin had even known what it was to beg for a loan from the French king and to receive it as a gracious gift. He would have been fashioned of ignoble materials, indeed, if he had been too quick in seeking the selfish advantage of his country, to forget the extraordinary magnanimity of her ally, and to suspect a disposition upon her part to deprive the United States of the just rewards of the triumph which they might never have achieved but for her. And he, at any rate, with his strong sense of justice, was not likely to commit himself with unhesitating alacrity to a cold-blooded scramble for concessions from England to America, which took no account of the fact that France not only had the interests of America, but also her own necessities to consult, and that it was as essential to her interests that America should not make peace with England before she did as it was to the interests of America that France should not make peace with England before America did. In the Treaty of Alliance, France had assumed no obligation to the United States except that of continuing to wage war against England until their independence was acknowledged, and of not concluding any peace with England that did not include them. She had never bound herself to secure to America the right of fishery on the Newfoundland banks, or to oppose every restriction upon the extension of her western boundaries. In the course of the war, there was a time when the situation of America was so desperate that Vergennes was, with perfect fidelity to the American cause, brought to the conclusion that the 13 States might well afford to surrender a part of their territory to England as the price of independence, and this was the conclusion to which any honest American mind might have been brought under the circumstances. And even after this crisis had passed and negotiations for peace were pending between Great Britain and the Allies, it is not surprising that he should not have foreseen that he would ever have occasion to say, as he did after England and America came to terms, that England had bought rather than made a peace, but should have thought that England might still hold out stubbornly enough to cause even America to feel that she could be reasonably expected by France to forego more than one minor expectation to make certain of her independence. There was also the fact which could hardly escape the attention of a man so deferential to the authority of his principles as Franklin always was, that Congress had positively instructed its commissioners to make the most candid and confidential communications upon all subjects to the minister of its generous ally, the King of France, to undertake nothing in the negotiations for peace or a truce without the knowledge and concurrence of the minister and king, and ultimately to govern themselves by their advice and opinion. And there was also the fact that Franklin had always had such marked success in influencing the conclusions of Vergennes that he might well have confided in his ability to bring the French minister over to any reasonable views that he might form about the results that America had the right to expect from the peace, particularly as Vergennes had long been possessed with a haunting fear that America might be detached from her alliance with France. In the light of all these circumstances, it is not strange that Franklin should have been reluctant in the first instance to unite with Adams and Jay in signing the preliminary treaty of peace with England without previously consulting with Vergennes, for that is the only tangible foundation for the claim that he was too submissive to the selfish designs of France, and there is no substantial evidence that any real point was gained by America by the act, or that it awakened any feeling in Vergennes profounder than the passing disappointment, born of realized distrust and affronted pride, which led him to write to Monsieur de la Luzerne, the French minister to the United States, immediately after it, as follows: I think it proper that the most influential members of Congress should be informed of the very irregular conduct of their commissioners in regard to us. You may speak of it not in the tone of complaint. I accuse no person. I blame no one, not even Dr. Franklin. He has yielded too easily to the bias of his colleagues, who do not pretend to recognize the rules of courtesy in regard to us. All their attentions have been taken up by the English whom they have met in Paris. If we may judge of the future from what has passed here under our eyes, we shall be but poorly paid for all that we have done for the United States and for securing to them a national existence. When we recollect how faithfully France had rejected every effort upon the part of England to treat for peace with her separately, and insisted that the treaty of peace between England and France on the one hand, and the treaty of peace between England and the United States on the other, should go hand in hand, how entirely Vergennes had refrained from inquiring into the course of the pending negotiations between England and our commissioners, which resulted in the signing of the preliminary treaty of peace between England and the United States, and how singularly limited was the measure of concession that France asked for herself from England. These words cannot be read by any true American without a highly painful impression. End of section 20. Section 21. of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 2, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 15, Franklin as a Statesman. When Franklin appealed after the peace to both Adams and Jay to deny the statement current in America that he had not stood up stoutly for American rights when the peace was being concluded, Jay complied with unreserved emphasis, and Adams with a reluctant note which rendered his testimony but the stronger. The truth is that if Franklin's conduct during the peace negotiations was not admirable in every respect, it was only because he found that he could not decline to unite with his colleagues in violating the instruction of Congress without breaking with them and hazarding discord that might be fatal to the interests of his country. He did not, of course, believe that France, after the enormous sacrifices that she had made for American independence, was engaged in a treacherous effort to shackle the growth of the United States. He could not readily have entertained such a totally ungrounded suspicion as that which led Jay, when he learnt that de Renaval was going over to London to have an interview with Shelburne, to leap to the conclusion that it was for the purpose of confounding American aspirations, and to inform Shelburne that now was the time for England to outbid France for the favor of America by executing at once preliminary articles of peace, conceding to America the points about which she was most concerned. The overture was a bold one, but if it had not been accepted in the manner that it was, and had been communicated by Shelburne to Vergennes, it might have been attended by consequences inimical to the alliance, which even the personal influence of Franklin might not have been able to prevent. Franklin was too prudent to risk rashly the support of an ally from which the United States still found it necessary to borrow money even after their independence was acknowledged, and too grateful to risk lightly the friendship of an ally which had not only aided the United States with soldiers, ships, and money to secure their independence, but had repeatedly declined to treat with England except on the basis of American independence. His inclination, naturally and properly enough, was to maintain with Vergennes until the last the frank and intimate relations that he had always maintained with him, to avoid everything that might have the least savour of faithlessness or sharp practice in the opinion of our ally, and to rely upon our growing importance and the ordinary appeals of argument and persuasion for a peace at once fair and just to both the United States and France. But never once from the time that he wrote to Lord Shelburne the brief letter that initiated the negotiations for peace between England and the United States, until the day that he threw himself after the consummation of peace into the arms of the Duc de la Rochefoucauld, saying, "My friend, could I have hoped at my age to enjoy such a happiness?" was he animated by any purpose except that of securing for his countrymen the most generous terms that he could. It is by no means improbable that if he had been our sole negotiator, he would not only have obtained for us all that was secured by his fellow commissioners and himself, but Canada besides, and would, moreover, have saved the United States the reproach that justly attached to them because of the precipitate signature of the preliminary articles of peace. As we have already seen, the acquisition of Canada by the United States was something that he had definitely in mind even before the negotiations for peace began, and when they did begin, this was one of the things that he specified in a memorandum that he gave to Oswald, the British envoy, as concessions that it was advisable for England to make, and we also know from the correspondence of Oswald that it was a topic to which his conversation frequently turned. With such address did he ply Oswald upon this point that the latter went so far as to say that it might be conceded To compass it, he was even willing to agree that the Loyalists should be compensated by the United States for their losses, which was the point upon which the English ministry was most earnestly bent, and the one which aroused in him feelings of the deepest antagonism. What a trifling recompense the compensation of the Loyalists would have been for such an addition to our national domain as Canada, we hardly need say, nor need we dilate upon the far-sighted statesmanship which so surely foresaw what futurity held in store for a country which, as late as 1760, had been gravely proposed to be exchanged with France for the island of Guadeloupe. It is to be regretted by the United States, if the present happy lot of Canada is to be the subject of regret at all, that the desire of Franklin to secure Canada for them was not more urgently seconded by Adams and Jay. The former was enthusiastically resolved, as was but proper, to secure for New England the right to fish on the Newfoundland banks, and the latter was especially eager, as any statesman with the slightest glow of imagination might well have been, to remove every obstacle in our pathway westward. Neither appears to have been zealously alive to the considerations which led Franklin to cast a covetous eye upon Canada, and to make it one of the primary objects of his efforts to promote the interests of America during the peace negotiations. On the other hand, Franklin was not less impressed than they were with the importance of our northeastern fisheries and our western destiny, and was quite as stiff as they in maintaining our rights with respect to them. Moreover, when the insistence of the English ministry upon compensation for the Loyalists threatened to be the only rock upon which the negotiations were likely to split, it was his suggestiveness which relieved the situation by proposing, as an offset to the losses of the Loyalists, the payment by England of the pecuniary losses wantonly inflicted by her upon the inhabitants of such towns as Fairfield and Norfolk on our Atlantic seaboard. After this timely counterclaim, a compromise was soon reached, under which it was agreed that the Loyalists should be referred to the justice of the individual states with a favorable recommendation from the commissioners. This was but a diplomatic way of disposing of the proposition adversely without seeming to do so, for Shelburne, as well as the American commissioners, must have realized that the recommendation was the only form of indemnity that the Loyalists were likely to obtain. Friendly as Franklin was to the French court, it was only where some treaty stipulation was involved, or some definite rule of courtesy was to be observed, that he recognized the right of France to influence the course of the negotiations between England and the American commissioners. He knew as well as Adams and Jay that French policy, partly because of considerations peculiar to France herself, and partly because of obligations that France owed to Spain, differed in some very material respects from American policy. But he entertained the belief, and justly entertained the belief, that this was no reason why Vergennes should necessarily be moved by the settled, perfidious purpose of arresting an agreement between England and America until the negotiations between England and France and Spain had gone too far for the United States to be any longer in the position to insist effectively upon their fishery and boundary claims. The disposition of the French minister to contemplate contingencies in which concessions would have to be made by America was, in Franklin's judgment, due to the moderation of the minister and to his desire of removing every obstacle to speedy negotiations for peace. And there is no real reason to believe that he was not right. It is quite true that Marbois, when he was the French Secretary of Legation in the United States, in his famous letter to Vergennes, which the English were at pains to bring to the notice of John Jay, suggested to Vergennes that he should let the Americans know that their pretensions to the Newfoundland fisheries were not well founded, and that the French king did not mean to support them. But as Vergennes wrote to M. de la Luzerne, the successor of Gérard, the opinion of Marbois was not necessarily that of the king, and moreover the views of his letter had not been followed. When Franklin made his suggestion to Oswald in respect to Canada, he did not bring it to the knowledge of Vergennes. In the very commencement of the negotiations between England and the United States, he let it be known to Grenville, the envoy of Charles James Fox, that when Great Britain acknowledged the independence of America, the treaty that America had made with France for gaining it ended, and no conventional tie remained between America and France but that of the Treaty of Commerce, which England too might establish between America and herself, if she pleased. Indeed, Vergennes himself clearly recognized the right of the American commissioners to make the best terms that they could for themselves in the matter of the fisheries, the western boundaries, or any other object of American policy. "We are," he wrote Luzerne on April 9, 1782, "and shall always be disposed to consent that the American plenipotentiaries in Europe should treat according to their instructions directly and without our intervention with those of the Court of London, while we on our side shall treat in the same way, provided that the two negotiations continue at the same rate, and that the two treaties shall be signed the same day, and shall not be good the one without the other." The hesitation of Franklin about executing the preliminary articles of peace between England and the United States was not due to any doubt as to the technical right of the American commissioners to sign it, aside from the instruction of Congress that they were not to take any important step without the advice of the French ministry. He hesitated to sign it because he was subject to this instruction, and also because he felt that for the commissioners to sign such a treaty without taking Vergennes into their confidence was hardly compatible with the scrupulous deference due to such a timely, generous, and powerful ally as France had proved herself to be and might be again. His reason for disregarding the instruction of Congress and uniting with his colleagues in signing the articles doubtless was that he deemed it unwise in any view of the case not to subordinate his own judgment after full discussion to that of the majority of the commission in a case where, if the French minister were acting in bad faith, it was but proper that his bad faith should be anticipated, and where if he were acting in good faith his resentment was not likely to be more serious than that which is usually visited upon a mere breach of diplomatic decorum. The execution of the articles was expressly made subject to the proviso that they were to have no force if England did not reach an understanding with France also. Without such a proviso, the action of our commissioners, of course, would have merited the contempt of the world. With it, Franklin was left free to say disingenuously, it must be confessed to Vergennes, that in signing the articles the commissioners had at the most been guilty of neglecting a point of bienséance. No one knew better than he that no such soothing pretence could be set up by Adams and Jay, and that even as respected himself, though the extent of his offence consisted, as Vergennes truly divined, in yielding to the bias of his colleagues, he had been drawn into a position in which it was impossible for him to separate himself wholly from either the motives or the moral responsibilities of his colleagues. In transmitting with them to Congress a copy of the articles, he united with them in this statement: "As we had reason to imagine that the articles respecting the boundaries, the refugees, and fisheries did not correspond with the policy of this court, we did not communicate the preliminaries to the minister until after they were signed, and not even then the separate article. We hope that these considerations will excuse our having so far deviated from the spirit of our instructions. The Count de Vergennes, on perusing the articles, appeared surprised, but not displeased, at their being so favourable to us." The separate article was one fixing the northern boundary of West Florida, in case Great Britain, at the conclusion of the war, should recover or be put in possession of that province. In reply to a letter from Robert R. Livingston, disapproving the manner in which the articles had been signed, Franklin said that they had done what appeared to all of them best at the time, and if they had done wrong, the Congress would do right, after hearing them, to censure them. The nomination by Congress of 5 persons to the service, he further said, seemed to mark that they had some dependence on their joint judgment, since one alone could have made a treaty by direction of the French ministry, as well as 20. But there can be no doubt that the individual views of Franklin about the aims of the French court in relation to the United States are to be found not in the letter of the commissioners to Congress, but in his own words in this same reply to Livingston. "I will only add," he said, "that with respect to myself, neither the letter from M. de Marbois, handed us through the British negotiators, a suspicious channel, nor the conversations respecting the fishery, the boundaries, the royalists, etc., recommending the moderation in our demands, are of weight sufficient in my mind to fix an opinion that this court wished to restrain us in obtaining any degree of advantage we could prevail on our enemies to accord. Since those discourses are fairly resolvable by supposing a very natural apprehension that we, relying too much on the ability of France to continue the war in our favor and supply us constantly with money, might insist on more advantages than the English would be willing to grant, and thereby lose the opportunity of making peace, so necessary to all our friends. It is impossible, however, to believe that Franklin could have taken such a step except with grave misgivings as to its effect on the mind of Vergennes. This is shown by the reserve which he, as well as his fellow commissioners, maintained towards Vergennes while the preliminary articles were being matured. According to the injunctions of Congress, Vergennes wrote to Luzerne, "They should have done nothing without our participation. I pointed out to you, sir, that the king would not have sought to interest himself in the negotiations, save in so far as his offices might be necessary to his friends. The American commissioners will not say that I have sought to intervene in their business, still less that I have wearied them by my curiosity. They have kept themselves carefully out of my way." It must have taxed even the nice judgment of Franklin to calculate precisely the degree of resentment that the act of the commissioners would excite. He took the precaution of sending a copy of the articles to Vergennes the day after they were signed. His receipt of them was followed by an ominous silence. Some days later Franklin called upon Vergennes, and the latter took pains to let him perceive that the signing of the articles had little in it which could be agreeable to the king, and Franklin advanced such excuses for his colleagues and himself as the case permitted. According to Vergennes, the conversation was amicable, but for a time it did not efface the impression that his mind had received. A week or so later, when Franklin proposed to send the preliminary articles to America by a ship for which an English passport had been provided, and was soliciting a loan of 20 millions of francs from France, Vergennes gave him a bad quarter of an hour. "I am at a loss, sir," he said, "to explain your conduct and that of your colleagues on this occasion. You have concluded your preliminary articles without any communication between us, although the instructions from Congress prescribe that nothing shall be done without the participation of the king. You are about to hold out a certain hope of peace to America, without even informing yourself on the state of the negotiation on our part. You are wise and discreet, sir. You perfectly understand what is due to propriety. You have all your life performed your duties. I pray you to consider how you propose to fulfill those which are due to the king. I am not desirous of enlarging these reflections. I commit them to your own integrity. When you shall be pleased to relieve my uncertainty, I will entreat the king to enable me to answer your demands." The reply of Franklin was almost abject. "Nothing," he said, "has been agreed in the preliminaries contrary to the interests of France, and no peace is to take place between us and England till you have concluded yours. Your observation is, however, apparently just, that in not consulting you before they were signed, we have been guilty of neglecting a point of bienséance. But as this was not from want of respect for the king, whom we all love and honor, we hope it will be excused, and that the great work which has hitherto been so happily conducted, is so nearly brought to perfection, and is so glorious to his reign, will now be ruined by a single indiscretion of ours. And certainly the whole edifice sinks to the ground immediately, if you refuse on that account to give us any further assistance." Again Unpromising as the conditions were, there was no resisting the voice of the seductive mendicant. France did not lend the 20 millions of francs to the United States because she did not have that much to lend, but she did lend 6. If any loss of dignity or self-respect was suffered on this occasion, it was not by her. The definitive treaty of peace between Great Britain and the United States was signed at Paris on September 3, 1783, and was ratified a few months later by both the contracting powers. Several weeks after it was signed, Franklin again tendered his resignation to Congress, but it was not accepted until March 7, 1785. 3 days later, Jefferson had been in France ever since August 1784 for the purpose of cooperating with Franklin and Adams in the negotiation of commercial treaties with England and other European countries, was appointed the American plenipotentiary at the court of Versailles in the place of Franklin. Shortly after the return of Franklin to Philadelphia, he was elected president of the Executive Council of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and in 1787 he was elected a member of the convention which adopted the federal Constitution. There was only one man in the United States whose claims to the presidency of the convention could possibly be deemed paramount to his, and that was Washington. The nomination of Washington to the position was to have been made by him, but the weather on the day fixed for it was too bad to permit him, at his advanced age and in his infirm condition, to venture abroad. The honor of making the nomination therefore fell to Robert Morris, another member of the Pennsylvania delegation. It was thought becoming and graceful in Pennsylvania, Madison tells us, to pass by her own distinguished citizen as president, and to take the lead in giving that preeminence to the late commander-in-chief of the American army, which the country felt to be his due. At the next session of the convention, Franklin was present, and thereafter he attended its sessions regularly for 5 hours each day for more than 4 months. His stone made it impossible for him to stand long upon his feet, and when he participated on any important occasion in the discussions of the body, it was his habit to reduce his thoughts to writing, and to have them read to the body by one of his colleagues, usually James Wilson. Copies of these speeches were made by Madison from the original manuscripts for his reports of the debates of the convention, and unlike the speeches of the other leading members of the Assembly, the speeches of Franklin have consequently come down to us in their entirety. Of his general course in the convention, it is enough to say that it was strongly marked by liberalism, faith in the popular intelligence and virtue, and the aversion to arbitrary power, which was always such a prominent feature of his conduct in every relation. He had a quick eye to the abuses of authority, and it is probable that, if he had been a younger man when the convention met, and had lived until the clash between the Federalists and the Republicans arose, he would have been a Republican. Inane idealism, lack of energy and resolution did not belong to his character, but, to say nothing more, what he had seen of the workings of monarchical and aristocratic institutions during the long dispute between England and her colonies was not calculated to prejudice him in their favor. The compensation that should be paid to the chief magistrate of the Union was the first topic to which he formally addressed himself as a member of the convention. In his opinion, no pecuniary compensation should be paid to him. The argument that he pursued in support of his proposition was that he had often made with respect to the government of Great Britain. "Sir," he said, "there are two passions which have a powerful influence in the affairs of men. These are ambition and avarice, the love of power and the love of money. Separately, each of these has great force in prompting men to action, but when united in view of the same object, they have in many minds the most violent effects. Place before the eyes of such men a post of honor, that shall at the same time be a place of profit, and they will move heaven and earth to obtain it. The vast number of such places it is that renders the British government so tempestuous. The struggles with them are the true source of all those factions which are perpetually dividing the nation, distracting its councils, hurrying it sometimes into fruitless and mischievous wars, and often compelling a submission to dishonorable terms of peace." The argument, of course, fell upon deaf ears. It really presupposes a numerous class at once sufficiently free from pecuniary anxieties to give its exclusive attention to public duties, and sufficiently qualified to discharge them with the requisite degree of success. Such a class was not to be found in America at any rate, and even if it was, it would have been invidious in the eyes of a democratic community to limit the enjoyment of public office to it. The subsequent history of the Republic showed that in the beginning of our national existence, even moderate salaries did not suffice to keep some of the ablest men in the United States from declining or resigning federal office. The long journeys and the bad roads and taverns of that day were probably responsible for this state of things. In the first 30 years after the adoption of the Federal Constitution, no less than 110 seats in the United States Senate were resigned, and Washington experienced great difficulty in inducing lawyers to accept positions even on the Supreme Bench of the United States. It is a remarkable fact that during the first 30 years after the adoption of the Federal Constitution, 10 persons either declined to serve as Associate Justice of the Supreme Court or resigned the office. It is a still more remarkable fact that both Jay and Ellsworth resigned as Chief Justice after brief terms of office. There was, however, undoubtedly an element of expediency in the views of Franklin, for it is no uncommon thing in the United States to see the supervisory functions of certain offices connected with the educational or eleemosynary systems of the country more efficiently and faithfully exercised when exercised without pay by men in whom public spirit or philanthropic zeal is highly developed than they would be if exercised by the very different kind of men who would be attracted to them if salaried. In connection with another question, the extent to which the superior wealth and population of the larger states were to be represented in Congress, it was the fortune of Franklin to exert powerful and decisive influence. The debate over this question was so protracted and heated, the smaller states demanding equal representation with the larger in both houses of Congress, and the larger repelling the claim as utterly unreasonable and unjust, that it looked at one time as if the convention would break up like a ship lodged on a fatal rock. Then it was that Franklin found out to his surprise that his colleagues did not set the same value as himself upon the harmonizing influence of prayer. Not only was his suggestion that the proceedings of the convention be opened each day with it rejected, but the controversy became more acrimonious than ever. John Dickinson, one of the members from Delaware, who always had a way of chafing in harness, even declaring that rather than be deprived of an equality of representation in the legislature, he would prefer to be a foreign subject. At this point, Franklin came forward with the proposition of compromise, accompanied by one of his happy illustrations. The diversity of opinion, he said, turns on 2 points. If a proportional representation takes place, the small states contend that their liberties will be in danger. If an equality of votes is to be put into its place, the larger states say their money will be in danger. When a broad table is to be made, and the edges of the planks do not fit, the artist takes a little from both, and makes a good joint. End of section 21. Section 22 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 2, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 16, Franklin as a Statesman. He then proposed that all the states should have an equal number of delegates in Congress, and that on all questions affecting the authority or sovereignty of a state, or when appointments and confirmations were under consideration, every state should have an equal vote, but that on bills to raise or expend money, every state should have a vote proportioned to its population. This compromise did not meet with the favor of the smaller states. Under the lead of Dickinson, they still contended for unvarying equality between them and the larger states. At length the committee was appointed to consider the matter and to report a compromise, and Franklin was one of its members. He came back with the plans proposed by his constructive intellect, namely, that in the Senate every state should have equal representation, but that in the other house every state should have a representation proportioned to its population, and that bills to raise or expend money should originate in the other house. The report of the committee was adopted, and no device of the Constitution has in practice more strikingly vindicated the wisdom of the brain by which it was conceived than that hit upon by Franklin for disarming the jealousy and fears of the smaller states represented in the convention. He approved the proposed article, making the presidential term of office 7 years and declaring its incumbent ineligible for a second term. The sagacity of this conclusion has been confirmed by experience. There was nothing degrading, Franklin thought, in the idea of the magistrate returning to the mass of the people, for in free governments rulers are the servants and the people are their superiors and sovereigns. The same popular bias manifested itself when the proposition was made to limit the suffrage to freeholders. It is of great consequence, he said, that we should not depress the virtue and public spirit of our common people, of which they displayed a great deal during the war, and which contributed principally to the favorable issue of it. The British statutes setting forth the danger of tumultuous meetings, and under that pretext narrowing the right of suffrage to persons having freeholds of a certain value, was soon followed. He added by another, subjecting the people who had no votes to peculiar labors and hardships. Some days later, Madison informs us he expressed his dislike to everything that tended to debase the spirit of the common people. If honesty was often the companion of wealth, and if poverty was exposed to peculiar temptations, it was not less true, he declared, that the possession of property increased the desire for more property. Some of the greatest rogues he was ever acquainted with were the richest rogues. They should remember the character which the Scriptures require in rulers, that they should be men hating covetousness. The Constitution would be much read and attended in Europe, and if it should betray a great partiality to the rich, would not only cost them the esteem of the most liberal and enlightened men there, but discourage the common people from removing to America. He strongly favored the clause giving Congress the power to impeach the President. When the head of the government cannot be lawfully called to account, the people have no recourse, he said, against oppression, but revolution and assassination. These, it should be recollected, were the utterances of a man who was from age too near the end of political ambition to be possibly influenced by demagogic designs of any sort. Franklin also opposed the idea of conferring an absolute veto upon the President and the requirement of 14 years' residence as a condition of citizenship. 4 years he believed to be enough. He approved the article making an overt act essential to the crime of treason and exacting the evidence of 2 witnesses to establish the overt act. He also forcibly expressed his views with regard to the respective powers with which the 2 houses of Congress should be invested. When the convention was drawing to a close, he urged its members in a tactful and persuasive speech to lay aside their individual disappointments and to give their work to the world with the stamp of unanimity. As is well known, when the last members were signing, he looked towards the President's chair, at the back of which there was a representation of a rising sun, and after observing to some of his associates near him that painters had found it difficult in their art to distinguish a rising from a setting sun, he concluded with this exultant peroration: "I've often in the course of the session, and the vicissitudes of my hopes and fears as to its issue, looked at that behind the President without being able to tell whether it was rising or setting. But now at length I have the happiness to know that it is a rising and not a setting sun. And a rising sun indeed it was, starting out upon its splendid circuit like the sun in the lines of Charles Lamb, with all his fires and travelling glories round him. The opinions of Franklin with regard to general political topics are always acute and interesting, and unlike the opinions of most great men, even the greatest, are rarely, if ever, flecked by the errors of his time. In some quarters there has been a disposition to reproach him with being an advocate of what since his day has come to be known in the United States as rag or fiat money. The reproach loses sight of the fact that the currency problems with which he had to deal did not turn upon the true respective functions of paper and real money, under conditions that permit their application to their several natural and proper uses. No such conditions existed in America during the colonial period or the Revolutionary War. There was no California, Alaska, Nevada, or Colorado then. Gold and silver, Franklin said in 1767, in his Remarks and Facts concerning American paper money, are not the produce of North America, which has no mines. Every civilized community, unless it is to be remanded to mere barter, must have some kind of convenient medium for the exchange of commodities and the payment of debts, even though it be no better than wampum or tobacco. Paper money, whether it bore interest or not, and whether it was a legal tender or not, was, unsupported by any real provision for its redemption, a dangerous currency for America in her early history, as it is for any country, whatever its state of maturity. But she had no choice. It was either that or something not even as good on the whole for monetary purposes. Not only were there no gold or silver mines in North America, but the balance of trade between the colonies and Great Britain was so greatly in favor of the latter country that even such gold and silver coin as found its way to them was at once drawn off to her. However fit, bitterly declared Franklin in the pamphlet to which we have just referred, a particular thing may be for a particular purpose, wherever that thing is not to be had, or not to be had in sufficient plenty, it becomes necessary to use something else, the fittest that can be got, in lieu of it. In America this undoubtedly was a paper currency, even though issued as real and not representative money. At times in the history of the colonies there worked much pecuniary loss and debasement of morals, but makeshift as it was the best makeshift that the situation of the colonies allowed. And when New England petitioned for the Act of Parliament depriving it of the legal tender quality within her limits, it was only, Franklin contended, because the close of intercourse between the four provinces of which she was constituted and the large supply of hard money derived by her from her whale and cod fisheries took the sting out of the act. But when the act was afterwards extended to the other colonies, it became a real grievance, and as such was stated by Franklin in his examination before the House of Commons to be one of the causes which had lessened the respect of the colonies for Parliament. It seems hard, therefore, he said in the paper just mentioned, to draw all their real money from them, and then refuse them the poor privilege of using paper instead of it. In the same essay, the circumstances in which the need for a paper currency in the colonies originated are stated in his perspicuous manner. The truth is that the balance of their trade with Britain being generally against them, the gold and silver is drawn out to pay that balance, and then the necessity of some medium of trade has induced the making of paper money, which could not be carried away. In his capacity as colonial agent, Franklin earnestly strove to secure the repeal of the British legislation forbidding the use of paper money in the colonies as a legal tender, and he even enlisted for this purpose the aid of a large body of London merchants engaged in the American trade, but his efforts met with slight success. Some of the members of the Board of Trade who had united in recommending the restraint upon colonial paper money were, it was said, at the time in the state of mind of Soame Jenyns, who had laughingly declared, when he was asked as a member of the board to concur in some measure, "I've no kind of objection to it, provided we have heretofore signed nothing to the contrary." Worse still, Grenville threw out the chilling suggestion in the House of Commons that Great Britain should make the paper money for the colonies, issue it upon loan there, take the interest, and apply it as Parliament might think proper. This suggestion and the interest excited by it led to a letter from Franklin to Galloway, in which he said that he was not for applying again very soon for a repeal of the Restraining Act. "I'm afraid," he remarked, "an ill use will be made of it. The plan of our adversaries is to render assemblies in America useless, and to have a revenue independent of their grants for all the purposes of their defense and supporting governments among them." These comments were followed by the suggestion that Pennsylvania Assembly might be petitioned by the more prominent citizens of Pennsylvania to authorize a moderate emission of paper money, though without the legal tender feature. The petition to be accompanied by a mutual engagement upon the part of the petitioners to take the money in all business transactions at rates fixed by law. Or perhaps, Franklin said, a bank might be established that would meet the currency needs of the community. In any event, should the scarcity of money continue, they would rely more upon their own industrial resources to the detriment of the British merchant, and by keeping in Pennsylvania the real cash that came into it would in time have a quantity sufficient for all their occasions. The same thought, tinged with a trace of resentment, emerges in one of his letters to Lord Kaimes. "As I think a scarcity of money will work with our other present motives for lessening our fond extravagance in the use of superfluous manufactures of this country, which unkindly grudges us the enjoyment of common rights, and will tend to lead us naturally into industry and frugality, I'm grown more indifferent about the repeal of the act, and if my countrymen will be advised by me, we shall never ask it again." The relations sustained by Franklin to the continental paper currency we have already seen. There was an apparent element of inconsistency in his suggestion that it should bear interest. For interest-bearing bills, he had contended, in his Remarks and Facts concerning American paper money, were objectionable as currency because it was tedious to calculate interest on one of them as often as it changed hands, and also because a distinct advantage was to be gained by hoarding them. The continental bills depreciated so rapidly that in 1777 the price of a bushel of salt at Baltimore was £9. 3 years later the price of a yard of cashmere in America was $300, and of a yard of jean and habit cloth $60. Inflated as the bills were, Franklin, with his cheerful habit of mind, was not at a loss to say a good word for them. There was some advantage to the general public at any rate, he wrote to Stephen Sayre, in the facility with which taxes could be paid off with the depreciated paper. Congress, he wrote to Dr. Cooper, had blundered in not earlier adopting his suggestion that the interest on the bill should be paid in real money. The only remedy now, he said, seems to be a diminution of the quantity by a vigorous taxation of great nominal sums, which the people are more able to pay in proportion to the quantity and diminished value. And the only consolation under the evil is that the public debt is proportionably diminished with the depreciation, and this by a kind of imperceptible tax, every one having paid a part of it in the fall of value that took place between his receiving and paying such sums as passed through his hands. In this same letter, Franklin declared that it was a mystery to foreign politicians how America had been able to continue a war for 4 years without money, and how it could pay with paper that had no previously fixed fund appropriated specifically to redeem it. This currency, as we manage it, he said, is a wonderful machine. It performs its office when we issue it. It pays and clothes troops and provides victuals and ammunition. And when we are obliged to issue a quantity excessive, it pays itself off by depreciation. The paper, he subsequently wrote to Thomas Ruston, had really operated as a tax, and was perhaps the most equal of all taxes, since it depreciated in the hands of holders of money, and thereby taxed them in proportion to the sums they held and the time they held them, which generally was in proportion to men's wealth. All this, of course, was but making the best of a pis-aller. Franklin, in a sense, held a brief for paper money all his life, because during almost his whole life his country had to put up with paper money, whether she wanted to do so or not. When the Revolutionary War was over, he could be less of an advocate and more of a judge with respect to such money, and the change is neatly illustrated in the words that he wrote from Philadelphia to the Duc de la Rochefoucauld in 1787. Paper money in moderate quantities has been found beneficial. When more than the occasions of commerce require, it depreciated and was mischievous, and the populace are apt to demand more than is necessary. To see at once how quickly Franklin could evade the danger lurking in the proposition urged by John Adams upon Vergennes, that the subjects of King Louis were as fairly amenable to the will of Congress in reducing the value of paper money in their hands to 1 part in 40 as the Americans themselves, and yet how perfectly Franklin understood the workings of a depreciated paper currency, we need but turn to a letter from him to Monsieur le Veillard, dated February 17, 1788. Where there is a free government, he said in this letter, and the people make their own laws by their representatives, I see no injustice in their obliging one another to take their own paper money. It is no more so than compelling a man by law to take his own note, but it is unjust to pay strangers with such money against their will. The making of paper money with such a sanction is, however, a folly, since, although you may by law oblige a citizen to take it for his goods, you cannot fix his prices, and his liberty of rating them as he pleases, which is the same thing as setting what value he pleases on your money, defeats your sanction. Franklin was a free trader, but his opinions with regard to import duties are sometimes streaked with protectionist reasoning. All the natural leanings of such a broad-minded man were, it almost goes without saying, in favor of unrestricted commerce. His general attitude towards commercial restrictions was emphatically expressed in one of his letters to Peter Collinson, from which we have already quoted. In time, perhaps, he said, mankind may be wise enough to let trade take its own course, find its own channels, and regulate its own proportions, etc. At present, most of the edicts of princes, placards, laws, and ordinances of kingdoms and states for that purpose prove political blunders, the advantages they produce not being general for the commonwealth, but particular to private persons or bodies in the state who procured them, and at the expense of the rest of the people. Many years later he wrote to Benjamin Vaughan, the making England entirely a free port would have been the wisest step ever taken for its advantage. In recent years his wail of a protected manufacturer has been reprinted and widely circulated in England by the opponents of the fair trade movement. Suppose a country X, which has 3 industries, cloth, silk, iron, and supplies 3 other countries A, B, and C therewith, wishes to increase the sale and raise the price of cloth in favor of its cloth makers. To that end, X prohibits the importation of cloth from A. In retaliation, A prohibits silks coming from X. The workers in silk complain of the decline in their trade. To satisfy them, X excludes silk from B. B, to retaliate, shuts out iron and hardware against X. Then the makers of iron and hardware cry out that their trades are being ruined. So X closes its doors against iron and hardware from C. In return, C refuses to take cloth from X. Who is the gainer by all these prohibitions? Answer. All the 4 countries have diminished their common fund of the enjoyments and conveniences of life. The open ports of the United States after the conclusion of the American Revolution were a source of keen gratification to Franklin. They had brought in, he thought, a vast plenty of foreign goods and occasioned a demand for domestic produce, so that America enjoyed the double advantage of buying what they consumed cheap and of selling what they could spare dear. The following views in a letter from him to Jared Elliott as far back as the year 1747 sound like a recent tariff reform speech in Congress. First, I imagine that the 5% duty on goods imported from your neighboring governments, though paid at first hand by the importer, will not upon the whole come out of his pocket, but be paid in fact by the consumer, for the importer will be sure to sell his goods as much dearer as to reimburse himself, so that it is only another mode of taxing your own people, though perhaps meant to raise money on your neighbors. But then follows what a free trader, using Franklin's own coarse phrase, might call spitting in the soup. Yet if you can make some of the goods heretofore imported among yourselves, the advanced price of 5% may encourage your own manufacture, and in time make the importation of such articles unnecessary, which will be an advantage. In another place he employed language in harmony with the importance that the protectionist assigns to his favored system as a means of building up local markets for the produce of the farmer. It may be truly said, however, as has already been hinted, that Franklin was never more friendly to the principle of international free trade than in the latter years of his life. In his letter to Le Veillard of February 17, 1788, he used language which demonstrates that he was still convinced that import duties are paid by the consumer, and in an earlier letter to Robert R. Livingston in 1783 he said that he felt inclined to believe that a state which left all her ports open to all the world upon equal terms would by that means have foreign commodities cheaper, sell its own productions dearer, and be on the whole the most prosperous. For export duties he had a fierce contempt. To lay duties on a commodity exported, which our neighbors want, he wrote to James Lovell in 1778, is a knavish attempt to get something for nothing. The statesman who first invented it had the genius of a pickpocket, and would have been a pickpocket if fortune had suitably placed him. How thoroughly Franklin understood the principle which regulate the ebb and flow of population we have had occasion to note. With equal intelligence he laid bare the pauperizing effect of aid injudiciously extended to the poor in too generous a measure. Commenting in his essay on the laboring poor on the liberal provision made for indigence in England, he said, I fear the giving mankind a dependence on anything for support in age or sickness besides industry and frugality during youth and health tends to flatter our natural indolence, to encourage idleness and prodigality, and thereby to promote and increase poverty, the very evil it was intended to cure, thus multiplying beggars instead of diminishing them. In his essay, Franklin makes the interesting statement that the condition of the poor in England was by far the best in Europe, for that he adds, except in England and her American colonies, there is not in any country of the known world, not even in Scotland or Ireland, a provision by law to enforce a support of the poor. Everywhere else necessity reduces to beggary. The whole essay is a highly ingenious argument to the effect that it is a misconception to think of a rich man as the sole possessor of his wealth, and that in one way or another the laboring poor have the usufruct of the entire clear income of all the property owners in the community. Nobody knew better than poor Richard that no help is worth speaking of save that which promotes self-help. The support of the poor, he wrote to Richard Jackson, should not be by maintaining them in idleness, but by employing them in some kind of labor suited to their abilities of body, as I am informed begins to be of late the practice in many parts of England, where workhouses are erected for that purpose. If these were general, I should think the poor would be more careful and work voluntarily to lay up something for themselves against a rainy day, rather than run the risk of being obliged to work at the pleasure of others for a bare subsistence, and that too under confinement. For agriculture, Franklin always had an appreciative word. Agriculture, he observed in a letter to Cadwallader Evans, is truly productive of new wealth. Manufacturers only change forms, and whatever value they give to the materials they work upon, they in the meantime consume an equal value in provisions, etc. His other observations on agriculture are worthy of being read for the light that they cast on his own character, if for no other reason. It is, he declared in a letter to Jonathan Shipley, the most useful, the most independent, and therefore the noblest of employments. Another remark of his and his positions to be examined concerning national wealth is that there seem to him but three ways for a nation to acquire wealth. The first is by war, as the Romans did in plundering their conquered neighbors. This is robbery. The second by commerce, which is generally cheating. The third by agriculture, the only honest way, wherein man receives a real increase of the seed thrown into the ground in a kind of continual miracle wrought by the hand of God in his favor as a reward for his innocent life and his virtuous industry. The same spirit gives life to the following observations, too, in his essay on the internal state of America. The agriculture and fisheries of the United States are the great sources of our increasing wealth. He that puts a seed into the earth is recompensed, perhaps, by receiving 20 out of it, and he who draws a fish out of our waters draws up a piece of silver. In Franklin's time, as now, there was a feeling that the farmer did not receive full share of the blessings of organized society. In his Price of Corn and Management of the Poor, he makes a farmer say, "I'm one of that class of people that feeds you all, and at present is abused by you all. In short, I am a farmer." Franklin's views about punishment were also conspicuously worthy of his kind heart and sound sense. His letter to Benjamin Vaughan on the criminal laws is one of his best essays, and merited the honor conferred on it by Samuel Romilly when he added it in the form of an appendix to his own observations on Dr. Madam's thoughts on executive justice. In the course of his feeling exposures of existing fallacies with respect to the philosophy of punishment, Franklin, who did not scruple to say that there would be less crime if there were no criminal laws, asked these searching questions. I see in the last newspaper from London that a woman is capitally convicted at the Old Bailey for privately stealing out of a shop some gauze, value 14 shillings and 3 pence. Is there any proportion between the injury done by a theft, value 14.3, and the punishment of a human creature by death on a gibbet? Might not that woman by her labor have made the reparation ordained by God in paying fourfold? Is not all punishment inflicted beyond the merit of the offense, so much punishment of innocence? In this light, how vast is that annual quantity of not only injured but suffering innocence in almost all the civilized states of Europe? That Franklin was opposed to imprisonment for debt, it is hardly necessary to say. His sense of humor, if nothing else, was sufficient to point out to him the absurdity of depriving a debtor of all means of earning money until he earned enough to satisfy his creditors. John Baines, in his journal, informs us that in a conversation with him, Franklin expressed his disapprobation of this usage in very strong terms. He said he could not compare any sum of money with imprisonment. They were not commensurable quantities. Both slavery and the slave trade were held by Franklin in just reprobation, but his views on these subjects, it must be confessed, would be weightier if he had not trafficked at one time in slaves himself. As it is, he occupies somewhat the same equivocal position as that which inspired Thomas More to pen the blackguard lines in which he pictured the American slaveholding patriot as dreaming of freedom in his bondmaid's arms. The economic truth, however, of what he had to say about slave labor in his essay on the increase of mankind is undeniable. "'Tis an ill-grounded opinion," he declared. "By the labor of slaves, America may possibly vie in cheapness of manufactures with Britain. The labor of slaves here can never be so cheap here as the labor of working men is in Britain. Anyone may compute it. Interest of money is in the colonies from 6 to 10%. Slaves, one with another, cost £30 sterling per head. Reckon then the interest of the first purchase of a slave, the insurance or risk on his life, his clothing and diet, expenses in his sickness and loss of time, lost by his neglect of business. Neglect is natural to the man who is not to be benefited by his own care or diligence. Expense of a driver to keep him at work, and his pilfering from time to time, almost every slave being by nature a thief, and compare the whole amount with the wages of a manufacturer of iron or wool in England, you will see that labor is much cheaper there than it ever can be by negroes here. In this essay, the introduction of slaves is enumerated as one of the causes that diminish the growth of white population. The Negroes brought in the English sugar islands, he says, have greatly diminished the whites there. The poor are by this means deprived of employment, while a few families acquire vast estates, which they spend on foreign luxuries and educating their children in the habit of those luxuries. The same income is needed for the support of one that might have maintained 100. The whites who have slaves not laboring are enfeebled, and therefore not so generally prolific. The slaves being worked too hard and ill-fed, their constitutions are broken, and the deaths among them are more than the births, so that a continual supply is needed from Africa, the northern colonies having few slaves increase in whites. Slaves also perjurate the families that use them. The white children become proud, disgusted with labor, and being educated in idleness, are rendered unfit to get a living by industry. End of section 22. Section 23 of Benjamin Franklin Self-Revealed, Volume 2, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 1, Franklin as a Man of Science. Franklin, as we have said, was primarily a man of action, if we do not always think of him as deeply involved in what Goethe calls being's ocean, action's storm. It is only because he moved from appointed task to appointed task with such frictionless self-command and ease. But throughout his life his mind was quick to make excursions into the domain of philosophical speculation and experiment whenever business cares or political responsibilities allowed it to do so. Poor Richard would seem to have little in common with Prometheus, but Prometheus, if Condorcet is to be believed, as well as poor Richard, Franklin was, to say nothing of other transmigrations. That his interest in natural phenomena began at a very early age is disclosed by his journal of a voyage from London to Philadelphia in 1726, when he was in his 21st year. Throughout the course of this voyage his faculties were intently concentrated upon all the marvels of the sea and its setting. With sedulous minuteness he registers the state of the winds each day, and records the impression made on him by every object with a secret at its heart to be plucked out by an inquisitive mind. A lunar rainbow, an eclipse of the sun, which darkened 10/12 of his disk, an eclipse of the moon, which spread over 6 digits of her surface, dolphins in their bright mail of mixed green, silver, and gold, a shark moving around the ship in a slow, majestic manner, and attended by an obsequious retinue of pilot fish, schools of harried flying fish, groups of young crabs clinging to seaweeds with indented leaves about 3/4 of an inch long, and small yellow berries filled with nothing but wind, a white tropical bird said never to be seen further north than latitude 40, and marked by short wings and a single tail feather. Other birds, too near the western continent not to be Americans, are among the things that the open-eyed and thoughtful youth jotted down in his journal in terms that plainly enough indicated not only the eager curiosity but the exactitude of a future man of science. As almost always, the child was but the father of the man. Upon each of his subsequent 6 voyages across the Atlantic, Franklin exhibited the same, though severer and more practised vigilance in observing everything that the ocean, including the instruments of commerce afloat on it, have for a penetrating and suggestive intelligence. How essentially he was a man of science is demonstrated by the fact that whenever he was on the element where alone he could hope for exemption from the political demands of his countrymen, his intellect turned at once with ardor to the study of nature. Old and feeble as he was, he wrote no less than 3 valuable dissertations on his last voyage across the Atlantic, one on the causes and cure of smoky chimneys, one on his smoke-consuming stove, and a third, distinguished by an extraordinary wealth of knowledge and observation, on the construction, equipment, and provisioning of ships and the winds, current, and temperature of the sea, which was accompanied by valuable thermometric tables based upon the observations made by him during 3 of his transatlantic voyages. The maritime essay was written with the closest regard to detail, and contains such a mass of information and luminous comment as has rarely been condensed into the same space. It makes up some 34 quarto pages of Smith's edition of Franklin's works, exclusive of the thermometric notes. The other 2 essays occupy some 49 pages more. All 3 are elucidated by numerous explanatory charts and illustrations, and are marked by the mastery of scientific principles which no mere artificer or artisan could have displayed in discussing such topics. But at the same time they could not have been more intensely practical as respects minutiae of construction if Franklin had been a professional sailor, mason, or stove maker. The maritime observations range from the Chinese method of dividing the hulls of vessels into separate compartments, which is now regarded as one of the most efficient devices for securing the safety of ocean greyhounds, to an inquiry into the reason why fowls served up at sea are usually too tough to be readily masticated, and the best means of dishing soup on a rolling and pitching vessel. After his return in his youth from London to Philadelphia, Franklin was for a long time too much immersed in business and civic projects to give much attention to natural phenomena. Why does the flame of a candle tend upward in a spire? Whence comes the dew that stands on the outside of a tankard that has cold water in it in the summer time? Are among the few questions of a scientific nature that he appears to have framed for the discussions of the junto, and they are elementary enough. But with the coming of pecuniary ease, the natural bent of his mind soon asserted itself. While in Boston in 1746, he happened to see some electrical experiments performed by a Dr. Spence, who had recently arrived from Scotland. They were clumsily conducted, but crude as they were, they filled his mind with mixed sensations of surprise and delight. So much so that when, shortly after his return to Philadelphia from Boston, the library company found itself the owner of a glass tube for the production of electricity by friction, given to it by Peter Collinson, then a Fellow of the Royal Society of London, with instructions for its use, he eagerly availed himself of Collinson's generosity to repeat the experiments that he had witnessed at Boston, and by continuous practice became very expert in making them as well as others. Indeed, his house was soon overrun to such an extent with eager visitors that he was compelled in self-defense to relieve it of its congestion by supplying some of his friends with similar tubes blown at the Philadelphia Glass House. One of these friends was his ingenious neighbor Kinnersley, who chanced at the time to be out of business. Franklin advised him to exhibit the experiments for profit, and followed up the advice by preparing 2 lectures for him, in which the details of the experiments were clearly set forth. Kinnersley himself employed skilled workmen to make the necessary electrical apparatus for him, modelled upon the rough agencies designed by Franklin for himself and used in his own exhibitions. The lectures, when delivered by him in Philadelphia, were so well attended that he made a tour of all the chief towns of the colonies with a considerable degree of pecuniary success. Some years later, similar instructions given by Franklin to Domian, a Greek priest, proved so useful to him on a long tramp that he wrote to his benefactor that he had lived 800 miles upon electricity, and that it had been meat, drink, and clothing to him. When Franklin last heard from him, he was contemplating a journey from Havana to Vera Cruz, thence through Mexico to Acapulco on its western coast, and from Acapulco to Manila, and from Manila through China, India, Persia, and Turkey to his home in Transylvania, all with electricity as his main viaticum. Franklin's own experiments fortunately ended in something better than vagabondage, however respectable or profitable. Grateful to Collinson for his timely gifts, he wrote to him several letters, laying before him the results of the Philadelphia experiments. Collinson procured for these letters the privilege of being read before the Royal Society, where they did not excite enough notice to be printed among its transactions. Another letter, one to Kinnersley, in which Franklin propounded the identity of lightning and electricity, he sent to Dr. Mitchell, an acquaintance of his and also a member of the Royal Society, who replied by telling him that it had been read before the Society, but had been laughed at by the connoisseurs. Then it was that the happy obstetric suggestion of Dr. Fothergill that the letters were of too much value to be stifled led Collinson to gather them together for publication by Cave in the Gentleman's Magazine. They were not published in this magazine, but Cave did bring them out in pamphlet form, with a preface by Dr. Fothergill. The event showed that he and the general public had more acumen than the sages of the Royal Society, for the letters, when subsequently published in a quarto volume, with additions by Franklin, ran through 5 editions without the cost of a penny to Cave for copyright. It was from France, however, that they first received the full meed of prompt approbation that they deserved. A copy of them happened to fall into the hands of Buffon, who prevailed upon Dalibard to translate them into French. Their publication in that language provoked an attack upon them by the Abbé Nollet, preceptor in natural philosophy to the royal family, and the author of a popular theory of electricity. At first the abbé could not believe that America was capable of producing such letters, and insisted that they must have been fabricated at Paris for the purpose of discrediting his system. In fact, he even doubted whether there was such a person as Franklin, but afterwards, being convinced upon that point, he published a volume of letters, mainly addressed to Franklin, in which he defended his own theory and denied the accuracy of Franklin's experiments and conclusions. Leroy of the Royal Academy of Sciences rejoined on behalf of Franklin, who had decided to let the truth be its own champion, and easily refuted the abbé. The papers could not have asked for a better advertisement than this controversy. They were further translated into the Italian, German, and Latin languages, and Franklin's theory of electricity was so generally adopted by the learned men of Europe, in preference to that of the abbé, that the latter lived, Franklin tells us, to see himself the last of his sect, except Monsieur B. of Paris, his élève and immediate disciple. It is surprising that even the solitary élève should have been left clinging to his master, for in the meantime the most momentous experiments suggested by Franklin in his letters had been performed substantially in the manner outlined by him, with brilliant success, by Dalibard on a hill at Marly-la-Ville, where a pointed rod of iron 40 feet high and planted on an electric stand had been erected for the purpose of carrying it into execution. When a thundercloud passed over the rod on May 10, 1752, between 2 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the persons set by Dalibard to watch it had drawn near and attracted from it sparks of fire, perceiving the same kind of commotions as in the common electrical experiments. A week later the fire and crackling sound elicited by Monsieur de Lore from a rod erected at his house in Paris on a cake of resin and electrified by a cloud between 4 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon told the same story. He had previously performed what he called the Philadelphia experiments in the presence of Louis XV, who seems to have been as much delighted with them as if they had been a new mistress. In a short time they became so popular that we are told by Franklin that all the curious of Paris flocked to see them. One of the results of the fame acquired by him in France was a letter written by Dr. Wright, an English physician, then in Paris, to a member of the Royal Society, apprising the latter of the excitement that the experiments had created in France, and expressing his astonishment that Franklin's papers had been so little noticed in England. Quickened by Dr. Wright's words, the Society reconsidered the letters which had been read before them, and caused an abstract of them and the other letters on electricity, sent to England by Franklin, to be printed among its transactions. Afterwards, when several members of the Society had themselves drawn down lightning from the clouds, it elected Franklin a member, and in a view of the fact that the honor had not been sought by him, voted that he was not to pay anything, which meant that he was to be liable for neither admission fee nor annual dues, and was even to receive his copy of the transactions of the Society free of charge. Nor did it stop here. It also awarded to Franklin for the year 1753 the Copley Gold Medal, accompanied by an address in which Lord Macclesfield, its president, endeavored to make full amends to him for its belated recognition of the value of his discoveries. The suggestion by Franklin which led to the experiments of Dalibard and Delors is, as a matter of fact, as a cooking recipe. To determine the question, he said in a letter to Peter Collinson, whether the clouds that contained lightning are electrified or not, I would propose an experiment to be tried where it may be done conveniently. On the top of some high tower or steeple, place a kind of sentry box, big enough to contain a man, and an electrical stand. From the middle of the stand let an iron rod rise and pass bending out of the door, and then upright 20 or 30 feet, pointed very sharp at the end. If the electrical stand be kept clean and dry, a man standing on it, when such clouds are passing low, might be electrified and afford sparks, the rod drawing fire to him from a cloud. If any danger to the man should be apprehended, though I think there would be none, let him stand on the floor of his box, and now and then bring near to the rod the loop of a wire that has one end fastened to the leads, he holding it by a wax handle, so the sparks, if the rod is electrified, will strike from the rod to the wire, and not affect him. Before the news of the success achieved by Dalibard and Delors reached Franklin, he himself had conducted a similar experiment, though made in a different and more easy manner. This experiment has become one of the various commonplaces of physical science. It was performed when a thunder gust was coming on in a field near Philadelphia, with such simple materials as a silk kite, topped off with a foot of more of sharp pointed wire, and controlled by a twine string equipped with a key for casting off the electric sparks, and ending in a silk ribbon to secure the safety of the hand that held it. The whole construction is set out in a letter written to Collinson by Franklin shortly after the incident, in which, with his usual modesty, the latter describes the kite as if he had nothing to do with it. Something like the feelings of Sir Isaac Newton when the falling apple brought to his ear the real music of the spheres must have been those of Franklin, when the loose filaments of twine bristled up stiffly as if stirred by some violent instinct of wild freedom, and the stream of sparks from the key told him that he was right in supposing that the mysterious and appalling agency which had for centuries been associated in the human mind with the resistless wrath of omnipotence was but the same subtle fluid that had so often lit up his electrical apparatus with its playful coruscations. The letters to Collinson contained another suggestion almost equally pregnant. Speaking of the power of pointed conductors to draw off electricity noiselessly and harmlessly, Franklin asked, may not the knowledge of this power of points be of use to mankind in preserving houses, churches, ships, and etc., from the stroke of lightning, by directing us to fix on the highest parts of those edifices upright rods of iron, made sharp as a needle, and gilt to prevent rusting, and from the foot of those rods a wire down the outside of the building into the ground, or down round one of the shrouds of a ship, and down her side till it reaches the water. Would not these pointed rods probably draw the electrical fire silently out of a cloud before it came nigh enough to strike, and thereby secure us from that most sudden and terrible mischief? The suggestion was but slowly adopted, not in Europe indeed at all, until the efficacy of the lightning rod in protecting buildings had been generally recognized in America. In time, however, the device came into use both in Great Britain and on the Continent, Voltaire being one of the first persons in Geneva to erect one, and wherever it was erected it helped to confirm the fame of Franklin by its silent effect upon the human imagination. In recent years the lightning rod, once in almost universal use in America, has fallen into neglect, but the explanation of this fact is to be found not in any just doubts about its utility when properly constructed, affixed, and grounded, but in the growth of fire insurance and the inutility or danger of such rods if carelessly set in place. The domestication of lightning and the invention of the lightning rod were the two things to which Franklin was principally indebted for his brilliant reputation as a philosopher. At this day the application of electricity to common uses is so familiar to us that it is hard, without a little reflection, to realize how well calculated his electrical achievements were to send a thrill of astonishment and awe through the human mind. Of all the manifestations of the physical world, lightning, with its inscrutable, swift, and all but irresistible stroke, followed by the sublime detonations of thunder, is the one most suggestive of supernatural influence exerted by an all-powerful deity. The mythological dreams of the Greeks, the visions of the Old Testament, the simple emotions of the savage, had all paid their homage of dread to the fearful force, like a madman pitilessly destructive, and yet like a madman diverted from its rage by the barest trifle, which had clothed Jove with the greater part of his grandeur, licked up even the water that was in the trench about the altar built by Elijah in the name of the Lord, and filled the breast of the Indian with superstitious terror. Discovery that laid bare the real nature and destructive limits of this force could not fail to excite an extraordinary degree of attention everywhere. It was the singular fortune of Franklin, though a practical, sober-minded denizen of the earth, if ever man was, to have enjoyed in his day a reputation not unlike that of a divinity of the upper ether. It so happens that the atmosphere was, in one way or another, the home of all the scientific problems which engaged his interest most deeply. His philosophical Pegasus, so little akin to the humble brute bestrid by poor Richard, was a beast for Perseus, pure air and fire. And especially, it is needless to say, was this true of his relations to the lightning. When the fact became known throughout the civilized world that human ingenuity had succeeded in even snaring it, Franklin was exalted for a time to a seat on Olympus. All the literature of the period, as well as that of a much later period, bears out the statement that rarely has any single peaceful incident ever so fired the human imagination. For many years the natural background for a portrait of Franklin might have been a bank of cloud lit up by the incessant play of summer lightning. Ere priui cello fulmen scriptumque tyrannus was but the mightiest of the electrical discharges that flattery poured upon him. Turn where we may to the poetry of the latter half of the 18th century and of the earlier part of the 19th, whether the epigram or otherwise, we are likely to come upon some imprint left upon the thought of those periods by the subjugation of lightning. The interest of Franklin in electrical science was but another sequel of the world-wide avidity with which learned men had recently turned to the study of that subject. One of them, Gray, had pursued a series of experiments for the purpose of determining the relative conductivity of various substances. Another, Dufay, had erroneously classified electricity as resinous and vitreous, and the perfected Leyden jar particularly had given a new momentum to the progress of electrical investigation. Into this movement After witnessing Dr. Spence's awkward experiments at Boston, Franklin threw himself with the utmost enthusiasm, and his discovery of the identity of lightning and electricity and his lightning rod conception were but the chief fruits of this enthusiasm. Between the Autobiography and his letters, we are at no loss to follow closely the steps by which he reached all the results which have given him such a high position as an electrical investigator. I purchased all Dr. Spence's apparatus, he tells us in the Autobiography, and I proceeded in my electrical experiments with great alacrity. How keen this alacrity became after he had been rubbing for a time the glass tube sent over to Philadelphia by Collinson may be seen in what he wrote to Collinson himself on March 28, 1747. For my own part, I never was before engaged in any study that so totally engrossed my attention and my time as this has lately done. For what with making experiments when I can be alone, and repeating them to my friends and acquaintance, who, from the novelty of the thing, come continually in crowds to see them, I have during some months past had little leisure for anything else. The result of this experimentation was the various letters to Collinson and others that constitute Franklin's highest claim to distinction as a man of science. By following them in their chronological order, the reader can trace with little difficulty the genesis of each of his more valuable conclusions touching electricity. They are distinguished by remarkable simplicity and force of reasoning, and by a clearness of statement as transparent as crystal. Moreover, they are even enlivened at times by gleams of fancy or humour. In a word, they indisputably merit the judgment that Sir Humphrey Davy, no mean judge of style as well as scientific truth, passes upon them. The style and manner of his publication on electricity are almost as worthy of admiration as the doctrine it contains. He has endeavoured to remove all mystery and obscurity from the subject. He has written equally for the uninitiated and the philosopher, and he has rendered his details amusing as well as perspicuous, elegant as well as simple. Science appears in his language and address wonderfully decorous, the best adapted to display her native loveliness. He has in no instance exhibited that false dignity by which philosophy is kept aloof from common applications, and he has sought rather to make her a useful inmate and servant in the common habitations of man, than to preserve her merely as an object of admiration in temples and palaces. While recalling these words, it is not amiss to recall, too, what Lord Brougham had to say about the agencies with which Franklin conducted his experiments. He could make an experiment, said Brougham, with less apparatus, and conduct his experimental inquiry to a discovery with more ordinary materials than any other philosopher we ever saw. With an old key, a silk thread, some sealing wax, and a sheet of paper, he discovered the identity of lightning and electricity. The truth of these observations is strikingly instanced in a story told of Franklin in Pettigrew's Life of Lettsom. When Henry Smeathman was insisting that the flight of birds is on inclined planes, and that they could not fly at all, but would simply float with the wind, if they were not heavier than the air, Franklin launched half a sheet of paper obliquely into the air, observing as he watched its course that was an evident proof of the propriety of Smeathman's doctrines. In a letter to Collinson, dated July 11, 1747, Franklin communicated to him the earliest results of his experimental use of the glass tube that Collinson had sent over to Philadelphia. The first phenomenon which fixed his attention was the wonderful effect of pointed bodies in drawing off the electrical fire. This was the lightning rod in its protoplasmal stage. The manner in which he described the experiment by which this particular truth was demonstrated is a good specimen of his remarkable faculty for simple and clear statement. Place an iron shot of 3 or 4 inches diameter on the mouth of a clean, dry glass bottle. By a fine silken thread from the ceiling right over the mouth of the bottle, suspend a small cork ball about the bigness of a marble, the thread of such a length as that the cork ball may rest against the side of the shot. Electrify the shot, and the ball will be repelled to the distance of 4 or 5 inches, more or less, according to the quantity of electricity. When in this state, if you present to the shot the point of a long, slender, sharp bodkin at 6 or 8 inches distance, the repellency is instantly destroyed, and the cork flies to the shot. A blunt body must be brought within an inch, and draw a spark to produce the same effect. To prove that the electrical fire is drawn off by the point, if you take the blade of the bodkin out of the wooden handle, and fix it in a stick of sealing wax, and then present it at the distance aforesaid, or if you bring it very near, no such effect follows, but sliding one finger along the wax till you touch the blade, and the ball flies to the shot immediately. If you present the point in the dark, you will see, sometimes at a foot distance and more, a light gather upon it, like that of a firefly or glow-worm. The less sharp the point, the nearer you must bring it to observe the light, and at whatever distance you see the light, you may draw off the electrical fire and destroy the repellency. If a cork ball so suspended be repelled by the tube, and a point be presented quick to it, though at a considerable distance, 'tis surprising to see how suddenly it flies back to the tube. Points of wood will do near as well as those of iron, provided the wood is not dry, but perfectly dry wood will no more conduct electricity than sealing wax. The repellency between the ball and the shot was likewise destroyed, Franklin stated. 1. By sifting fine sand on it. This did it gradually. 2. By breathing on it. 3. By making a smoke about it from burning wood. And 4. By candlelight, even though the candle was at a foot distance. These did it suddenly. The same result was also produced, he found, by the light of a bright coal from a wood fire, or the light of red-hot iron, but not at so great distance. Such was not the effect, however, he said, of smoke from dry resin dropped on hot iron. It was merely attracted by both shot and cork ball, forming proportionable atmospheres round them, making them look beautifully, somewhat like some of the figures in Burnett's or Whiston's theory of the earth. Franklin also noted the fact that, unlike firelight, sunlight, when thrown on both cork and shot, did not impair the repellency between them in the least. In the same letter, guided by the belief that he had formed that electricity is not created by friction, but except when accumulated or depleted by special causes, is equally diffused through material substances generally, he also reached the conclusion that electrical discharges are due to circuits set up by substances that offer little resistance to the transit of the electrical current between bodies charged with more than the ordinary quantity of electrical energy and bodies not in that condition. In other words, electricity is always alert to restore its equilibrium when lost, and if accumulated beyond its normal measure in one body, seeks with violent eagerness to, as soon as a favorable medium of transmission is presented to it, to pass on its surplus of electrical energy to another body less amply supplied. These conceptions, too, which lie at the very foundations of modern electrical science, are illustrated by Franklin with extraordinary simplicity and clearness as follows. 1. A person standing on wax and rubbing the tube, and another person on wax drawing the fire. They will both of them, provided they do not stand so as to touch one another, appear to be electrized to a person standing on the floor. That is, he will perceive a spark on approaching each of them with his knuckle. 2. But if the persons on wax touch one another during the exciting of the tube, neither of them will appear to be electrized. 3. If they touch one another after exciting the tube and drawing the fire, as aforesaid, there will be a stronger spark between them than was between either of them and the person on the floor. 4. After such strong spark, neither of them discover any electricity. These appearances we attempt to account for thus. We suppose, as aforesaid, that electrical fire is a common element of which every one of the 3 persons above mentioned has his equal share, before any operation is begun with the tube. A, who stands on wax and rubs the tube, collects the electrical fire from himself into the glass. In his communication with the common stock being cut off by the wax, his body is not again immediately supplied. B, who stands on wax, likewise passing his knuckle along near the tube, receives the fire which was collected by the glass from A. In his communication with the common stock being likewise cut off, he retains the additional quantity received. To C, standing on the floor, both appear to be electrized. for he, having only the middle quantity of electrical fire, receives a spark upon approaching B, who has an over quantity, but gives one to A, who has an under quantity. If A and B approach to touch each other, the spark is stronger because the difference between them is greater. After such touch there is no spark between either of them, and C, because the electrical fire in all is reduced to the original equality. If they touch while electrizing, the equality is never destroyed, the fire only circulating. Hence have arisen some new terms among us. We say B, and bodies like circumstanced, is electrized positively, A negatively, or rather B is electrized plus A minus, and we daily in our experiments electrize bodies plus or minus, as we think proper to electrize plus or minus. No more needs to be known than this, that the parts of the tube or sphere that are rubbed do, in the instant of the friction, attract the electrical fire, and therefore take it from the thing rubbing. The same parts, immediately as the friction upon them ceases, are disposed to give the fire they have received to anybody that has less. Thus you may circulate it, as Mr. Watson has shown. You may also accumulate or subtract it upon or from anybody as you connect that body with the rubber or with the receiver, the communication with the common stock being cut off. End of section 23. Section 24 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 2, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 2, Franklin as a Man of Science. The same letter recounts some of the tricks that Franklin and his fellow experimenters were in the habit of making their new plaything perform. They fired spirits, lit candles just blown out, mimicked lightning, produced sparks with the touch of the finger on the human hand or face, and gave electrical kisses. Other feats consisted in animating an artificial spider in such a way as to keep him oscillating in a very lifelike and entertaining manner between two wires, and lighting up the gilding on the covers of a book with a brilliant flash. This letter also shows that the provincial philosophers had already made improvements in the usual electrical methods. They had found that it was better to fill the phial with granulated lead than with water, because of the superior facility with which the former could be warmed and kept warm and dry in a damp place. They rubbed their tubes with buckskin, and by observing certain precautions, such as never sullying the tubes by handling them, and keeping them in tight, close-fitting cases of pasteboard lined with flannel, increased their efficiency. Their spheres for charging phials with electricity were mounted on iron axes with a small handle on one end, with which they could be set revolving like a common grindstone. It was in this same letter that Franklin, with his usual generosity, was careful to state that the power of pointed bodies to throw off as well as draw off the electrical fire was a discovery of his friend Hopkinson, and that the revolving sphere used by them was the invention of his friend Synge. About a month later, Franklin wrote to Collinson that in the course of further experiments he had observed several phenomena which made him distrust some of his former conclusions. "If there is no other use discovered of electricity," he said, "this, however, is something considerable, that it may help to make a vain man humble." Another letter from Franklin to Collinson, written about 2 weeks later, communicated to him some valuable observations upon Monsieur Muchenbroek's wonderful bottle, the Leyden jar. This bottle was a mere ordinary bottle, with a common cork in its neck, into which a common wire had been inserted. He wrote that at the same time that the wire and the top of the bottle were electrized positively, or plus, the bottom of the bottle was electrized negatively or minus in exact proportion. The consequence was that whatever quantity of electrical fire was thrown in at the top, an equal quantity went out at the bottom until, if the process was kept up long enough, the point was reached in the operation when no more could be thrown into the upper part of the bottle, because no more could be drawn out of the lower part. If the attempt was made to throw more in, the fire was spewed back through the wire, or flew out in loud cracks through the sides of the bottle. He also noted that an equilibrium could not be restored in the bottle by inward communication or contact of the parts, but only by a communication formed without the bottle between its top and bottom. He also noted that no electrical fire could be thrown into the top of the bottle when none could get out at its bottom, either because the bottom was too thick or because it stood on some non-conducting material, and likewise that when the bottle was electrified, but little of the electrical fire could be drawn from the top by touching the wire, unless an equal quantity could at the same time get in at the bottom. So wonderfully, he adds, are these two states of electricity, the plus and minus, combined and balanced in this miraculous bottle, situated and related to each in a manner that I can by no means comprehend. If it were possible that a bottle should in one part contain a quantity of air strongly compressed, and in another part a perfect vacuum, we know the equilibrium would be instantly restored within. But here we have a bottle containing at the same time a plenum of electrical fire and a vacuum of the same fire, and yet the equilibrium cannot be restored between them but by a communication without, though the plenum presses violently to expand and the hungry vacuum seems to attract as violently in order to be filled. The letter concludes with an elaborate statement of the experiments by which the correctness of its conclusions could be established. Franklin's next discovery, communicated to Collinson in a letter dated the succeeding year, was that when the bottle was electrified, the electric fluid resided in the glass itself of the bottle. The manner in which he proved this fact is a good example of his inductive thoroughness. Proposing, he said, to analyze the electrified bottle in order to find wherein its strength lay, we placed it on glass and drew out the cork and wire, which for that purpose had been loosely put in. Then, taking the bottle in one hand and bringing a finger of the other near its mouth, a strong spark came from the water, and the shock was as violent as if the wire had remained in it, which showed that the force did not lie in the wire. Then to find if it resided in the water, being crowded into and condensed in it, as confined by the glass, which had been our former opinion, we electrified the bottle again, and placing it on glass, drew out the wire and cork as before. Then taking up the bottle, we decanted all its water into an empty bottle, which likewise stood on glass, and taking up that other bottle, we expected, if the force resided in the water, to find a shock from it, but there was none. We judged then that it must either be lost in decanting or remain in the first bottle. The latter we found to be true, for that bottle on trial gave the shock, though filled up as it stood with fresh unelectrified water from a teapot. By a similar course of experimentation with sash glass and lead plates, he also demonstrated that the form of the glass in the bottle was immaterial, that the power resided in the glass as glass, and that the non-electrics in contact served only like the armature of a lodestone to unite the force of the several parts, and to bring them at once to any point desired. It being the property of a non-electric that the whole body instantly receives or gives what electric fire is given to or taken from any one of its parts. These experiments suggested the idea of intensifying the application of electrical forces by grouping numerous electrical centers. We made, he said, what we called an electrical battery, consisting of 11 panes of large sash glass, armed with thin leaden plates, pasted on each side, placed vertically, and supported at 2 inches distance on silk cords, with thick hooks of leaden wire, one from each side standing upright, distant from each other, and convenient communications of wire and chain from the giving side of the one pane to the receiving side of the other, that so the whole might be charged together, and with the same labour as one single pane, and another contrivance to bring the giving sides, after charging, in contact with one long wire, and the receivers with another, which two long wires would give the force of all the plates of glass at once through the body of any animal forming the circle with them. The plates may also be discharged separately, or any number together that is required. When the idea of the electrical battery was formed by him, Franklin was not aware that Smeaton and Baines had previously assembled panes of glass for the purpose of giving an electrical shock. At the time that this letter was written, Franklin had added to his electrical exploits that of electrifying a mezzotint of the king in such a manner that if any one attempted to take the crown off his head, he would receive a terrible blow. If the picture were highly charged, he said, the consequence might perhaps be as fatal as that of high treason. The operator, he continues, who holds the picture by the upper end, where the inside of the frame is not gilt, to prevent its falling, feels nothing of the shock, and may touch the face of the picture without danger, which he pretends is a test of his loyalty. If a ring of persons take the shock among them, the experiment is called the conspirators. Another far more significant exploit was the application of electrical energy in such a way as to set an electrical jack revolving with such force and swiftness as to carry a spitted fowl around before a fire with a motion fit for roasting. This wheel was driven by an electrical battery, but Franklin also devised what he called a self-moving wheel that was, by a different electrical method, revolved with so much force and rapidity that he thought that it might be used for the ringing of chimes and the movement of light-made oraries. And after observing that a thin glass bubble, about an inch in diameter, weighing only 6 grains, being half filled with water, partly gilt on the outside and furnished with a wire hook, gave, when electrified, as great a shock as a man can well bear, Franklin exclaims, "How great must be the quantity of electrical fire in this small portion of glass! It seems as if it were of its very substance and essence. Perhaps if that due quantity of electrical fire, so obstinately retained by glass, could be separated from it, it would no longer be glass. It might lose its transparency, or its brittleness, or its elasticity." This letter also reaches the conclusion that bodies having less than the common quantity of electricity repel each other, as well as those that have none. It concludes with a lively paragraph. "Chagrined a little that we have been hitherto able to produce nothing in this way of use to mankind, and the hot weather coming on, when electrical experiments are not so agreeable, it is proposed to put an end to them for this season, somewhat humorously, in a party of pleasure on the banks of Schuylkill. Spirits at the same time are to be fired by a spark sent from side to side through the river without any other conductor than the water, an experiment which we some time since performed, to the amazement of many. A turkey is to be killed for our dinner by the electrical shock, and roasted by the electrical jack, before a fire kindled by the electrified bottle. When the healths of all the famous electricians in England, Holland, France, and Germany are to be drank in electrified bumpers under the discharge of guns from the electrical battery." An electrified bumper, a note to the letter explained, was a small thin glass tumbler nearly filled with wine, and charged, which when brought to the lips of a person gave him a shock if he was close-shaved and did not breathe on the liquor. Another note states that the biggest animal that the experimenters had yet killed was a hen. A later letter to Collinson on the phenomena of thunder gusts takes Franklin away from the Leyden jar of the laboratory to the stupendous batteries of the outer universe, from the point of a bodkin to the lofty natural or artificial objects upon which lightning descends from the illimitable sky. As electrified clouds pass over a country, he remarks, high hills and high trees, lofty towers, spires, masts of ships, chimneys, etc., as so many prominences and points, draw the electrical fire, and the whole cloud discharges there. From this observation to the lightning rod was but a short step. Another letter to Collinson in the succeeding year brings us to the lightning rod in principle, if not in name, speaking of what the sea captain has said of luminous objects which had settled on the spindles at the topmast heads of his ship before an electrical shock, and burned like very large torches. He says, "According to my opinion, the electrical fire was then drawing off as by points from the cloud, the largeness of the flame betokening the great quantity of electricity in the cloud. And had there been a good wire communication from the spindle heads to the sea, that could have conducted more freely than tarred ropes or masts of turpentine would, I imagine there would either have been no stroke, or if a stroke, the wire would have conducted it all into the sea without damage to the ship." In the same letter there is an adumbration of his grandest experiment, when he speaks of the flash from two of his jars as "our mimic lightning." This letter also shows that with electricity Franklin had frequently imparted polarity to needles and reversed it at pleasure. Wilson at London, he said, had failed to produce these results because he had tried it on too large masses and with too small force. The letter also evidences the fact that he had employed the electric spark for the practical purpose of firing gunpowder. Another letter to Collinson, dated July 29, 1750, is accompanied by an additional paper on the properties and effects of the electrical matter. It acknowledges the debt that Franklin owed to Collinson for the glass tube and the instructions which attended it, and to the proprietary for the generous present of a complete electrical apparatus which that bountiful benefactor to our library, as he calls him, had made to it. The telegraph, the Marconi tower, the telephone, the electric bulb, the electric automobile, and the trolley car rise up before us when we read this observation in the paper that accompanied the letter. The beneficial uses of this electric fluid in the creation we are not yet well acquainted with, though doubtless such there are, and those very considerable. The paper is the most important that Franklin ever wrote on electricity, containing as it does the two suggestions which, when carried into execution, made his name famous throughout the world, that is to say, his suggestion, already quoted by us at length, that houses, churches, and ships might be protected by upright rods of iron, and his suggestion, already quoted by us too, as to how the identity of lightning and electricity could be established. The point of the bodkin, and the electrified shot and ball, and the mimic brightness, agility, and fury of the lurking fire in the wonderful bottle, had led step by step to two of the most splendid conceptions in the early history of electrical science. With the discovery that electricity and lightning were the same thing, the real achievements of Franklin in the province of electricity came to an end, but he still continued his electrical experiments with undiminished ardor. We find him on one occasion prostrating with a single shock 6 persons who were so obliging as to lend themselves to the pursuit of scientific truth. Twice he was the victim of his own inadvertence. Speaking of one of these occasions in a letter to a friend in Boston, he said, "The flash was very great, and the crack as loud as a pistol, yet my senses being instantly gone, I neither saw the one nor heard the other, nor did I feel the stroke on my hand, though I afterwards found it raised a round swelling, where the fire entered, as big as half a pistol bullet, by which you may judge of the quickness of the electrical fire, which by this instance seems to be greater than that of sound, light, or animal sensation. I then felt what I know not how well to describe, a universal blow throughout my whole body, from head to foot, which seemed within as well as without. After which the first thing I took notice of was a violent quick shaking of my body, which gradually remitting, my senses gradually returned, and then I thought the bottles must be discharged, but could not conceive how, till at last I perceived the chain in my hand, and recollected what I had been about to do. That part of my hand and fingers which held the chain was left white, as though the blood had been driven out, and remained so 8 or 10 minutes after feeling like dead flesh, and I had a numbness in my arms and the back of my neck, which continued till the next morning, but wore off. Nothing remains now of this shock but a soreness in my breastbone, which feels as if it had been bruised. I did not fall, but suppose I should have been knocked down. If I had received the stroke in my head, the whole was over in less than a minute. On the second occasion, while making ready to give a healing shock to a paralytic, he received a charge through his own head. He did not see the flash, hear the report, or feel the stroke. When my senses returned, he told Jan Ingenhouse, I found myself on the floor. I got up, not knowing how that had happened. I then again attempted to discharge the jars, but one of the company told me they were already discharged, which I could not have at first believed, but on trial found it true. They told me they had not felt it, but they saw I was knocked down by it, which had greatly surprised them. On recollecting myself and examining my situation, I found the case clear. A small swelling rose on the top of my head, which continued sore for some days, but I do not remember any other effect, good or bad. One of Franklin's contemporaries, Professor Richmond of St. Petersburg, did not fare so well, for a stroke of the lightning that he had allured from the clouds brought his life to an end. Priestley, however, seems to have regarded such a death as a form of euthanasia. At any rate, in speaking of this martyr of science in his History of Electricity, he terms him the justly envied Richmond. After Franklin learned how to impound lightning, his intercourse with electricity was more familiar than ever. In September 1752, he wrote to Collinson, I erected an iron rod to draw the lightning down into my house, in order to make some experiments on it, with 2 bells to give notice when the rod should be electrified, a contrivance obvious to every electrician. I found the bells rang sometimes when there was no lightning or thunder, but only a dark cloud over the rod, that sometimes, after a flash of lightning, they would suddenly stop, and at other times, when they had not rang before, they would, after a flash, suddenly begin to ring, that the electricity was sometimes very faint, so that when a small spark was obtained, another could not be got for some time after. At other times the sparks would follow extremely quick, and once I had a continual stream from bell to bell, the size of a crow quill. Even during the same gust there were considerable variations. In the winter following, I conceived an experiment to try whether the clouds were electrified positively or negatively. The result of these experiments, conducted with Franklin's usual painstaking completeness, was the conclusion on his part that thunder clouds are, as a rule, in a negatively electrical state, and that therefore, generally speaking, they do not discharge electricity upon the earth, but receive it from the earth. For the most part, he said, 'tis the earth that strikes into the clouds, and not the clouds that strike into the earth. The thoroughness with which he addressed himself to the study of electricity was very marked. His investigation was as searching and minute as that of an anatomist engaged in the dissection of nervous tissue. Under his hands the bare Leyden jar became a teeming storehouse of instruction and amusement. He collected electricity from common objects by friction. He brought it down from the sky. He sought its properties in amber, in the tourmaline stone, in the body of the torpedo. He thought that he discerned it in the radiance of the aurora borealis. He put it through all its vagaries, juggled with it, teased it, cowed it, until it confessed its kinship with the tempestuous heavens. He tested its destructive effects upon hens and turkeys, its therapeutic value to paralytic patients, its efficacy as a corrective of tough meat. He even, it is said, charged the railing under his windows with it to repel loafers standing about his front door. And in his relations to electricity, as to everything else, his purposes were always those of practical utility. In one of his papers he admits that he cannot tell why points possess the power of drawing off the electrical fire. Nor is it of much importance to us, he adds, to know the manner in which nature executes her laws. 'Tis enough if we know the laws themselves. 'Tis of real use to know that China, left in the air unsupported, will fall and break, but how it comes to fall, and why it breaks, are matters of speculation. 'Tis a pleasure indeed to know them, but we can preserve our China without it. He anticipated, or in some instances all but anticipated, several of the more important discoveries of modern electrical science. He knew that when a number of Leyden jars are connected up under certain conditions, the extent to which each jar can be charged from a given source varies inversely as the number of jars. For a time he was puzzled by the fact that the light of a candle, or of a fire coal, or of red-hot iron would destroy the repellency between his electrified ball and shot, but that the light of the sun would not. But it was not long before he hit upon this ingenious explanation. This different effect probably did not arise from any difference in the light, but rather from the particles separated from the candle being first attracted and then repelled, carrying off the electric matter with them, and from the rarefying the air between the glowing coal or red-hot iron and the electrized shot, through which rarefied air the electric fluid could more readily pass. Referring to what Franklin had to say about the action of sunlight in this connection, Arthur Schuster, in his Some Remarkable Passages in the Writings of Benjamin Franklin, observes, had Franklin used a clean piece of zinc instead of iron shot, he might have anticipated Hertz's discovery of the action of strong light on the discharge of gases. In the course of one of his experiments with an electrified can, Franklin reached the conclusion that a cork which he had lowered into the can was not attracted to its internal surface as it would have been to its external, because the mutual repulsion of the two inner opposite sides of the can might prevent the accumulation of an electrical atmosphere upon them. From the same experiment the genius of Henry Cavendish deduced his law that electrical repulsion varies inversely as the square of the distance between the charges. Instead of declining, it can truly be said that the reputation of Franklin as an electrical investigator and writer has increased with the progress of electrical science. We shall, I am sure, remarks Professor J. Thomson in his Electricity and Matter, be struck by the similarity between some of the views which we are led to take by the results of the most recent researches with those enunciated by Franklin in the very infancy of the subject. Nor should we omit a tribute of Dr. William Garnett in his Heroes of Science in regard to the statements in Franklin's first letters to Collinson. They are, he says, perfectly consistent with the views held by Cavendish and by Clerk Maxwell, and though the phraseology is not that of modern textbooks, the statements themselves can hardly be improved upon today. If Franklin achieved a higher degree of success in the electrical than any other scientific field, it was partly, at any rate, because he never again had the opportunity to give such continuous attention to scientific pursuits. To him this was at times a source of very great disappointment. In one of his letters to Beccaria, dated September 21, 1768, he tells the latter that, preoccupied as he was, he had constantly cherished the hope of returning home, where he could find leisure to resume the philosophical studies that he had shamefully put off from time to time. In a letter some 11 years later from Paris to the same correspondent, he said that he was then prevented by similar distractions from pursuing those studies in which he always found the highest satisfaction, and that he was grown so old as hardly to hope for a return of the leisure and tranquillity so necessary for philosophical disquisitions. To Sir Joseph Banks he was inspired some years later by recent astronomical discoveries made under the patronage of the Royal Society to write, "I begin to be almost sorry I was born so soon, since I cannot have the happiness of knowing what will be known 100 years hence." Indeed, to him, leisure, whether only the seclusion of a 30-day voyage across the Atlantic or the final cessation of public life, was but another term for recurrence to his scientific predilections. When he received his leave from Congress to return home from Paris, he wrote joyously to Ingenhousz, "I shall now be free of politics for the rest of my life. Welcome again, my dear philosophical amusements." There was, to use his own expression, still too much flesh on his bones for his countrymen to allow him any time except for political experiments. but for proof of the eager interest that he felt in science, and of the prominent position that he occupied in the scientific world of America until the last, we need go no further than the fact that, when he died, the meetings of the American Philosophical Society had for some time been held at his home in Philadelphia. How far Franklin might have added to his reputation as a man of science if he had not become engrossed by political duties and cares is mere matter of surmise, but there can be no doubt that he was eminently fitted in many respects for scientific inquiry. The scientific temperament he possessed in the very highest degree. He loved the truth too much to allow the workings of human weakness in himself or others to deface its fair features. In reporting to Collinson the electrical achievements which crowned him with such just renown, he almost invariably spoke of them as if they were the joint achievements of a group of collaborators, of whom he was but one. The generous alacrity with which he credits to his friends Hopkinson, Kinnersley, or Synge exclusively special discoveries or inventions made by them shows conclusively enough how little this was true. There is no reason to believe that his letters to Collinson on electricity would ever have been published but for the unsolicited initiative of Dr. Fothergill and Collinson, or that they would ever have been translated into French but for the spontaneous persuasion that Buffon brought to bear upon Dalibard. In a letter to Collinson, after expressing distrust of an hypothesis advanced by him in former letters to the same correspondent, he declares that he is ashamed to have expressed himself in so positive a manner. Indeed, he said he must request Collinson not to expose those letters, or if he communicated them to any of his friends, at least to conceal the name of the author. His attitude towards his scientific triumphs was, when not that of entire self-effacement, always that of unaffected humility. "I'm indebted for your preceding letter," he wrote in his 47th year to John Perkins, "but business sometimes obliges one to postpone philosophical amusements. Whatever I have wrote of this kind are really, as they are entitled, but conjectures and suppositions, which ought always to give place when careful observation militates against them. I own I have too strong a penchant to the building of hypotheses. They indulge my natural indolence. I wish I had more of your patience and accuracy in making observations on which alone true philosophy can be founded." Equally candid and noble are other observations in a subsequent letter to the same correspondent. Referring to certain objections made by Perkins to his theory of waterspouts, he observed, "Nothing certainly can be more improving to a searcher into nature than objections judiciously made to his opinions, taken up perhaps too hastily. For such objections oblige him to re-study the point, consider every circumstance carefully, compare facts, make experiments, weigh arguments, and be slow in drawing conclusions, and hence a sure advantage results, for he either confirms a truth before too lightly supported, or discovers an error and receives instruction from the objector. In this view I consider the objections and remarks you sent me, and thank you for them sincerely." When he found that he was in error, it cost him no struggle to recant. For a while he believed the sea to be the grand source of lightning, and build up an imposing fabric of conclusions upon the belief, but he did not hesitate afterwards to admit that he had embraced this opinion too hastily. The same thing is true of the opinion that he held for a time, that the progress of a ship westward across the Atlantic is retarded by the diurnal motion of the earth. He supposed that the melting brought about by the action of lightning was a cold fusion, until holes burnt in a floor by portions of a molten bell wire convinced him that this was not so. "I was too easily led into that error," he said, "by accounts given even in philosophical books, and from remote ages downwards, of melting money in purses, swords in scabbards, etc., without burning the inflammable matters that were so near those melted metals. But men are in general such careless observers that a philosopher cannot be too much on his guard in crediting their relations of things extraordinary, and should never build an hypothesis on anything but clear facts and experiments, or it will be in danger of soon falling, as this does like a house of cards." In one of his letters to Collinson, he declared that even though future discoveries should prove that certain conjectures of his were not wholly right, yet they ought in the meantime to be of some use by stirring up the curious to make more experiments and occasion more exact disquisitions. Following out the same thought in another letter to Collinson, he concluded, "You are at liberty to communicate this paper to whom you please, it being of more importance that knowledge should increase than that your friend should be thought an accurate philosopher." In a letter to John Lining, in which he described the experiment from which Cavendish deduced the law of which we have spoken, he observed, "I find a frank acknowledgment of one's ignorance as not only the easiest way to get rid of a difficulty, but the likeliest way to obtain information, and therefore I practise it. I think it an honest policy. Those who affect to be thought to know everything, and so undertake to explain everything, often remain long ignorant of many things that others could and would instruct them in, if they appeared less conceited." The fact is that Franklin has such a keen sense of the dignity and invincibility of truth that he could not be induced to enter into any personal controversy about it. His feelings with regard to such controversies are pointedly expressed in the Autobiography in connection with the attack made by the Abbé Nollet upon his electrical experiments. "I once proposed," he said, answering the abbé, and actually began the answer, "but on consideration that my writings contained a description of experiments which any one might repeat and verify, and if not to be verified, could not be defended, or of observations offered as conjectures, and not delivered dogmatically, therefore not laying me under any obligation to defend them, and reflecting that a dispute between two persons writing in different languages might be lengthened greatly by mistranslations, and thence misconceptions of one another's meaning, much of one of the abbé's letters being founded on an error in the translation, I concluded to let my paper shift for themselves, believing it was better to spend what time I could spare from public business in making new experiments than in disputing about those already made." But in this instance, too, after all, he acted upon the principles stated in one of his letters to Cadwallader Colden, that he who removes a prejudice or an error from our minds contributes to their beauty, as he would do to that of our faces, who should clear them of a wart or a wen. He went through his experiments again, and satisfied himself that the abbé had not shaken his positions. At one time, when he was hesitating as to whether he should reply to him, he heard that Dalibar was preparing to do so. Perhaps he wrote to his friend James Bodewin. It may then appear unnecessary for me to do anything farther in it. And will not one's vanity be more gratified in seeing one's adversary confuted by a disciple than even by one's self? When Wilson published a pamphlet contending that lightning rods should be blunt rather than pointed, he simply observed, "I've now answered it, being averse to disputes." End of section 24. Section 25 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 2, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 3, Franklin as a Man of Science. Not only his temperament, but his general mental attitude was instinctively scientific. As we have seen, while Whitefield's other auditors were standing mute and spellbound, he was carefully computing the distance that the words of the orator would carry. As we have also seen, when his soldiers were cutting down the giant pines at Natten Hutton, he had his watch out, deep in his observation of the time that it took them to fell a tree. When his friend Small complained of deafness, he wrote to him that he had found by an experiment at midnight that, by putting his thumb and fingers behind his ear and pressing it out and enlarging it as it were with the hollow of his hand, he could hear the tick of a watch at the distance of 45 feet, which was barely audible at a distance of 20 feet without these aids. Even in his relations to the simplest concerns of life, He had always the eye of a man of science to weight, measure, dimension, and distance. If anyone wishes to see how easily he reduced everything to its scientific principles, let him read Franklin's letter to Oliver Neave, who thought that it was too late in life for him to learn to swim. With the confidence bred by a proper sense of the specific gravity of the human body as compared with that of water, Franklin said there was no reason why a human being should not swim at the first trial. If Neave would only wade out into a body of water until it came up to his breast, and by a cast of his hand sink an egg to the bottom between him and the shore, where it would be visible but could not be reached except by diving, and then endeavor to recover it, he would be surprised to find what a buoyant thing water was. Franklin also had all the inquisitiveness of a born philosopher. The winds, the birds, the fish, the celestial phenomena brought to his attention on his first voyage from England, the sluggish movement of his ship on his voyage to England in 1757, the temperature and movement of the Gulf Stream, the social and religious characteristics of the Moravians, Indian traits and habits, the still flies in their bath of Madeira wine, all excited his insatiable curiosity and started him off on interesting trains of observation or reflection. He was in the 78th year of his age when, in the sight of 50,000 people, one of the balloons recently invented by the Montgolfiers and inflated with gas produced by pouring oil of vitriol on iron filings ascended from the Champ de Mars, shining brightly in the sun during the first stages of its ascent, then dwindling until it appeared scarcely larger than an orange, and then melting away in the clouds that had never before been invaded by such a visitant. But so fresh still was his interest in every triumph of human ingenuity that it required a long letter to Sir Joseph Banks, the president of the Royal Society, supplemented by 2 postscripts to disburthen his mind of the sensations and thoughts excited by the thrilling spectacle. Mingled in this letter with many precise details of size, weight, and distance are the speculations of the Parisians with respect to the practical uses to which the toy might be put. Some believed that now that men might be supported in the air, nothing was wanted but some light, handy instruments to give and direct motion. Others believed that a running footman or a horse, slung and suspended under such a globe, so as to diminish the weight of their feet on the ground to perhaps 8 or 10 pounds, might, with a fair wind, run in a straight line across country as fast as that wind, and over hedges, ditches, and even waters. Still other fantasies were that in time such globes might be kept anchored in the air for the purpose of preserving game or converting water into ice, or might be turned to pecuniary profit as a means of giving recreation seekers a chance at an altitude of a mile to see far below them a vast stretch of the terrestrial surface. Already, said Franklin, one philosopher, M. Pilatre de Rosier, had applied to the Academy for the privilege of ascending in a larger Montgolfier in order to make certain scientific experiments. The peasants of Gendnes, however, who had seen the balloon cut adrift on the Champ de Mars, fell to the earth, had regarded it with very different feelings from the citizens of Paris. Frightened and conceiving from its bounding a little when it touched the ground that there was some living animal in it, they had attacked it with stones and knives so that it was much mangled. With a subsequent letter to Dr. Price, Franklin enclosed a small balloon which his grandson had filled with inflammable air the night before, and which, after mounting to the ceiling of Franklin's chamber, had remained rolling about there for some time. If a man, this letter suggestively asks, should go up with one of the large ones, might there not be some mechanical contrivance to compress the globe at pleasure, and thereby incline it to descend, and let it expand when he inclines to rise again? The same eager curiosity about the balloon was manifested by Franklin in many other later letters. Another great one, he informed Banks, had gone up from Versailles. It was supposed to have been inflated with air, heated by burning straw, and to have risen about 200 toises. but did not continue long at that height, and after being wafted in a horizontal direction by the wind, descended gently as the air in it grew cooler. So vast a bulk, said Franklin, when it began to rise so majestically in the air, struck the spectators with surprise and admiration. The basket contained a sheep, a duck, and a cock, who, except the cock, received no hurt by the fall. Another balloon of about 5 feet in diameter, the same letter stated, had been sent up about 1 o'clock in the morning, with a large lantern under it by the Duke de Crillon, at an entertainment given by him during the preceding week in the Bois de la Boulogne, in honor of the birth of 2 Spanish princes. These were but a few of many recent ascensions. Most interesting of all, however, a new balloon designed by Messieurs Charles and Robert, who were men of science and mechanical dexterity, was to carry up a man. Another balloon, described by Franklin in one of his letters to Banks, was open at the bottom and was fed with heated air from a grate fixed in the middle of the opening, which was kept replenished with faggots and sheaves of straw by men posted in a wicker gallery attached to the outside of the lower part of the structure. By regulating the amount of fire in the grate, the balloon could be given an upward or downward direction at pleasure. It was thought, Franklin said, that a balloon of this type, because of the rapidity and small expense with which it could be inflated, might be made useful for military purposes. Still another balloon, described by Franklin in the same letter, was one which was to be first filled with permanently elastic, inflammable air, and then closed. It was 26 feet in diameter, and made of gauze of red and white silk, which presented a beautiful appearance. There was a very handsome triumphal car to be suspended from it, in which 2 brothers, the Messieurs Robert, were to ascend with a table for convenience in jotting down their thermometric and other observations. There was no telling, Franklin declared, how far aeronautic improvements might be pushed. A few months before, the idea of witches riding through the air on a broomstick, and that of philosophers upon a bag of smoke, would have appeared equally impossible and ridiculous. The machines, however, he believed, would always be subject to be driven by the winds, though perhaps mechanic art might find easy means of giving them progressive motion in a calm, and of slanting them a little in the wind. English philosophy was too bashful, and should be more emulous in this field of competition. If in France they did a foolish thing, they were the first to laugh at it themselves, and were almost as much pleased with a bon mot or a good chanson that ridiculed well the disappointment of the project, as they might have been with the success. The experiment might be attended with important consequences that no one could foresee. Beings of a frank and nature far superior to ours, the letter continued, have not disdained to amuse themselves with making and launching balloons, otherwise we should never have enjoyed the light of those glorious objects that rule our day and night, nor have had the pleasure of riding round the sun ourselves upon the balloon we now inhabit. In due course the Messieurs Robert, accompanied by Monsieur Charles, a professor of experimental philosophy and an enthusiastic student of aeronautics, made their perilous venture, which was likewise fully chronicled by Franklin. The spectators, he said, were infinite, crowding about the Tuileries, on the quays and bridges, in the fields and streets, and at the windows and on the roofs of houses. The device of stimulating flagging ascent by dropping sandbags from the car was one of the features of this incident, and so was the device of protecting the envelope of the balloon from rupture by covering it with a net, as well as that of lowering it by letting a part of its contents escape through a valve controlled by a cord. Between 1 and 2 o'clock, Franklin's narrative states, all eyes were gratified with seeing it rise majestically from among the trees and ascend gradually above the buildings, a most beautiful spectacle. When it was about 200 feet high, the brave adventurers held out and waved a little white pennant on both sides their car to salute the spectators, who returned loud claps of applause. When Franklin last saw the vanishing form of this balloon, it appeared no bigger than a walnut. The experiment proved a most prosperous one. From first to last, the aerial navigators retained perfect command of the airship, descending when they pleased by letting some of the air in it escape, and rising when they pleased by discharging sand, and at the one time skimming over a field so low as to be able to talk to some laborers. Pleased as Franklin was with the experiment, he wrote to Henry Lawrence that he yet feared that the machine would hardly become a common carriage in his time, though, being the easiest of all voitures, it would be extremely convenient to him, now that his malady forbade him the use of the old ones over a pavement. The idea, however, was such an agreeable one to him that when he returned to Philadelphia, he wrote to his friend Jean Baptiste Leroy that he sometimes wished that he had brought a balloon from France with him sufficiently large to raise him from the ground, and to permit him, without discomfort from his stone, to be led around in his novel conveyance by a string attached to it and held by an attendant on foot. On the whole, it appeared to Franklin that the invention of the balloon was a thing of great importance. Convincing sovereigns of the folly of wars, he wrote to Ingenhouse, may perhaps be one effect of it, since it will be impracticable for the most potent of them to guard his dominions. 5,000 balloons, capable of raising 2 men each, could not cost more than 5 ships of the line. And where is the prince who can afford so to cover his country with troops for its defense, as that 10,000 men, descending from the clouds, might not, in many places, do an infinite deal of mischief before a force could be brought together to repel them? But nothing happened in Franklin's time, nor has happened since, to warrant the belief that human flying devices of any sort will ever be free enough from danger to human life to be a really useful vehicle of transportation in times of peace. So far their principal value has been during war, when human safety has little to choose between the earth and the sky. But it is fair to say that Franklin would have loathed war even more deeply than he did if he could have lived to see them in the form of aeroplane or dirigible, making their way through the air like winged monsters of the antediluvian past, and dropping devilish agencies of death and desolation upon helpless innocents, and the fairest monuments of human industry and art. Poor Monsieur Pilatre de Rosier, whom we have already mentioned, and who was no less a person than the professor of chemistry at the Athénée Royal, of which he was the founder, fell with a companion from an altitude of 1,000 toises to the rocky coast near Boulogne-sur-Mer, and was, as well as his companion, dashed to pieces. Since his time, the discharioted Phaetons, who have fallen from the upper levels of the atmosphere, even when not engaged in war, with the same fearful result, have been numerous enough to constitute a ghastly necrology. Nor, it would appear, was the peril under the conditions of aerial navigation in its earliest stages limited to the aeronaut himself. In dissuading Ingenhouse from attempting a balloon experiment, Franklin said that it was a serious thing to draw out from their affairs all the inhabitants of a great city and its environs, and that a disappointment made them angry. At Bordeaux lately, a person who pretended to send up a balloon, and had received money from many people, not being able to make it rise, the populace were so exasperated that they pulled down his house, and had like to have killed him. Any one who's ever heard the execrations hurled at the head of a baseball umpire in the United States when one of his decisions has failed to command general assent will experience no difficulty, we are sure, in understanding the force of the impulse that provoked this outbreak of Gallic excitement. The enthusiasm aroused in Franklin by the balloon is not more noticeable than his brooding desire to find some practical use for it. The visionary speculation which seeks to take the moon in its teeth was no part of his character. He grew no orchids in the air. To use his homely words in a letter to Charles Thomson, he made no shoes for feet that he had never measured. Every conclusion, every hypothesis had to be built upon a basis of patient observation and gradual induction. Every invention or discovery had to have some useful application. At an earlier period than that of the discovery of the balloon, his inquisitive spirit had led him to the study of marsh gas and the pacifying effect of oil upon troubled waters. In 1764 he had reason to believe that a friend of his had succeeded in igniting the surface of a river in New Jersey after stirring up the mud beneath it, but his scientific friends in England found it difficult to believe that he had not been imposed upon, and the Royal Society withheld from publication among its transactions a paper on the experiment written by Dr. Finlay, the president of Princeton College, and read before it. Franklin twice tried it in England without success, and he prosecuted his investigation with such energy and persistency that he finally contracted an intermittent fever by bending over the stagnant water of a deep ditch and inhaling its foul breath, or, as would now be said, by being bitten by a mosquito hovering about it. In 1757, when on one of the ships bound on Lord Loudon's fool's errand to Louisbourg, he observed that the water in the wake of two of them was remarkably smooth, while that in the wake of the others was ruffled by the wind, which was blowing freshly, and when he spoke of the circumstance to his captain, the latter answered somewhat contemptuously, as if to a person ignorant of what everybody else knew: "The cooks have, I suppose, been just emptying their greasy water through the scuppers, which has greased the sides of those ships a little." The incident, and what he had read in Pliny about the practice among the seamen of Pliny's time of calming rough seas with oil, made him resolve to test the matter by experiment at the first opportunity. This intention was afterwards strengthened when he was again at sea in 1762 by the wonderful quietness of oil resting on the surface of an agitated bed of water, in the glass lamp swinging in his cabin, and by the supposition of an old sea captain that the phenomenon was in keeping with the practice pursued by the Bermudians of putting oil on water when they would strike fish. By the same captain he was told that he had heard that fishermen at Lisbon were in the habit of emptying a bottle or two of oil on the sea when the breakers on the bar at that point were running too high for their boats to cross it in safety. From another person he learnt that when divers in the Mediterranean needed more light for their business, they spewed out from their mouths now and then a small quantity of oil, which, rising to the surface, smoothed out its refracting waves. This additional information supplied his curiosity with still further fuel. It all ended in his dropping a little oil from a cruet on a large pond at Clapham. The fluid spread with surprising swiftness over the surface on which it had fallen, but he found that he had made the mistake of dropping it on the leeward instead of the windward side of the pond. When this mistake was repaired, and a teaspoonful of oil was poured on its windward side, where the waves were in an incipient state and the oil could not be driven back on the shore, an instant calmness diffused itself over a space several yards square, which extended gradually until it reached the lee side of the pond, making all that quarter of it, perhaps half an acre, as smooth as a looking-glass. After this he took with him, whenever he went into the country, a little oil in the upper hollow joint of his bamboo cane, for the purpose of repeating his experiment whenever he had a chance to do so, and when he did repeat it, it was usually with success. Far from being so successful, however, was the experiment when, on a blustering, unpleasant day, he attempted, with the cooperation of Sir Joseph Banks and other friends, to still the surf on a shore at Portsmouth with oil poured continually on the sea at some distance away through a hole somewhat bigger than a goose quill in the cork of a large stone bottle, though the effusion did flatten out a considerable tract of the sea to such an extent that a wherry making for Portsmouth seemed to turn into that tract of choice, and to use it from end to end as a piece of turnpike road. All this is described by Franklin in a letter to William Brownrigg, dated November 7, 1773, in which he cited some other illustrations of the allaying effect of oil on waves besides those that we have mentioned, and developed the philosophy of the subject with that incomparable clarity of his, not unlike the action of oil itself in subduing refractions of light. Now I imagine, he says, that the wind blowing over water thus covered with a film of oil cannot easily catch upon it, so as to raise the first wrinkles, but slides over it, and leaves it smooth as it finds it. It moves a little the oil, indeed, which, being between it and the water, serves it to slide with, and prevents friction, as oil does between those parts of a machine that would otherwise rub hard together. Hence the oil dropped on the windward side of a pond proceeds gradually to leeward, as may be seen by the smoothness it carries with it, quite to the opposite side. For the wind being thus prevented from raising the first wrinkles, that I call the elements of waves, cannot produce waves, which are to be made by continually acting upon and enlarging those elements, and thus the whole pond is calmed. And the water in which the Bermudian struck his fish is not more limpid than these observations suggested by the Portsmouth's experiment. I conceive that the operation of oil on water is first to prevent the raising of new waves by the wind, and secondly to prevent its pushing those before raised with such force, and consequently their continuance of the same repeated height as they would have done if their surface were not oiled. But oil will not prevent waves being raised by another power, by a stone, for instance, falling into a still pool, for they then rise by the mechanical impulse of the stone, which the greasiness on the surrounding water cannot lessen or prevent, as it can prevent the winds catching the surface and raising it into waves. Now waves once raised, whether by wind or any other power, have the same mechanical operation by which they continue to rise and fall, as a pendulum will continue to swing a long time after the force ceases to act by which the motion was first produced. That motion will, however, cease in time, but time is necessary. Therefore, though oil spread on an agitated sea may weaken the push of the wind on those waves whose surfaces are covered by it, and so, by receiving less fresh impulse, they may gradually subside, yet a considerable time, or a distance through which they will take time to move, may be necessary to make the effect sensible on any shore in a diminution of the surf. For we know that when wind ceases suddenly, the waves it has raised do not as suddenly subside, but settle gradually, and are not quite down till after the wind has ceased. So though we should, by oiling them, take off the effect of wind on waves already raised, it is not to be expected that those waves should be instantly levelled. The motion they have received will for some time continue, and if the shore is not far distant, they arrive there so soon that their effect upon it will not be visibly diminished. Nor was it on Clapham Pond and at Portsmouth alone that Franklin, when in England, tested the tranquilizing properties of oil. He performed the same experiment on Derwent Water and a small pond near the house of John Smeaton, the celebrated engineer, at Osthorpe Lodge, and also on a large sheet of water at the head of the Green Park. And the idea that there was something almost supernatural about his quick insight and fertility of conception, of which we find more than one trace in the utterances of his contemporaries, is suggested in an interesting manner in the account left to us by the Abbé Morellet of one of these experiments which he witnessed when Colonel Barr, Dr. Hawkesworth, David Garrick, Franklin, and himself happened to be guests of Lord Shelburne at Wycombe in 1772. It is true, the Abbé says, it was not upon the waves of the sea, but upon those of a little stream which flowed through the park at Wycombe. A fresh breeze was ruffling the water. Franklin ascended a couple of 100 paces from the place where we stood, and simulating the grimaces of a sorcerer, he shook 3 times upon the stream a cane which he carried in his hand. Directly the waves diminished, and soon the surface was smooth as a mirror. On one occasion William Small wrote to him from Birmingham that Matthew Bolton had astonished the rural philosophers exceedingly by calming the waves a la Franklin. Struck when travelling on a canal in Holland with the statement of a boatman that their boat was going slow because the season had been a dry one, and the water in the canal was not as deep as usual, Franklin, by experiment with a trough and a little boat borrowed for the purpose, established the fact that the friction caused by the displacement by a moving boat of shallow water is measurably greater than that caused by the displacement by such a boat of deeper water. Under like conditions in other respects, the difference, he concluded, in a distance of 4 leagues, was the difference between 5 and 4 hours. A conversation with Captain Folger of Nantucket produced far more important consequences, influenced by what the captain told him of the knowledge that the Nantucket whalers had acquired of the retarding effect of the Gulf Stream upon navigation. Franklin induced him to plot for him the dimensions, course, and swiftness of the stream, and to give him written directions as to how ships bound from Newfoundland banks to New York might avoid it, and at the same time keep clear of certain dangerous banks and shoals. The immediate object of Franklin was to procure information for the English post office that would enable the mail packets between England and America to shorten their voyages. At his instance, Captain Folger's drawing was engraved on the old chart of the Atlantic at Mount and Page's Tower Hill, and copies of it were distributed among the captains of the Falmouth packets. Ever afterwards the Gulf Stream was a favorite field of investigation to him when at sea, and its phenomena were mastered by him with remarkable thoroughness. It was generated, he conjectured, by the great accumulation of water on the eastern coast of America, created by the trade winds which constantly blew there. He found that it was always warmer than the sea on each side of it, and that it did not sparkle at night, and he assigned to its influence the tornadoes, waterspouts, and fogs by which its flow was attended. Franklin also possessed to a striking degree the inventive capacity which is such a valuable qualification for experimental philosophy. We have already seen how ready his mechanical skill was in supplying printing deficiencies. Speaking of the pulse glasses made by Nairn, in which water could be brought to the boiling point with the heat of the hand, he tells us, "I placed one of his glasses with the elevated end against this hole, a hole that he had opened through the wainscot in the seat of his window for the access of outside air, and the bubbles from the other end, which was in a warmer situation, were continually passing day and night, to the no small surprise of even philosophical spectators." As he sat in his library at Philadelphia in his last years, he was surrounded by various objects conceived by his own ingenuity. The seat of his chair became a step-ladder when reversed, and to its arm was fastened a fan that he could work with a slight motion of his foot. Against his bookcase rested the long arm with which he lifted down the books on its upper shelves. The hours, minutes, and seconds were told for him by a clock of his own invention, with only 3 wheels and 2 pinions, in which even James Ferguson, mathematician as he was, had to confess that he experienced difficulty in making improvements. The very bifocal glasses, now in such general use, that he wore were a triumph of his own quick wit. Describing this invention of his in a letter to George Whately, he said, "I therefore have formerly 2 pair of spectacles, which I shifted occasionally, as in travelling I sometimes read, and often wanted to regard the prospects. Finding this change troublesome, and not always sufficiently ready, I had the glasses cut, and have of each kind associated in the same circle. By this means, as I wear my spectacles constantly, I have only to move my eyes up or down as I want to see distinctly far or near, the proper glasses being always ready. This I find more particularly convenient, since my being in France, the glasses that serve me best at table to see what I eat, not being the best to see the faces of those on the other side of the table who speak to me, and when one's ears are not well accustomed to the sounds of a language, a sight of the movements in the features of him that speaks helps to explain, so that I understand French better by the help of my spectacles." The shrinking that a mahogany box given to him in England underwent when subjected to the atmospheric conditions of America suggested a hygrometer to him, which Nairn afterwards constructed in accordance with his plans. His mind seems to have had no torpid moments, except perhaps when some congressional orator was speaking. When in early life he had nothing else better to do, he would address himself to making magic squares and circles as intricate as Rosamund's walk. He took it into his head, James Logan wrote to Collinson, to think of magical squares in which he outdid Frenicle himself, who published above 80 pages in folio on that subject alone. Not willing to be outdone even by Stifelius, Franklin drew a square of such extraordinary numerical properties. Not only did the numbers on all the rows and diagonals on its face total 2056, but the sum of the numbers on every group of 16 smaller squares on its face, when revealed through a hole in a piece of paper, moved backwards and forwards over its face, equaling precisely 2056 too. He likewise drew a magic circle consisting of 8 concentric circles and 8 radial rows, filled with a series of numbers from 12 to 75 inclusive, so disposed as that the numbers of each circle or each radial row being added to the central number 12, they made exactly 360, the number of degrees in a circle, and this circle had moreover all the properties of the square of 8. Both of these conceits were duly forwarded to Collinson, and with regard to the square of 16, Franklin wrote to him playfully that he made no question, but that he would readily allow that it was the most magical of any magic square ever made by any magician. From the terms of this letter, it is plain that the practical intellect of Franklin was a little ashamed of these feats as but difficile nougat. But his misgivings were somewhat soothed by the suggestion of Logan that they might not be altogether useless if they produced by practice and habitual readiness and exactness in mathematical disquisitions. End of section 25. Section 26 of Benjamin Franklin Self-Revealed, Volume 2, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 4, Franklin as a Man of Science. Hardly more profitable than the magic squares, but indicative, too, of the same mental initiative, was the scheme formed by Franklin for a new alphabet and a reformed mode of spelling. In the new alphabet, the first effort was to arrange the letters in what was supposed to be a more natural order than that of the old alphabet, by beginning with the simple sounds framed by the breath, with no or very little help from the tongue, teeth, and lips, and proceeding gradually forward from sounds produced at the back of the mouth to the sound produced by closing the lips, that is, M. The C of the old alphabet was omitted, K being left to supply its hard sound, and S its soft, and K being also left to supply the place of Q, and with an S added, the place of X. W, as well as Q and X, was also dismissed from service, the vowel U sounded as U being relied upon to perform its function. Y also went by the board, I taking its place where used singly, and 2 vowels where used as a diphthong. J was superseded by an entirely new symbol, shaped something like a small H, and sounded as ish, when used singly, but subserving various other offices when conjoined with D, T, and Z. As a whole, the new alphabet was so systematized that the sound of any letter, vowel, or consonant was always the same wherever it occurred, or whatever its alphabetical collocation. Nor did the new alphabet contain any silent letters, or fail to provide a letter for every distinct sound in the language. The difference between short and long vowels was compassed by a single vowel where short, and a double one where long. For illustration, mend remained, mend, and did, but remained, reappeared as remained, and deed as id. Typographical obstacles prevent us from bringing to the eye of the reader a specimen of the reformed alphabet in spelling as they looked on a printed page. They, of course, issued from the mind of Franklin as stillborn as this reformed Episcopal prayer book. His only proselytes appear to have been Polly, who even wrote a letter to him in the strange forms, and his loving sister Jane, who was delighted to have another language with which to express her affection for him. Our world is one in which some things are made, but others make themselves, and however arbitrary their character, will not allow themselves to be made over, even at the behest of such merciless rationalism as that of Franklin. In the latter part of Franklin's life, Noah Webster, the lexicographer, also formed a scheme for the reform of the alphabet, and Franklin had the pleasure of writing to him. Our ideas are so nearly similar that I make no doubt of our easily agreeing on the plan. Several years later, Webster, in his dissertations on the English language, stated that Franklin had compiled a dictionary based upon his own reformatory system, and procured the types for printing it, but finding himself too old to prosecute his design, had offered both manuscript and types to him. Whether this project, so deeply interesting to this country, Webster said, will ever be effected, or whether it will be defeated by insolence and prejudice, remains for my countrymen to determine. Another thing upon which the ingenuity of Franklin was brought to bear, as the reader has already been told, was the harmonica. In his letter to Beccaria, extolling its merits, he describes it with a wealth of detail, not only thoroughly in keeping with his knack for mechanics, but showing that to music, as to everything else that won the favour of his intellect, he brought the ken of a man of science. The letter concludes with a dulcet compliment, which harmonizes well with its subject. In honor of your musical language, the Italian, I have borrowed from it the name of this instrument, calling it the harmonica. In one of his papers he drew up instructions for the proper use of the instrument, which nothing but the most intimate familiarity with this operation could have rendered possible. Admiration has often been expended upon the acuteness with which Franklin, in a letter to Lord Kaimes, accounted for the pleasure afforded by the old Scotch tunes, as compared with the pleasure afforded by the difficult music of his day, which he said was of the same nature as that awakened by the feats of tumblers and rope dancers. The reason was this: the old Scotch melodies were composed by the minstrels of former days to be played on the harp, accompanied by the voice. The harp was strung with wire, which gives a sound of long continuance, and had no contrivance like that in the modern harpsichord, by which the sound of the preceding note could be stopped the moment a succeeding note began. To avoid actual discord, it was therefore necessary that the succeeding emphatic note should be accord with the preceding, as their sounds must exist at the same time. Hence arose that beauty in those tones that had so long pleased, and would please forever, though men scarce knew why. The most useful invention of Franklin was what came to be known as the Franklin stove. With modifications, it is still in use, and the essay written on it by Franklin, entitled An Account of the New Invented Pennsylvania Fireplaces, is one of the best illustrations of the capacity of his scientific genius to adapt itself to the hardest and barest offices that human comfort and convenience could impose upon it, with a nicety and accuracy of trained insight and touch worthy of the cleverest journeyman, a command of scientific principles to be expected only of a professional student, and a gift of clear, lively expression, which reminds us of the remark of Stella, that Dean Swift could write agreeably even about a broomstick. The principle upon which the Franklin stove was constructed was that of making the heat from its open fireplace, after first ascending to its top, descend in such a manner at its back, before passing off into the chimney, as to diffuse by radiation through the room in which it stood a large part of its warmth. The essay enumerates the different methods of heating rooms then in use, the great open smoky chimney place, that the unremitting labour of one man could scarce keep supplied with fuel, and that gave out little more heat for human warmth than a fire outdoors. This chimney place, reduced to a smaller size with jambs, and free to a great extent from the reproach of smokiness, yet with its contraction setting up strong currents of whistling and howling air, which reminded Franklin of the Spanish proverb, "If the wind blows on you through a hole, make your will and take care of your soul." The expensive and intricate French fireplaces with hollow backs, hearths, and jambs of iron, the Holland stove which shut off the sight of the fire and could not conveniently be used for any purposes except those of warmth, the German stove which was subject to very much the same disadvantages as the Holland stove, and charcoal fires in pots which emitted disagreeable and dangerous fumes and were used chiefly in the shops of handicraftsmen. From the shortcomings of all these methods of heating rooms, the Franklin stove, its inventor contended, was exempt. It diffused heat equally throughout the whole room. If you sat in an apartment warmed by it, you were not scorched before, while you were frozen behind, nor were you exposed to the draughts from which so many women particularly got colds in the head, rheums and defluxions that fell upon their jaws and gums, and destroyed early many a fine set of teeth in the northern colonies, and from which so many persons of both sexes contracted coughs, catarrhs, toothaches, fevers, pleurisy, and other diseases. It kept a sick room supplied with a fresh and yet properly tempered flow of pure air. It conserved heat. It economized fuel. With it, Franklin said, he could make his room twice as warm as it used to be with a quart of the wood that he used to consume. If you burned candles near it, they did not flare and run off into tallow, as in the case of ordinary fireplaces, with their excessive draughts. It corrected most smoky chimneys. It prevented all kinds of chimneys from fouling, and if they fouled, made them less likely to fire, and if they fired, made the fire easier to repress. A flame could be speedily kindled in it with the help of the shutter or trap bellows that went along with it. A fire could be readily extinguished in it, or could be so secured in it that not one spark could fly out of it to do any damage. A room once warmed remained warm all night. With all these conveniences, concludes Franklin, you do not lose the pleasing sight nor use of the fire, as in the Dutch stoves, but may boil the tea kettle warm, the flat irons, heaters, keep warm a dish of victuals by setting it on the top, etc., etc. Some years after the publication of this essay, Franklin devised an improvement in the open chimney place, which tended to abate draughts and check the escape of heat up the chimney by contracting the chimney opening, bringing its breast down to within 3 feet of the hearth, and placing an iron frame just under this breast, with grooves on each side of the frame, in which an iron plate could be slid backwards and forwards at pleasure for the purpose of cutting off the mouth of the chimney entirely from the chimney itself when there was no fire on the hearth, or of leaving a space of not more than 2 inches for the escape of smoke between the further edge of the plate and the back of the chimney mouth. This improved chimney place was described by Franklin in letters to Alexander Dick and James Bodewin. The letter to Bodewin seems to leave little to be said on the subject of chimneys. It indicates that Franklin had subjected them to a scrutiny hardly less close than that which he had fixed upon the Leyden jar, in connection with the currents and reverse currents set up in them in summer by the relations of inequality which the air in them sustains at different hours of the day and night to the outside temperature. He suggests that joints of meat might keep for a week or more during the hottest weather in chimney openings, if well wrapped 3 or 4 fold in wet linen cloths, sprinkled once a day with water to prevent evaporation. Butter and milk in vessels and bottles covered with wet cloths might, he thought, be preserved in the same way, and he even thought, too, that the movements of air in chimneys might, with the aid of smoke-jack vanes, be applied to some mechanical purposes where a small but pretty constant power only was needed. To appreciate how patiently and exhaustively Franklin was in the habit of pursuing every course of observation or reflection opened up by his scientific propensities, the whole of this letter, which had much more to say on the subject of chimneys than we have mentioned, should be read. At a later period of his life, Franklin describes to Turgot what he called his new stove. The novel feature of this consisted of an aerial siphon, by which the smoke from the fireplace of the stove was first drawn upwards through the longer leg of the siphon, and then downwards through its shorter leg, and over burning coals, by which it was kindled into flame and consumed. The ingenuity of Franklin was also exerted very successfully in the rectification of smoky chimneys. In his essay on the causes and cure of such chimneys, written on his last ocean voyage, he resolved the causes into no less than 9 heads, and stated with his accustomed perspicuity and precision the remedy for each cause. In his time, the art of properly carrying off smoke through chimneys was but imperfectly understood by ordinary builders and mechanics, and it was of too humble a nature to tempt discussion by such men of science as were capable of clearly expounding the physical principles upon which it rested. It was not strange, therefore, that Franklin, who deemed nothing that was useful to be beneath the dignity of philosophy, should have acquired in his time the reputation of being a kind of universal smoke doctor, and should have been occasionally consulted by friends of his, such as Lord Kames, about refractory chimneys. The only smoky chimney that seems to have completely baffled his investigation recalls in a way the philosopher who thought that he had discovered a new planet, but afterwards found that what he saw was only a fly in the end of his telescope. After exhausting every scientific resource in an effort to ascertain why the chimney in the country house of one of his English friends smoked, Franklin was obliged to own the impotence for wants of his skill. But subsequently his friend, who made no pretensions to the character of a fumist, climbed to the top of the funnel of his chimney by a ladder, and on peering down into it found that it had been filled by nesting birds with twigs and straw, cemented with clay and lined with feathers. Nor was the attention given by Franklin to ventilation by any means confined to chimneys. Air vitiated by human respiration also came in for a share of it. Describing an experiment by which he demonstrated the manner in which air affected in this way is purified, Alexander Small said, "The doctor confirmed this by the following experiment. He breathed gently through a tube into a deep glass mug, so as to impregnate all the air in the mug with this quality. He then put a lighted bougie into the mug, and upon touching the air therein, the flame was instantly extinguished. By frequently repeating the operation, the bougie gradually preserved its light longer in the mug, so as in a short time to retain it to the bottom of it, the air having totally lost the bad quality it had contracted from the breath blown into it." Franklin became deeply interested in the brilliant course of investigation pursued by Priestley with respect to gases, and several penetrating glances of his into the relations of carbonic acid gas to vegetation have come down to us. Observing on a visit to Priestley the luxuriance of some mint growing in noxious air, he suggested to Priestley that the air is mended by taking something from it, and not by adding to it. He hoped, he said in a letter to Priestley, that the nutriment derived by vegetation from carbonic acid gas would give some check to the rage of destroying trees that grew near houses, which had accompanied recent improvements in gardening from an opinion of their being unwholesome. Just as he was consulted about the best methods of protecting St. Paul's Cathedral and the arsenals at Purfleet from lightning, so he was also consulted by the British government as to the best method for ventilating the House of Commons. The personal atmosphere surrounding the members, he thought, might be carried off by making outlets in perpendicular parts of the seats, through which the air might be drawn off by ventilators, so placed as to accomplish this without admitting any by the same channels. The experiment might be tried upon some of our city councilmen. Principles of ventilation, expounded Franklin, were also utilized by the Messieurs Adam of the Adelphi in the construction of the large room built by them for the meetings of the Society for the Encouragement of Arts. We also find him suggesting openings close to the ceilings of rooms and communicating with flues constructed alongside of chimney flues as effective means for ventilating rooms. With all his primary and secondary gifts for scientific research, it is difficult to believe that if Franklin had not been diverted from it by engrossing political cases, he would have added both to his special reputation as a student of electricity and to his general reputation as a man of science. As it was, his civic activity and popular leadership in Pennsylvania, his several agencies abroad, his participation in the American Revolution, his career as minister to France, and his official duties after his return made such imperious demands upon his time that he had little or no leisure left for scientific pursuits. The picture of his situation, which he presented in a letter to Ingelhaus when he was in France, was more or less true of almost every part of his life after he became famous. Besides being harassed with too much business, I am exposed to numberless visits, some of kindness and civility, many of mere idle curiosity, from strangers of America and of different parts of Europe, as well as the inhabitants of the provinces who come to Paris. These devour my hours and break my attention at night. I often find myself fatigued without having done anything. Celebrity may for a while flatter one's vanity, but its effects are troublesome. I've begun to write 2 or 3 things which I wish to finish before I die, but I sometimes doubt the possibility. Some of the reflections of Franklin on scientific subjects, such as his early letters to Cadwallader Colden with regard to perspirants and absorbents, are, to use his own expression in one of them, too plainly ultra crepidam to have any value. Of others we might fairly say that his knowledge of the topics which he handled in them was hardly deep enough to deserve any praise more confident than that which he allowed himself when writing to Cadwallader Colden in 1751 of the Philadelphia experiments. So, he said to Colden in this letter, we are got beyond the skill of Rabelais's devils of 2 years old, who, he humorously says, had only learnt to thunder and lighten a little round the head of a cabbage. All the same, even aside from his electrical experiments, Franklin acquired no little fame as a philosopher, made more than one fruitful suggestion to the fellow workers of his in the domain of science, and contributed many useful observations to the general fund of scientific thought. Apparently his views on medical topics were held in very considerable respect. In 1777 he was elected a member of the Royal Medical Society of Paris, and in 1787 an honorary member of the Medical Society of London. Many works on medical subjects were dedicated to him by their authors. He was one of the commission which exposed the imposture of Mesmer. There are few things that give us a better idea of the extraordinary celebrity enjoyed by him than the wide currency obtained by a spurious opinion of his ascribing great merit to tobacco ashes as a remedy for dropsy. It won such an extensive circulation, and brought down on his head such a flood of questions from physicians and others, that he was compelled to deny flatly the truth of the story. One person, Lord Cedros, afterwards the Earl of Buckham, firmly believed that he would have perished at the hands of a professional physician who wished to blister him when he was afflicted with a fever, if Franklin had not dissented from the treatment. Franklin probably deserved no higher credit for his dissent on this occasion than that of sharing the opinion of Sir John Pringle, who was convinced that out of every 100 fevers 92 cured themselves. So far as we can see, there is nothing in the works of Franklin to warrant the belief that he possessed any uncommon degree of medical knowledge, though he was full of curiosity with regard to medicine, as with regard to every other branch of human learning. In one of his letters to Colden, written in his 40th year, he expressed the hope that future experiment would confirm the idea that the yaws could be cured by tar water. In a later letter to Colden, he expressed his pleasure at hearing more instances of the success of the pokeweed in the cure of that horrible evil to the human body, a cancer. At his suggestion, a young physician, with the aid of sanctorious balance, tested alternately each hour for 8 hours the amount of the perspiration from his body when naked and when warmly clad, and found that it was almost as great during the hours when he was naked. By his investigations into the malady known in his time popularly as the dry bellyache, and learnedly as the colica pictonum, he conferred a real benefit upon medical science. His views upon this subject received the honour of being incorporated with due acknowledgments into Dr. John Hunter's essay on the dry bellyache of the tropics. Summarily speaking, they were that the complaint was a form of lead poisoning. "I've long been of opinion," he wrote to Dr. Cadwallader Evans in 1768, that distemper proceeds always from a metallic cause only, observing that it affects among tradesmen, those that use lead, however different their trades, as glaziers, letter founders, plumbers, potters, white lead makers, and painters. Although the worms of stills ought to be of pure tin, they are often made of pewter, which has a great mixture in it of lead. The year before this letter was written, Franklin had found, on reading a pamphlet containing the names and vocations of the persons who had been cured of the colic at Charité, a Parisian hospital, that all of them had followed trades which handled lead in some form or other. On going over the vocations, he was at first puzzled to understand where there should be any stone cutters or soldiers among the sufferers, but his perplexity was cleared up by a physician at the hospital, who informed him that stone cutters frequently used melted lead for fixing the ends of iron balustrades in stone, and that the soldiers had been employed as labourers by painters when grinding colours. These facts were long afterwards communicated by Franklin to Benjamin Vaughan in a letter in which he cited other incidents interesting, partly because they corroborated his theory, and partly because they are additional proofs of his vigilance and patience in collecting facts before advancing an hypothesis, as well as of a memory which retained every instructive circumstance imparted to it by eye or ear, as imperishably as hardening cement retains the impression of a dog's foot. When he was a boy at Boston, Franklin said it was discovered that New England rum, which had produced the dry bellyache and paralyzed the limbs in North Carolina, had been made by distilleries with leaden still heads and worms. Later, when he was in London, he had been warned by an old workman at Palmer's printing house, as well as by an obscure pane in his own hands, that it was a dangerous practice to handle a heated case of types. About the same time, a letter founder in the same close at Palmer's, in a conversation with him, ascribed the existence of the ailment among his workmen to the fact that some of them were slovenly enough to go to their meals with unwashed hands that had come into contact with molten lead. He had also observed in Derbyshire that the smoke from lead furnaces was pernicious to grass and other vegetables, and in America had often observed that streaks on shingle roofs made by white lead washed from balusters or dormer window frames were always entirely free from moss. He had also been told of a case where this colic had afflicted a whole family, and was supposed to be due to the corrosive effect of the acid in leaves shed upon the roof from which the family derived the supply of rain water upon which it relied for drink. More important still than the insight that Franklin obtained into the painter's colic was the insight which he obtained into the salutary effect of the custom which is now almost universal, except in the homes of the ignorant and squalid, of sleeping at night in rooms with the windows up. This custom, as well as the outdoor regimen, which has proved of such signal value in the treatment of tuberculosis, originated in hygienic conceptions identical with those steadfast inculcated by him. His opinions with regard to colds and the benefits of pure air were expressed at many different times and in many different forms, but nowhere so conveniently for the purposes of quotation as in a letter which he wrote to Dr. Benjamin Rush in 1773. "I hope," he said in this letter, "that after having discovered the benefit of fresh and cool air applied to the sick, people will begin to suspect that possibly it may do no harm to the well." I have not seen Dr. Cullen's book, but am glad to hear that he speaks of catarrhs or colds by contagion. I've long been satisfied from observation that besides the general colds now termed influenzas, which may possibly spread by contagion as well as by a particular quality of the air, people often catch cold from one another when shut up together in close rooms, coaches, etc., and when sitting near and conversing so as to breathe in each other's transpiration, the disorder being in a certain state. I think, too, that it is the frowsy, corrupt air from animal substances and the perspired matter from our bodies, which being long confined in beds not lately used, and clothes not lately worn, and books long shut up in close rooms, obtains that kind of putridity which occasions the colds observed upon sleeping in, wearing and turning over such bedclothes or books, and not their coldness or dampness. From these causes, but more from too full living, with too little exercise, proceed, in my opinion, most of the disorders which for about 150 years past the English have called colds. As to Dr. Cullen's cold or catarrh a frigori, I question whether such a one ever existed. Travelling in our severe winters, I have suffered cold sometimes to an extremity only short of freezing, but this did not make me catch cold. And for moisture, I've been in the river every evening 2 or 3 hours for a fortnight together, when one could suppose I might imbibe enough of it to take cold if humidity could give it, but no such effect ever followed. Boys never get cold by swimming, nor people at sea, or who live at Bermudas or St. Helena, small islands where the air must be ever moist from the dashing and breaking of waves against their rocks on all sides, more subject to colds than those who inhabit part of a continent where the air is driest. Dampness may indeed assist in producing putridity and those miasmata which infect us with the disorder we call a cold, but of itself can never by a little addition of moisture hurt a body filled with watery fluids from head to foot. Franklin's belief that colds and overeating went hand in hand also found expression in one of his letters to Polly Stevenson, when sending her an account of some seaman who had experienced considerable relief from thirst by wearing clothes kept constantly wet with salt water. He said, "I need not point out to you an observation in favor of our doctrine that you will make on reading this paper, that having little to eat, these poor people in wet clothes day and night caught no cold." In every or in practically every case, he seems to have referred colds to what he rather vaguely calls a siziness and thickness of the blood, resulting from checked perspiration produced by different agencies, including a gross diet. Thus he says in his notes and hints for writing a paper concerning what is called catching cold, people in rooms heated by a multitude of people find their own bodies heated, thence the quantity of perspirable matter is increased that should be discharged, but the air, not being changed, grows so full of the same matter that it will receive no more. So the body must retain it. The consequence is, the next day, perhaps sooner, a slight putrid fever comes on with all the marks of what we call a cold, and the disorder is supposed to be got by coming out of a warm room, whereas it was really taken while in that room. He did not shrink from any of the consequences of his reasoning about colds, however extreme. "Be so kind as to tell me at your leisure," he wrote to Barbu du Bourg, "whether in France you have a general belief that moist air and cold air, and damp shirts or sheets, and wet floors and beds that have not lately been used, and clothes that have not been lately worn, and going out of a warm room into the air, and leaving off a long worn waistcoat, and wearing leaky shoes, and sitting near an open window or door in a coach with both glasses down, are all or any of them capable of giving the distemper we call a cold, and you a rheum or catarrh, or are these merely English ideas?" His views on the wholesomeness of fresh air were far in advance of the general intelligence of his time, and were expressed in spirited terms. After stating in a letter to Jean Baptiste Lerat that he had become convinced that the idea that perspiration is checked by cold was an error, as well as the idea that rheum is occasioned by cold, he added, "But as this is heresy here, and perhaps may be so with you, I only whisper it and expect you will keep my secret. Our physicians have begun to discover that fresh air is good for people in the smallpox and other fevers. I hope in time they will find out that it does no harm to people in health. At times his language on what he called aerophobia grew highly animated. What caution against air, he said in a letter to Thomas Percival, what stopping of crevices, what wrapping up in warm clothes, what shutting of doors and windows, even in the midst of summer. Many London families go out once a day to take the air, 3 or 4 persons in a coach, one perhaps sick. These go 3 or 4 miles, or as many turns in Hyde Park, with the glasses both up close, all breathing over and over again the same air they brought out of town with them in the coach, with the least change possible, and rendered worse and worse every moment, and this they call taking the air. Indeed, there is at times something just a little ludicrous in the uncompromising fervour with which Franklin insisted upon his proposition. It seems strange, he said in the letter from which we have just quoted, that a man whose body was composed in great part of moist fluids, whose blood and juices were so watery, and who could swallow quantities of water and small beer daily without inconvenience, should fancy that a little more or less moisture in the air should be of such importance. But we abound in absurdity and inconsistency. It is a delightful account that John Adams gives us of a night which he spent in the same bed with Franklin at New Brunswick, on their way to the conference with Lord Howe. The chamber, Adam tells us, was little larger than the bed, without a chimney, and with only one small window. The window was open, and I, who was an invalid and afraid of the air in the night, shut it close. "Oh," said Franklin, "don't shut the window, we shall be suffocated." I answered I was afraid of the evening air. Dr. Franklin replied, "The air within this chamber will soon be, and indeed is now, worse than that without doors. Come, open the window and come to bed, and I will convince you. I believe you are not acquainted with my theory of colds, opening the window and leaping into bed. I said I had read his letters to Dr. Cooper, in which he had advanced that nobody ever got cold by going into a cold church or any other cold air, but the theory was so little consistent with my experience that I thought it a paradox. However, I had so much curiosity to hear his reasons that I would run the risk of a cold. The doctor then began a harangue upon air and cold, and respiration and perspiration, with which I was so much amused that I soon fell asleep, and left him and his philosophy together, and I believe they were equally sound and insensible within a few minutes after me, for the last words I heard were pronounced as if he was more than half asleep. I remember little of the lecture, except that the human body, by respiration and perspiration, destroys a gallon of air in a minute, that 2 such persons as we were now in that chamber would consume all the air in it in an hour or 2, that by breathing over again the matter thrown off by the lungs and the skin, we should imbibe the real cause of colds, not from abroad, but from within. End of section 26. Section 27 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 2, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 5, Franklin as a Man of Science. At times Franklin merely gave hints to brother philosophers and left them to run the hints down. For instance, he suggested to M. de Saussure of Geneva, who succeeded in ascending Mont Blanc, the idea of ascertaining the lateral attraction of the Jura Mountains for the purpose of discovering the mean density of the earth upon the Newtonian theory of gravitation. This was subsequently done with complete success by Neville Maskelyne on Mount Schiehallion in Perthshire. To Ingenhouse he suggested the idea of hanging a weight on a spiral spring to discover if bodies gravitated differently to the earth during the conjunctions of the sun and moon compared with other times. He gave very close study to the philosophy of waterspouts and whirlwinds, and came to the conclusion that they were generated by the same causes and were of the same nature, the only difference between them being that the one passes over land, the other over water. He was the first person to discover that northeast storms did not begin in the northeast at all. The manner in which he did it is another good illustration of his quickness in noting the significance of every fact by which his attention was challenged. He desired to observe a lunar eclipse at 9 o'clock in the evening at Philadelphia, but his efforts were frustrated by a northeast storm, which lasted for a night and a day and did much damage all along the Atlantic coast. To his surprise, he afterwards learnt from the Boston newspapers that the eclipse had been visible there, and upon writing to his brother for particulars, was informed by him that it had been over for an hour when the storm set in at Boston, though it was apparently fair to assume that the storm began sooner at Boston than at Philadelphia. This information and further inquiry satisfied him that northeast storms commence southward and work their way to the northeast at the rate of 100 miles an hour. When we read the words in which he stated his theory of such storms, we begin to understand what Sir Humphrey Davy meant in saying that science appeared in Franklin's language in a dress wonderfully decorous and best adapted to display her native loveliness. "Suppose," he said to Jared Elliott, "a great tract of country, land and sea, to wit, Florida and the Bay of Mexico, to have clear weather for several days, and to be heated by the sun, and its air thereby exceedingly rarefied. Suppose the country northeastward as Pennsylvania, New England, Nova Scotia, and Newfoundland, to be at the same time covered with clouds, and its air chilled and condensed. The rarefied air being lighter must rise, and the denser air next to it will press into its place. That will be followed by the next denser air, that by the next, and so on. Thus, when I have a fire in my chimney, there is a current of air constantly flowing from the door to the chimney, but the beginning of the motion was at the chimney, where the air being rarefied by the fire rising, its place was supplied by the cooler air that was next to it, and the place of that by the next, and so on to the door. So the water in a long sluice or mill race, being stopped by a gate, is at rest like the air in a calm, but as soon as you open the gate at one end to let it out, the water next the gate begins first to move, that which is next to it follows, and so, though the water proceeds forward to the gate, the motion which began there runs backward, if one may so speak, to the upper end of the race, where the water is last in motion." It may be truly said of every province of scientific research into which Franklin ventured, that he brought to it a bold and original spirit of speculation which gave it new interest and meaning. Even when he was not the first to kindle a light, he had a happy and effective way of trimming it anew and freshening its radiance. To Collinson he wrote on one occasion, "But I must own I'm much in the dark about light." But noonday is not more luminous than what he had to say on the subject in this letter. "May not all the phenomena of light," he asked, "be more conveniently solved by supposing universal space filled with a subtle elastic fluid, which when at rest is not visible, but whose vibrations affect that fine sense the eye, as those of air do the grosser organs of the ear? We do not in the case of sound imagine that any sonorous particles are thrown off from a bell, for instance, and fly in straight lines to the ear. Why must we believe that luminous particles leave the sun and proceed to the eye? Some diamonds, if rubbed, shine in the dark without losing any part of their matter. I can make an electrical spark as big as the flame of a candle, much brighter, and therefore visible farther, yet this is without fuel. And I am persuaded no part of the electric fluid flies off in such case to distant places, but all goes directly and is to be found in the place to which I destine it. May not different degrees of vibration of the above-mentioned universal medium occasion the appearances of different colours? I think the electric fluid is always the same, yet I find that weaker and stronger sparks differ in apparent colour, some white, blue, purple, red, the strongest white, weak ones red. Thus different degrees of vibration given to the air produce the 7 different sounds in music, analogous to the 7 colors, yet the medium, air, is the same. Universal space, as far as we know of it, he declared in his Loose Thoughts on the Universal Fluid, seems to be filled with a subtle fluid whose motion or vibration is called light. And he then proceeds to found on this statement a series of speculations marked by too high a degree of temerity to have much scientific value. One sentiment in the paper, however, is well worth recalling, as showing how clearly its author had grasped the conservation of matter. The power of man relative to matter, he observed, seems limited to the dividing it, or mixing the various kinds of it, or changing its form and appearance by different compositions of it, but does not extend to the making or creating of new matter, or annihilating the old. The science of paleontology was in its infancy during the lifetime of Franklin, many years before Cuvier gave the name of mastodon to the prehistoric beast whose fossil remains had been brought to sight from time to time in different parts of the world. George Croghan, the Indian trader, sent to Franklin a box of tusks and grinders which had been found near the Ohio, and which he supposed to be parts of a dismembered elephant. In his reply of thanks, Franklin observed that the tusks were nearly of the same form and texture as those of the African and Asiatic elephant, but the grinders differ, he added, being full of knobs, like the grinders of a carnivorous animal, when those of the elephant, who eats only vegetables, are almost smooth. But then we know of no other animal with tusks like an elephant to whom such grinders might belong. The fact that, while elephants inhabited hot countries only, fragments such as those sent to him by Croghan were found in climates like those of the Ohio Territory and Siberia, looked, Franklin concluded, as if the earth had anciently been in another position, and the climates differently placed from what they are at present. Contrasting the observations of this letter with the paper read long afterwards by Thomas Jefferson before the American Philosophical Society on the bones of a large prehistoric quadruped resembling the sloth, William B. Scott, the American paleontologist, remarks, Franklin's opinions are nearer to our present beliefs than were Jefferson's, written nearly 40 years later. Of course, we now know that Franklin was mistaken in supposing that such bones were found only in what is now Kentucky and in Peru, and his comparison of the teeth of the mastodon with the grinders of a carnivorous animal is not very happy, but the inferences are remarkably sound when we consider the state of geological knowledge in 1767. In a letter to Antoine Coeur de Gébelin, the author of the Monde Primitif, Franklin gave him a valuable caution in relation to apparent linguistic variations. Strangers who learnt the language of an Indian nation, he said, finding no orthography, formed each of his own orthography according to the usual sounds given to the letters in his own language. Thus the same words of the Mohawk language written by an English, a French, and a German interpreter often differed very much in the spelling. Franklin's letters to Herschel, Maskelyne, Rittenhouse, Humphrey Marshall, and James Bowdoin reveal a keen interest in astronomy, but this is not one of the fields from which he came off cum laude. Gratifying to the pride of an American, however, is an observation which he made to William Herschel when the latter sent to him for the American Philosophical Society a catalogue of 1,000 new nebulae and star clusters, and stated at the same time that he had discovered 2 satellites which revolved about the Georgian planet. In congratulating him on the discovery, Franklin said, "You have wonderfully extended the power of human vision, and are daily making us acquainted with regions of the universe totally unknown to mankind in former ages. Had fortune placed you in this part of America, your progress in these discoveries might have been still more rapid, as from the more frequent clearness of our air, we have near 1/3 more in the year of good observing days than there are in England." The production of coal by evaporation was another subject which enlisted the eager interest of Franklin. In cooperation with Dr. Hadley, the professor of chemistry at Cambridge, England, he was so successful in covering a ball with ice by wetting it from time to time with ether and blowing upon the ether with a bellows, that he could write to John Lining in these words: "From this experiment one may see the possibility of freezing a man to death on a warm summer's day, if he were to stand in a passage through which the wind blew briskly, and to be wet frequently with ether, a spirit that is more inflammable than brandy or common spirits of wine." Geology was in its infancy during Franklin's time, but he hazarded some conjectures about the formation of the earth that are perhaps not less trustworthy than those advanced by riper geologists. In the letter in which these conjectures were communicated to the Abbé Soulavie, he said: "Part of the high country of Derby, being probably as much above the level of the sea as the coal mines of Whitehaven were below it, seemed a proof that there had been a great bouleversement in the surface of that island, Great Britain, some part of it having been depressed under the sea, and other parts which had been under it being raised above it. Such changes in the superficial parts of the globe," he continued, "seemed to me unlikely to happen if the earth were solid to the centre. I therefore imagined that the internal parts might be a fluid more dense and of greater specific gravity than any of the solids we are acquainted with, which therefore might swim in or upon that fluid. Thus the surface of the globe would be a shell capable of being broken and distorted by the violent movements of the fluid on which it rested." The letter contains other speculations equally bold. It has long been a supposition of mine that the iron contained in the substance of this globe has made it capable of becoming, as it is, a great magnet; that the fluid of magnetism exists perhaps in all space, so that there is a magnetical north and south of the universe as well as of this globe, and that if it were possible for a man to fly from star to star, he might govern his course by the compass; that it was by the power of this general magnetism this globe became a particular magnet. In soft or hot iron the fluid of magnetism is naturally diffused equally. When within the influence of the magnet, it is drawn to one end of the iron, made denser there and rarer at the other. While the iron continues soft and hot, it is only a temporary magnet. If it cools or grows hard in that situation, it becomes a permanent one, the magnetic fluid not easily resuming its equilibrium. Perhaps it may be owing to the permanent magnetism of this globe, which it had not at first, that its axis is at present kept parallel to itself, and not liable to the changes it formerly suffered, which occasioned the rupture of its shell, the submersions and immersions of its lands, and the confusion of its seasons. It was probably, Franklin thought, different relations between the earth and its axis in the past that caused much of Europe, including the mountains of Passy, on which he lived, and which were composed of limestone rock and sea shells, to be abandoned by the sea, and to change its ancient climate, which seemed, he said, to have been a hot one. The physical convulsions to which the earth had been subject in the past were, however, in his opinion, beneficent. Had he said in a letter to Sir John Pringle, the different strata of clay, gravel, marble, coals, limestone, sand, minerals, etc., continued to lie level one under the other, as they may be supposed to have done before these convulsions, we should have had the use only of a few of the uppermost of the strata, the others lying too deep and too difficult to be come at. But the shell of the earth being broke, and the fragments thrown into this oblique position, the disjointed ends of a great number of strata of different kinds are brought up today, and a great variety of useful materials put into our power, which would otherwise have remained eternally concealed from us. So that what has been usually looked upon as a ruin suffered by this part of the universe was in reality only a preparation or means of rendering the earth more fit for use, more capable of being to mankind a convenient and comfortable habitation. The scientific conjectures of Franklin may not always have been sound, but they are invariably so readable that we experience no difficulty in understanding why the Abbé Raynal should have preferred his fictions to other men's truths. End of section 27. Section 28 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 2, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Part 1, Franklin as a Writer. Franklin, as Hume truly said, was the first great man of letters for whom Great Britain was beholden to America, and among his writings are some that will always remain classics. But it is a mistake to think of him as in any sense a professional author. He was entirely accurate when he declared in the Autobiography that prose writing had been of great use to him in the course of his life, and a principal means of his advancement. But always to him a pen was but an implement of action. When it had accomplished its purpose, he threw it aside as a farmer discards a worn-out ploughshare, or a horse casts a shoe. There is nothing in his writings or his utterances to show that he ever regarded himself as a literary man, or ever harbored a thought of permanent literary fame. The only productions of his pen which suggest the sandpaper and varnish of a professional writer are his bagatelles, such as the Craven Street Gazette and the ephemera composed for the amusement of his friends, and in writing them the idea of permanency was as completely absent from his mind as it was from that of the Duke of Crillon when he sent up his balloon in honor of the two Spanish princes. The greater part of his writings were composed in haste and published anonymously and without revision, and when once published, if they did not remain dispersed and neglected, it was only because their merits were too great for them not to be snatched from the abhorred abyss of blank oblivion by some disciple or friend of his who had more regard for posterity than he had. So far as we are aware, no edition of his scientific essays or of other writings was ever in the slightest degree prompted by any personal concern or request of his. As soon as the didactic purpose of the earlier chapters of the Autobiography had been gratified by the composition of those chapters, it was only by incessant proddings and importunities that he could be induced to bring his narrative down to as late a period as he did. When Lord Kaimes expressed a desire to have all his publications, the only ones on which he could lay his hands were the observations concerning the increase of mankind, peopling of countries, etc., the account of the new invented Pennsylvania fireplaces, and some little magazine sketches. He had, he wrote Lord Kaimes, daily expectations of procuring some of his performances from a friend to whom he had formerly sent them when the author was in America, but his friend had at length told him that he could not find them. Very mortifying this to an author, said Franklin, that his work should so soon be lost. When Jefferson called upon him during his last days, he placed in the former's hands the valuable manuscript of his negotiations with Lord Howe, and it was not until he had twice told Jefferson to keep it in reply to statements by Jefferson that he would return it, after reading it, that the recipient could realize that the intention was to turn over the manuscript to him absolutely. In a letter to Vaughan, he mentions that after writing a parable, probably that on brotherly love, he laid it aside and had not seen it for 30 years, when a lady a few days before furnished him with a copy that she had preserved. The indifference of Franklin to literary reputation is all the more remarkable in view of the clearness with which he foresaw the increased patronage that the future had in store for English authors. I assure you, he wrote on one occasion to Hume, "It often gives me pleasure to reflect how greatly the audience, if I may so term it, of a good English writer will, in another century or two, be increased by the increase of English people in our colonies." 24 years later, he had already lived long enough to see his prescience in this respect to no little extent verified. By the way, he wrote to William Strahan, "The rapid growth and extension of the English language in America must become greatly advantageous to the booksellers and holders of copyrights in England. A vast audience is assembling there for English authors, ancient, present, and future. Our people doubling every 20 years, and this will demand large and, of course, profitable impressions of your most valuable books. I would, therefore, if I possess such rights, entail them, if such a thing be practicable, upon my posterity, for their worth will be continually augmenting." This grave advice was followed by the jolly laugh that was never long absent from the intercourse between Franklin and Strahan. "This," Franklin said, "may look a little like advice, and yet I have drank no Madeira these 10 months." The manner in which Franklin acquired the elements of his literary education is one of the inspiring things in the history of knowledge. At the age of 10, as we have seen, he was done forever with all schools except those of self-education and experience. But he had one of those minds that simply will not be denied knowledge. Even while he was pouring tallow into his father's moulds, he was reading the Pilgrim's Progress, Burton's historical collections, small Chapman's books, and cheap, 40 or 50 in all, Plutarch's Lives, Defoe's essay on projects, and Cotton Mather's essay upon the good that is to be devised and designed by those who desire to answer the great end of life, and to do good while they live. All books full of wholesome and stimulating food for a hungry mind. Happily for him, his propensity for reading found ampler scope when his father bound him over as an apprentice to James Franklin. Here he had access to better books. An acquaintance with the apprentices of booksellers, he tells us in the Autobiography, enabled me sometimes to borrow a small one, which I was careful to return soon and clean. Often I sat up in my room, reading the greatest part of the night, when the book was borrowed in the evening, and to be returned early in the morning, lest it should be missed or wanted. This clandestine use of what did not belong to him or to his obliging young friends was an illicit enjoyment, but was one of those offences, we may be sure, for which the recording angel has an expunging tear. More legitimate was the use that he made of the volumes lent to him by Mr. Matthew Adams, who had a pretty collection of books, and who frequented the printing house, took notice of him, and invited him to his library, and very kindly lent him such books as he chose to read. As we have seen, it was not long before Benjamin struck a bargain with his brother, by which the obligation of the latter to board him was commuted to a fixed weekly sum, which, though only half what had been previously paid by James for his weekly board, proved large enough to afford the boy a fund for buying books with. Not only under this arrangement did he contrive to save for this purpose one half of the sum allowed him by James, but also to secure an additional margin of time for reading. My brother and the rest, Franklin tells us in the Autobiography, going from the printing house to their meals, I remained there alone, and dispatching presently my light repast, which often was no more than a biscuit or a slice of bread, a handful of raisins or a tart from the pastries cooks, and a glass of water, had the rest of the time till their return for study, in which I made the greater progress, from that greater clearness of head and quicker apprehension which usually attend temperance in eating and drinking. Then it was that he read Locke's Essay on Human Understanding and the Art of Thinking by Messieurs Dupont, Royal. To the same period belongs his provoking dalliance with the Socratic method of reasoning. From reading the works of others to what Sir Fopling Flutter called the natural sprouts of one's own brain is always but a short step for a clever and ambitious boy. Franklin's first literary ventures were metrical ones, the lispings that filled the mind of his Uncle Benjamin with such glowing anticipations, and some little pieces which excited the commercial instincts of James Franklin to the point of putting Benjamin to composing occasional ballads. The subject of one ballad, The Lighthouse Tragedy, was the death by drowning of Captain Worthylake and his two daughters. Another ballad was a sailor's song on the taking of Teach, or Blackbeard, the flagitious pirate. The opinion of these ballads held by Franklin is probably just enough, if we may judge by his subsequent eruptions into the province of poetry. They were wretched stuff in the Grub Street ballad style, he says in the Autobiography, and when they were printed he, James Franklin, sent me about the town to sell them. The first so wonderfully, the event being recent, having made a great noise. This flattered my vanity, but my father discouraged me by ridiculing my performances and telling me verse-makers were generally beggars. So I escaped being a poet, most probably a very bad one. From the doggerel thus condemned by the hard head of Josiah, Benjamin turned to prose, believing that in oral discussion with his friend Collins on the qualifications of women for learning, he had been borne down rather by the fluency than the logic of his antagonist. He reduced his arguments to writing, copied them in a fair hand, and sent them to Collins. He replied, and Franklin rejoined, and no less than 3 or 4 letters had been addressed by each of the friends to the other when the correspondence happened to fall under the eye of Josiah. Again, the son had reason to be thankful for the candid discernment of the father, for Josiah pointed out to him that, while he had the advantage of Collins in correct spelling and pointing, thanks to the printing house, he fell far short of Collins in elegance of expression, method, and perspicuity, all of which he illustrated by references to the correspondence. The son realized the justice of the father's criticisms and resolved to amend his faults. The means to which he resorted he has laid before us in the Autobiography. About this time, he says, I met with an odd volume of The Spectator. It was the third. I had never before seen any of them. I bought it, read it over and over, and was much delighted with it. I thought the writing excellent, and wished, if possible, to imitate it. With this view, I took some of the papers, and making short hints of the sentiment in each sentence, laid them by a few days, and then, without looking at the book, tried to complete the papers again by expressing each hinted sentiment at length, and as fully as it had been expressed before, in any suitable words that should come to hand. Then I compared my Spectator with the original, discovered some of my faults, and corrected them. But I found I wanted a stock of words, or a readiness in recollecting and using them, which I thought I should have acquired before that time, if I had gone on making verses. Since the continual occasion for words of the same import, but of different length, to suit the measure, or of different sound for the rhyme, would have laid me under a constant necessity of searching for variety, and also have tended to fix that variety in my mind and make me master of it. Therefore I took some of the tales and turned them into verse, and after a time, when I had pretty well forgotten the prose, turned them back again. I also sometimes jumbled my collection of hints into confusion, and after some weeks endeavored to reduce them into the best order before I began to form the full sentences and complete the paper. This was to teach me method in the arrangement of thoughts. By comparing my work afterwards with the original, I discovered many faults and amended them. But I sometimes had the pleasure of fancying that in certain particulars of small import I had been lucky enough to improve the method of the language, and this encouraged me to think I might possibly in time come to be a tolerable English writer, of which I was extremely ambitious. My time for these exercises and for reading was at night, after work or before it began in the morning, or on Sundays when I contrived to be in the printing house alone, evading as much as I could the common attendance on public worship which my father used to exact of me when I was under his care, and which indeed I still thought a duty, though I could not, as it seemed to me, afford time to practise it. The next step in Benjamin's literary development was when he contrived to disguise his handwriting and thrust the first of his silent do-good letters under the door of his brother's printing house, and we can readily imagine what his feelings were when the group of contributors to the Courant, who frequented the place, read it and commented on it in his hearing, and afforded him what he terms in the Autobiography the exquisite pleasure of finding that it met with their approbation, and that in their different guesses at the author none were named but men of some character in the town for learning and ingenuity. Encouraged by his success, he wrote and communicated to the Current in the same furtive way the other letters in the Silence Do-Good series, keeping his secret, he tells us, until his small fund of sense for such performances was pretty well exhausted, when he disclosed his authorship, only to arouse the jealousy of the churlish brother, who alone of the Current circle failed to regard him with augmented respect. If there was no extrinsic evidence to fix the authorship of the do-good letters, their intrinsic characteristics, incipient as they are, would be enough to disclose the hand of Franklin, the good dame who finally succumbed to the rhetoric of her reverend master and protector, after he made several fruitless attempts on the more topping part of her sex, bears very much the same family lineaments as the Anthony Afterwit and Alice Attertongue of the Pennsylvania Gazette. Deprived of her good husband by inexorable death, when her sun was in its meridian altitude, she proceeds to gratify her natural inclination for observing and reproving the faults of others, and to open up her mind in a way that leaves us little room for doubt as to who the lively, free-spirited, and free-spoken boy was that she concealed beneath her petticoats. A hearty lover of the clergy and all good men, and a mortal enemy to arbitrary government and unlimited power, she was, she assures us in one letter, besides being courteous and affable, good-humoured unless first provoked, and handsome, and sometimes witty. In her next paper she tells us that she had from her youth been indefatigably studious to gain and treasure up in her mind all useful and desirable knowledge, especially such as tends to improve the mind and enlarge the understanding. With this frontispiece she from time to time delivers her views on various topics with glib vivacity, set off by Latin quotations. In one letter she falls asleep in her usual place of retirement under the great apple tree, and is transported in a dream to the Temple of Learning, Harvard College, which we can only hope was not quite so bad as it appeared to be when seen through the distorting medium of her slumbers. Describing the concourse of outgoing students, she says, "Some, I perceived, took to merchandising, others to travelling, some to one thing, some to another, and some to nothing, and many of them from henceforth, for want of patrimony, lived as poor as church mice, being unable to dig and ashamed to beg, and to live by their wits it was impossible." In another letter, silence unsparingly lashes the existing system of female education. Their youth, she says, borrowing the words of an ingenious writer, is spent to teach them to stitch and sew or make baubles. They are taught to read indeed, and perhaps to write their names or so, and that is the height of a woman's education. In another letter she holds up hoop petticoats to laughter. If a number of them, she declared, were well mounted on Noddle's Island, they would look more like engines of war for bombarding the town than ornaments of the fair sex. And she concludes by asking her sex whether they, who pay no rates or taxes, ought to take more room in the king's highway than the men who yearly contribute to the support of the government. Another letter makes unmerciful fun of an elegy upon the much-lamented death of Mrs. Mahitbel Kittle, the wife of Mr. John Kittle of Salem, etc. 2 lines. "Come, let us mourn, for we have lost a wife, a daughter, and a sister, affords Silence an opportunity for some merry satire, contrasting these lines with Dr. Watts' Gunston, the just, the generous, and the young. She says, the latter, Watts, only mentions 3 qualifications of one person who was deceased, which therefore could raise grief and compassion but for one, whereas the former, our most excellent poet, gives his reader a sort of an idea of the death of 3 persons, viz., a wife, a daughter, and a sister, which is 3 times as great a loss as the death of one, and consequently must raise 3 times as much grief and compassion in the reader. It was a pity, Silence added, that such an excellent piece should not be dignified with a particular name, seeing that it could not justly be called either epic, sapphic, lyric, or pindaric, nor any other name yet invented. She presumed it might, in honour and remembrance of the dead, be called the Caetelic. The next letter on freedom of speech was, or purported to be, an extract from the London Journal, and is written in such totally masculine spirit that the reader might well have exclaimed, like Hugh Evans in the Merry Wives of Windsor, I like not when a woman has a great beard. I spy a great beard under her muffler. This is one of its masculine sentiments. Whoever would overthrow the liberty of a nation must begin by subduing the freeness of speech, a thing terrible to public traitors. And this is another phrase very much as Grover Cleveland might have phrased it. The administration of government is nothing else but the attendance of the trustees of the people upon the interests and affairs of the people. The next letter inveighs against hypocritical pretenders to religion. It had for some time, Silence says, been a question with her whether a commonwealth suffers more by hypocritical pretenders to religion or by the openly profane. But she is inclined to think that the hypocrite is the most dangerous person of the two, especially if he sustains a post in the government, and his conduct is considered as it regards the republic. The local application of these remarks to Boston at the time could be left to take care of itself. The next letter contains a missive from Margaret, after a caste, a forlorn virgin, well stricken in years and repentance, to Silence, in which the writer, prompted by the provision for widows proposed by Silence, begs her to form a project also for the relief of all those penitent mortals of the fair sex that are like to be punished with their virginity until old age for the pride and insolence of their youth. The next letter is a clever discourse on drunkenness. It hints at the truth that Franklin afterwards insisted upon in the dialogue between Horatio and Philocles, that we must stint sensual pleasure to really enjoy it, and sets forth a vocabulary of cant terms for intoxication similar to that subsequently published by him in the Pennsylvania Gazette. The next letter is on the forbidding subject of night walkers. The familiarity that it exhibits with the peripatetic side of Boston Common after dark at that day makes it a little difficult for us to understand why Franklin should ever have had occasion to tell us in the Autobiography, as he does, how on his second voyage from Boston to New York, a grave, sensible, matron-like Quakeress rescued him from the clutches of 2 young women, who afterwards proved to be a couple of thievish strumpets. The final letter in the series is on the danger of religious zeal, if immoderate. We have referred to these letters at some length, not only because they are not too immature to be even now read with pleasure for their wit and humour, but because they help to give us a still more faithful idea of the rebellious youth of Franklin, which, if it had not been so full of scornful protest against the whole system of New England Puritanism, might have shaded off, with the chastening effects of time, into too passive a type of liberalism for such a career as his. From the do-good letters Benjamin passed, as we have seen, to the editorship of the Courant, and to the jibes at the Boston clergy and magistracy, which ended in his ignominious flight from that city. But never was there a time in his youth, however restive under the check rein, when his love of books was not the chief resource of his life. When on his return from Boston to Philadelphia, after receiving his father's blessing, it was the fact that he had a great many books with him which led Governor Burnet of New York to send for him and to show him his large library, and to discourse with him at considerable length about books and authors. He had previously begun to have some acquaintance among the young people of Philadelphia that were lovers of reading, and subsequently came those academic strolls with Osborne, Watson, and Ralph through the woods along the Schuylkill, and later even London, with all its tumult and dissipation, could not long extinguish his thirst for the sweet, cool wells of human thought and sentiment from which the soul of a gifted boy drinks with such passionate eagerness. Circulating libraries were unknown at that time, but he agreed on reasonable terms with Wilcox, a bookseller with an immense collection of second-hand books, whose shop was next door to his place of lodging in Little Britain, that he might take home and read and return any of his wares. We have already quoted the passage in the Autobiography in which he tells us that, during the 18 months that he was in London in his youth, he spent little upon himself except in seeing plays and for books, and that he read considerably. The dissertation on liberty and necessity, pleasure and pain, which he wrote while in London, of little value as it was in itself, yet also aided in confirming his literary tendencies, for it arrested the attention of Lyons, the author of The Infallibility of Human Judgment, who introduced him to Bernard Mandeville, the author of The Fable of the Bees, a most facetious, entertaining companion, and Dr. Henry Pemberton, the author of A View of Sir I. Newton's Philosophy. The love of reading, thus acquired by Franklin in early life, never deserted him, and was afterwards strengthened by his own ever-increasing library, which before his death became so large that he had to build a spacious room for its reception at his home in Philadelphia, the books owned by the other members of the junto, the extensive library of James Logan at Stenton, and the collections of the Philadelphia Library Company. Even when his private business was too exacting to allow him time for any other form of recreation, he still found time for reading, including the acquirement of several modern languages, and the consequence was that, when he began to write in earnest, he was well supplied with all the materials for literary workmanship. While Franklin never became a professional writer, he was very scrupulous about the typographical dress of what he wrote, and not a little of a purist in his choice of words. Nor does he seem to have been less averse than authors usually are to editorial mutilation. Among his letters is one to Woodfall, the printer of Junius Letters, asking him to take care that the compositor observed strictly the italicing, capitaling, and pointing of the copy enclosed with the letter. Referring in a letter to William Franklin to a reprint in the London Chronicle of his edict by the King of Prussia, he said, "It is reprinted in the Chronicle, where you will see it, but stripped of all the capitaling and italicing that intimate the allusions and mark the emphasis of written discourses, to bring them as near as possible to those spoken. Printing such a piece all in one even small character seems to me like repeating one of Whitefield's sermons in the monotony of a schoolboy." On another occasion he was led by the alterations made in the text of one of his papers to write to William Franklin in these terms: "The editor of that paper, one Jones, seems a Grenvillian, or is very cautious, as you will see by his corrections and omissions. He has drawn the teeth and pared the nails of my paper, so that it can neither scratch nor bite." Among the many delightful letters of Franklin is one that he wrote in his extreme old age to Noah Webster, acknowledging the receipt of a copy of the latter's dissertations on the English language, and applauding his zeal for preserving the purity of the English language both in its expressions and pronunciation, and in correcting the popular errors into which several of the states were continually falling with respect to both. In this letter the writer again takes occasion to reprobate the use in New England of the word improved in the sense of employed. The word in that signification appears to have been decidedly obnoxious to him, for he had previously banned it in a letter to Jared Eliot. Among the ludicrous instances that he gave in his letter to Webster of its use in its perverted sense was an obituary statement to the effect that a certain deceased country gentleman had been for more than 30 years improved as a justice of the peace. He also found, he said, that during his absence in France several newfangled words had been introduced into the parliamentary vocabulary of America, such as the verb formed from the substantive notice, as I should not have noticed this, were it not that the gentleman, etc., the verb formed from the substantive advocate, as the gentleman who advocates or has advocated that motion, etc., and the verb formed from the substantive progress, the most awkward and abominable of the three, as the committee, having progressed, resolved to adjourn. He also found that the word opposed, though not a new word, was used in a new manner, as the gentlemen who are opposed to this measure. From these verbal criticisms he passed to the advantages that had inured to the French language from obtaining the universal currency in Europe previously enjoyed by Latin. It was perhaps, he thought, owing to the fact that Voltaire's treatise on toleration was written in French, that it had exerted so sudden and so great an effect on the bigotry of Europe as almost entirely to disarm it. The English language bid fair to occupy a place only second to that of the French, and the effort therefore should be to relieve it still more of all the difficulties, however small, which discouraged its more general diffusion. A book ill printed or a pronunciation in speaking not well articulated would render a sentence unintelligible, which from a clear print or a distinct speaker would have been immediately comprehended. Instead of diminishing, however, the obstacles to the extension of the English language, Franklin declared, had increased. The practice for illustration of beginning all substantives with a capital letter, which had done so much to promote intelligibility, had been laid aside, and so from the same fondness for an even and uniform appearance had been the practice of italicizing important words or words which should be emphasized when read. Another innovation was the use of the short round s instead of the long one which had formerly served so well to distinguish a word readily by its varied aspect. Certainly the omission of these prominent letters made the line appear more even, but it rendered it less immediately legible, as the paring all men's noses might smooth and level their faces, but would render their physiognomies less distinguishable. All these, Franklin said, were improvements backwards, and classed with them, too, should be the modern fancy that grey printing, read with difficulty by old eyes, unless in a very strong light and with good glasses, was more beautiful than black. A comparison between a volume of the Gentleman's Magazine printed between the years 1731 and 1740, and one printed in the last 10 years would demonstrate the contrary. Lord Chesterfield pleasantly remarked this difference to Faulkner, the printer of the Dublin Journal, when he was vainly making encomiums on his own paper as the most complete of any in the world. But Mr. Faulkner said, "My lord, don't you think it might be still farther improved by using paper and ink not quite so near of a colour?" Another point in favour of clear and distinct printing was that it afforded the eye, when it was being read aloud, an opportunity to take a look forward in time to supply the voice with the proper modulations for coming words. But if words were obscurely printed or disguised by omitting the capitals and the long s, or otherwise, the reader was apt to modulate wrong, and finding that he had done so, would be obliged to go back and begin the sentence again, with a loss of pleasure to his hearers. Two features, however, of the old system of printing did not meet with the approval of Franklin. It was absurd to place the interrogation point at the end of a sentence, where it is not described until it is too late for the inflection of interrogation to be given. The practice of the Spanish of putting this point at the beginning of the sentence was more sensible. The same reasoning was applicable to the practice of putting the stage direction aside at the end of a sentence. Nice, however, as were the prejudices of Franklin with respect to the use of words, some of his own did not escape the vigilant purism of Hume, who, notwithstanding his admiration for Franklin as the first great man of letters produced by America, was where fastidious diction was concerned, not unlike John Randolph of Roanoke, whose exquisite fidelity to correct English impelled him, even on his deathbed, when asked whether he lay easily, to reply with marked emphasis, "I lie as easily as a dying man can." After reading Franklin's Canada pamphlet and essay on population, Hume took exception to several of his expressions, as is shown by one of the latter's letters to him. "I thank you," wrote Franklin, "for your friendly admonition relating to some unusual words in the pamphlet. It would be of service to me. The perdurate and the colonized, since they are not in common use here, I give up as bad, for certainly in writings intended for persuasion and for general information one cannot be too clear, and every expression in the least obscure is a fault. The unshakable, too, though clear, I give up as rather low. The introducing new words where we are already possessed of old ones sufficiently expressive, I confess must be generally wrong, as it tends to change the language. Yet at the same time I cannot but wish the usage of our tongue permitted making new words when we want them, by a composition of old ones whose meanings are already well understood. The German allows of it, and it is a common practice with their writers. Many of our present English words were originally so made, and many of the Latin words. In point of clearness, such compound words would have the advantage of any we can borrow from the ancient or from foreign languages. For instance, the word inaccessible, though long in use among us, is not yet, I dare say, so universally understood by our people as the word uncommutable would immediately be, which we are not allowed to write. But I hope with you that we shall always in America make the best English of this island our standard, and I believe it will be so. End of section 28.